Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Vancouver City Council meeting of Tuesday, September 10th. We acknowledge we're on the unceded traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, and we thank them for having care for this land. And really, I think, enjoying working with them, working in partnership as we move forward building this great city together. Also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver staff who work hard every day to make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Can I have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart is in the chair. Councillor Carr. Councillor DeGenova not in the chamber. Councillor Fry. Councillor Swanson. In the chamber. Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Wiebe. Present. Councillor Boyle. Councillor Dominato not in the chamber. Councillor Bly is on a leave of absence for civic business. Councillor Kubi-Young not in the chamber. You have quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Thank you very much. So we have an ambitious plan for the day, 3 administrative items, 2 reference reports. We deal with up to 2 communications, 4 administrative reports, 7 policy reports, and these we deal with individually if they're not adopted on consent. We have 24 bylaws, 5 administrative motions, 7 motions on notice, then we conclude with a notice of motion, new business, and other matters. In terms of timing, we're going to do the regular business until noon, then we're going to break from noon until 1 o'clock for lunch. Then we're going to go for a little shorter in camera. It would be from 1 until 2 o'clock to deal with in-camera items, and then from when we return at 2 o'clock, we'll proceed with the remainder of the agenda. That goes until 5. 5 o'clock, we take a break for dinner, and then we come back for a public hearing at 6. So I can repeat that again through the day, but that's what we got on the docket. So at the March 13th, 2019 City Finance and Services Standing Committee meeting, Council agreed to consider suspending and varying certain procedures in the procedure bylaw for regular council and standing committee meetings as part of the council meeting procedures pilot project. As approved by Council on July 24th, the pilot project will be extended to meetings into the fall. In order to implement the Council meeting procedure project, Council must suspend certain rules contained in the procedure bylaw at each meeting. We'll address any changes needed as we come to them in the agenda. Council is required to meet in camera later this week. The reasons and authority under the Vancouver Charter are listed in the agenda. Someone like to move the motion? Thank you. Councillor Carr, second. Councillor Wiebe, thank you very much. Would someone, right, so we'll vote on that one. All in favor? Any opposed? Passes, thank you. Okay, so we're moving to minutes, and there are a lot of them, so just bear with me as I go through. Minutes 1 are the minutes, regular council meeting of the July 9th and 17th meetings. Are there any corrections? Someone like to move adoption? Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Seconded by Councillor Carr, if you'd be so kind. And all in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. Minutes 2 are the minutes of the business license hearing of July 16th. Any corrections? Someone like to move adoption? Thanks. We'll go for Councillor Boyle, seconded by Councillor Hardwick. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, thanks. Minute 3 are the minutes of the chauffeur's permit appeal hearing of July 17th. Any corrections? No, somebody like to move? Thanks. Councillor Wiebe, second. Councillor Hardwick. All right, all in favor? Okay, any opposed? Nope, that's passed. Thank you. Minutes 4 are the minutes of the regular council meeting of July 23rd. Any corrections? Seeing none, somebody like to move? Councillor Fry, second. Councillor Wiebe, all in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that's good. Minutes 5 are the regular council meeting following a standing committee on city finance and services meeting of July 24th. Any corrections? Nope. Someone like to move it? Councillor Carr. Second. Councillor Hardwick. Awesome. All in favor? Any opposed? Great. Thanks very much. And that's it for minutes. Now we're going to consider matters adopted on consent. We have 2 communications, 4 administrative reports, 7 policy reports on the agenda for consideration. Council may adopt the recommendations in the communication and reports collectively in a single motion. Anybody wish to hold any for debate? And maybe you can just put yourself on the queue if you do want to hold them. Councillor Hardwick.
Yes, actually on behalf of Councillor Dominato, could I hold number 1 and number 3?
Okay, well, we'll hold them on your behalf.
I'll hold them on my behalf, but
Okay.
administrative report 1
1.
and 3 was the message that I had received.
Okay, and 3 is okay. Okay, thank you. 1 and 3 administrative reports. Great. Any others? Nope. Okay, so if not, anybody wish to declare a conflict of interest? Nope. Someone like to move the adoption of the recommendations? Thank you, Councillor Carr, seconded by Councillor Fry. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's passed. Thanks. So I'm going to go through what has been adopted, and maybe the clerk can catch me here if I've misspoken, but I believe we have the communications, we have the 2020 council meeting schedule, we have the 2019 council meeting schedule revision, we have the travel approval request, which is the second administrative report, we have the 2020 interest rate property tax arrears. In terms of policy reports, we have a rezoning for West 44th, we have a rezoning for 7225 Oak Street, we have rezoning for West 28th, we have a rezoning for 96 West King Edward Avenue. It's quite a party out there, gotta say. Yes, all right. We have a CD1 text amendment for West 15th. We have a CD1 rezoning for 3469 Fraser Street. We have a CD1 rezoning for Van Ness Avenue. Then we're moving on to I think that's it. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Okay, so we have 2 report references today. We have received requests to speak to both report references, and as part of the council meeting procedures pilot project, council agreed to hear from staff and speakers on the same day that they're listed on the agenda. For this council meeting, we need a motion to suspend Rule 13.7 of the procedure bylaw regarding public delegations' permission to speak. Okay, thank you. Second? Thank you, Councillor Wiebe. All in favor? Any opposed? Great, so that's passed. Thanks very much. We also need a motion to suspend Rules 13.8 and 13.9. Thank you, Councillor Dejanova. Second? Thank you, Councillor Boyle. All in favor? Any opposed? Nope, that's passed as well. Thanks. So now we'll begin with our first reference report, which is Vancouver Culture Plan, which includes Culture Shift, the Creative City Strategy, the Vancouver Music Strategy, and Making Space for Arts and Culture. We have Sandra Singh, General Manager, Arts and Culture and Community Services, here to introduce the presentations. And just a note for council, there'll be several presenters with various aspects on this report that perhaps Manager Singh would let us know about, but thanks very much for kicking all this off, and please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. We are delighted to be here to present Culture Shift, Blanketing the City in Arts and Culture, Vancouver's culture plan, proposed culture plan for 2020 to 2029, which includes making space for art and culture, a culture infrastructure plan, and the Vancouver Music Strategy. Before we start, however, I would like to open today's presentation with a welcome by Christy Lee Charles, Vancouver's Poet Laureate, and the liaison for the culture plan for the Musqueam Nation.
Asiam Nasiaya, Aitnatas, Nasiam Nasiaya. Antachachliat, Leitz and Ata, Chachach, or Musqueam Tamas. Thanaten, Thanamat, Kotana Men, Ach, the Tamkin Siam. Haitebka to Ait Masteo, to Amitstam, Tachacha, Tamas, Hanoael. Haitebka, Nasiam Nasiaya. Haichka, Eaton Amitstam, to Lelam, Tanoael. We come from Chels, the great transformer who sent us from this sky, wrapped in clouds. Some from these rocks and these mountains, and some from these seas and these waters. and some from this Chacha Tamath, the sacred earth in which we all sit upon today. Our oral histories, first spoken in Hunkaminam and Skohomish Sneecham, tell us of our eternal connection to this place we now call the city of Vancouver. 10,000 years, 7,000, 5,000, 2,000-year-old archaeological evidence or belongings unearthed from Mali, Musqueam Indian Reserve, Callaghan, Wreck Beach, Museum of Anthropology, Almayuch, Thanamana Almayuch. My son's name is Jericho, after Jericho Beach. Sanak, a summer village where we would harvest butter clams, salmon, all different kinds of shellfish. Now we can't. Kitsilano, it is known as today. Sasnam, the city before the city, at Marpol, a metropolis once home to over 35,000 Musqueams, wiped out through an epidemic. Huehue, Stanley Park, a place so sacred that all of the Coast Salish families from the interior to up the Fraser Valley to down to Washington State to Vancouver Island can all come together and say that the Musqueam people, since time immemorial, have practiced sacred ceremonies in this place we know as Stanley Park. For our Squamish family, our ancient stories are shared with the city and across the world of the two sisters, now known as the Lions. Each summer, my Tsleil-Waututh family, we still host canoe races at Weyahwachin. And all of us, we try our very best, except for this summer, we did not get any salmon. But we try our best to feast off of these lands and these waters and to harvest these plants, medicines, and these rich, abundant foods. This morning I rose with the sun. I let it shine its light through my being so I could start my day in a good way. All of these things that I share with you embody our connections to this ancient land we call Vancouver, to this art and to this culture. Shwahim, doing work in a good way, isn't just something that we could, art we can put on a wall or a public sculpture. It is our way of life since time immemorial. Antachachlia, I am the great-great-great-granddaughter of Welsimuch, the man who made first contact, and his portrait sits in this leilam, in this house in City Hall, as a reminder of the relationship that we made over 150 years ago. Within the next 10 years, my eldest daughter will be 19, and she will be here, along with your descendants possibly, to continue this work, because this is our way. We, the Musqueam people, the Tsleil-Waututh people, and the Squamish people have been here since time immemorial. I am so thankful that I got to sit and represent our chief and council and bring towards work to our city council, but I must remind you that I come from the family of the first ones who made this relationship start. We were here many, many years ago before this relationship started. And our descendants, my great-great-great-great-grandchildren, and the ones after them, will be here doing this work, following our Snowaeth, following our Sinut, following our teachings until the last sunrise. I raise my hands to each and every one of you, all the good people who took their time out to work on this amazing project. So please, when you look at these words and see this arts and culture around this place we call the city of Vancouver, please remember that it is us, the Musqueam, the Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh people, that will always be working alongside of you. We'll always be here to share our teachings, because our traditional governance is just the same. We are of one. Natsamat tashkaloinst. Haitzepka nasiem nasiaya. This work we started, just like in our Sinut, We opened the floor, so we have to continue the work. We don't leave anything undone. Haitsepka Nasiyam Nasiyaya.
Thank you, Christy, for helping us start today's presentation in a good way. And we are very appreciative of the nations for joining us in this journey to envision what the next 10 years of culture policy in the city of Vancouver could look like. As the title, here we go. As the title indicates, the undeniable challenges of our times demand more than a refresh of existing courses of action. Culture Shift is a strategic change plan, proposing bold and necessary changes in direction that will enable us as a city to uplift art and culture's transformative capacity to address society's most critical challenges during a time of tectonic economic, cultural, and societal shifts. Culture Shift's subtitle, Blanketing the City in Arts and Culture, was a concept generously offered by Musqueam weaver and graphic designer Deborah Sparrow to reflect these Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh lands and waters. In her own work, Deborah is dedicated to blanketing the city with the beauty and strength of Salish culture, of which blankets are the foundation. The subtitle underscores the critical importance of telling the truth about our colonial history and working with the local nations to address colonial erasure and ensure that their voice and presence are woven throughout Vancouver. It's also an inclusive vision, one that illuminates the role culture plays in shaping place and a shared sense of belonging for all people from all cultures here in Vancouver, and how we together create the extraordinary cultural vitality and diversity that is at the heart of Vancouver and community building, and what makes Vancouver a distinctive, dynamic, empathetic, exciting, and resilient city. Culture Shift was developed through extensive external and internal engagement. You will hear about the external engagement in today's presentation, but I also want to acknowledge and thank the many city departments and staff, including staff from engineering, planning and development services, development businesses licensing, Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services, across the city, many other departments who engaged in this process, helping to find meaningful ways to bring the priorities expressed through community engagement and research to life. In today's presentation, you will hear from Meta Brown, the lead planner for Culture Shift, Alex Sales, the head of Cultural Spaces, Jarrett Martineau, lead planner for the Vancouver Music Strategy, and we'll close out today's presentation with Branislav Henselman, the managing director of Cultural Services. So without further ado, I am going to turn the presentation over to Meta Brown, lead planner for Culture Shift.
Thank you, Sandra, and thank you, Christy. On behalf of our team, I want to express our gratitude to the thousands of artists and creators who do far more than decorate or entertain our city, who awaken us to what an inspired city can be, provoke dialogue about who the city is for, heal rifts caused by colonial harm, attune us to each other's joys, nourish a shared sense of belonging, and can, in fact, lead the way in a city where intensifying pressures are accelerating affordability crises, fueling displacement, where colonial ways of working prevent the visibility of local nations and fair support for Indigenous culture, where funding does not reflect the representative diversity of our city, and where cultural ecosystems are siloed and unclear processes create barriers. Culture Shift is the proposed overarching culture plan for the city to address these challenges through strategic directions, goals, and priority actions. Together, the Culture Shift plan, Making Space for Arts and Culture, and the Vancouver Music Strategy will guide our city's efforts and investments related to arts and culture. All three plans require leadership across city departments, necessitating alignment with citywide and departmental strategies like the Resilient Vancouver Strategy, Citywide Plan, and Special Events Policy. Over the course of the last 18 months, we have undertaken research, both qualitative and quantitative, and extensive iterative engagement, both internally and externally, to explore what high-impact actions would best support the sector. Research studies examine the demographics, economics, and interests in Vancouver. And from the outset, we worked to reorient engagement so that those who are usually an afterthought get to lead, where grassroots priorities drive the direction and often marginalized voices of people who self-identify as Indigenous, racialized, disabled, deaf, low-income, and LGBTQ2+ are centered throughout the process and the plan, while balancing wider engagement across the entire sector. Engagement for all three plans included more than 3,000 in-person and almost 4,000 virtual touchpoints, including lighter touch drop-in style engagement, immersive experiences, and grants for community-led engagement by and for historically underrepresented communities. Research findings showed that compared with Calgary, Toronto, Seattle, and Ottawa, Vancouver performs in the mid-range for per capita investment in baseline cultural support. In British Columbia, the culture sector's economic impact of $7.9 billion rivals even oil and gas, though the 8,800 artists living in Vancouver are least likely to reap those benefits, with a median income of $22,000, and cultural workers who identify as women earning 25% less, and visible minorities seeing a 26% lower representation in the cultural workforce than in the general workforce, despite the fact that a nationwide study shows audience demand in Vancouver exceeds consumer demand in Toronto or Montreal. Findings show cities are widening their view of art and culture to encompass tangible and intangible cultural heritage, including language, ceremony, environmental stewardship, and food, and adopting new sets of practices from equity priority groups to benchmarking change, supported by advisories, community ambassador, and dedicated staff roles. A survey of cultural grant recipients in Vancouver found that communities believe that the city has a role to play in supporting peer-to-peer learning opportunities and funding for emerging equity best practices. And now to the proposed plan. At the plan's foundation are the values of creativity, inquiry, audacity, humility, and accountability, and guiding principles of reconciliation and decolonization, as well as cultural equity and accessibility, informed by the City of Reconciliation and equity frameworks under development, that together help us as a city learn how to integrate and apply a decolonial systems change lens and an intersectional approach embedded with gender and racial equity lenses that uplift the brilliance of underrepresented artists and facilitate partnerships across difference. Culture Shift's 5 strategic directions are art and culture at the center of city building, reconciliation and decolonization, cultural equity and accessibility, affordable, accessible, and secure spaces, and collaboration and capacity. These directions include 14 goals and 60 actions that align with the Vancouver Music Strategy, highlighted in Direction 1, and Making Space for Arts and Culture, highlighted in Direction 4, though both of those strategies have actions distributed throughout. Today, I'll walk you through Direction 1, 2, 3, and 5 before my colleagues introduce further recommendations. Art and culture at the center of city building positions the City of Vancouver to champion creators and elevate arts and culture. So Vancouver is renowned for its distinctive cultural vitality, and arts and culture become hardwired into municipal strategy. Goals in this section include elevating the role of and increasing investment in arts and culture to leverage broader exposure and investment, supporting artist-led initiatives to shape our cultural and urban landscape, and advancing the Vancouver Music Strategy's support for the diverse spectrum of music activities. Highlighted actions include work to integrate arts and culture within city plan priorities as a vehicle to hardwire arts and culture into our city's future, to align the private development public art process with city priorities and explore diversifying funding to prevent an over-reliance on development funding, increasing grants to existing cultural programs to support the ongoing vitality of a cultural ecosystem who faces rising costs and an unprecedented risk of displacement. Recommendations related to reconciliation and decolonization recognize and support Indigenous cultural knowledge and presence through decolonizing practices so that Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh's cultural presence is visible citywide, as well as urban Indigenous culture. And so we are able to address the ways that colonial practices prevent visibility of local nations and fair support for Indigenous culture. Goals in this section include centering Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh visibility and voice on the land and across the city, so that Vancouver's cultural landscapes appropriately reflect Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh stories, cultural practices, cultural protocols, and the Halkominum and Squamish languages. Increasing investment and leadership opportunities for Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and urban Indigenous arts and culture to address generations of colonial exclusion, and supporting right relations between non-Indigenous and Indigenous peoples, because everyone has a role to play in reconciliation and decolonization. Highlighted actions include support for self-determined cultural spaces led by and for Indigenous people, continuing the arts and culture liaison roles to the local nations so that we can deepen reciprocal partnerships with Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, and developing Indigenous grant programs that offer support to this world-renowned epicenter of Indigenous cultural resurgence. Cultural equity and accessibility aim to advance diverse and inclusive leadership and practices so that Vancouver is a model for cultural leadership and programs that reflect the city's diversity with participation from all its residents, and so we can address inequitable distribution of resources. Proposed goals include advancing equitable and accessible funding, leadership, and organizational practices to address how discrimination and exclusion can get baked into systems, improving access for Vancouver audiences and addressing prohibitive ticket costs and broader physical, social, and linguistic barriers, and prioritizing intangible cultural heritage and promoting cultural redress to recognize and address discrimination, erasure, and dispossession experienced by racialized communities. Highlighted actions include an equity audit and 3 to 5 year phased plan to integrate equity into all grant programs and develop dedicated grant programs accompanied by a cultural equity and accessibility position. Actions will also include work to support cultural heritage and cultural redress in neighborhoods where anti-Indigenous racism, anti-Black racism, and anti-Asian racism have harmed communities. All of these directions and actions will require capacity and collaboration to strengthen the sector resilience through facilitating partnerships and leveraging investment. This will result in stronger networks that can accelerate resource sharing and deepen collective impact, knitting together a fragmented cultural ecosystem. Goals include support for partnerships in the field across disciplines, lived experiences, and commercial and non-commercial ways of working, as well as work with city partners to align work and leverage investment. Highlighted actions will include working with city partners like the Vancouver Economic Commission, Vancouver Park Board, and Vancouver School Board to further explore additional support for the creative industries and additional support for creative life across the city in places like community centers and schools so that people can experience art in their everyday lives. With that, Alex Sales, Head of Cultural Services, will take over to review the shared recommendations in direction for affordable, accessible, and secure cultural spaces and making space for arts and culture.
Sure. Thank you, Meta, for the promotion. Really appreciate it. Thanks, everybody. Making Space for Arts and Culture provides a deep dive into Vancouver's cultural spaces and lays out a 10-year plan and vision. I'm going to walk through a few highlights, and I encourage anyone interested in cultural spaces to take a look at the full report in Appendix D to see the further 26 actions. I'd really like to acknowledge and thank the Cultural Spaces Subcommittee for their contribution to this, and many of the members are here today. Oops, I went the wrong way. There we go. In Vancouver and other similar cities throughout the world, affordability of space has been identified as one of the most critical issues. Our vision for Vancouver is a city in which artists can live, work, and share their work. Cities have an important role to play, from supporting projects, land use, regulatory, space provision, and we have an opportunity today to really lead the way as other levels of government and partners look to cities to inform their policy and funding decisions. Vancouver has a prolific, internationally recognized art scene with a high concentration of artists. We have identified over 400 cultural spaces. We found existing spaces are extremely vulnerable, with a third in month-to-month rentals. 2/3 have less than 5 years security of space, and only 5 groups we surveyed of 200 own their space. There's been an increasing trend in rent evictions. Since last year, more than 16 studios housing over 300 artists have been closed or under threat. And while we see a rapid growth in creative industries throughout the world, artists sustaining the sector are living below the poverty line. Artists often work, not so good with the slides. Artists often work in older, more affordable commercial and industrial spaces on the fringe of development. With new measures in place to calm and cool the residential market, investment focus has shifted to the commercial sector, further accelerating land values, property taxes, competition with higher value uses, and development pressure. 11 studios in the past 5 years have experienced a 77% increase in property taxes. For most spaces, this is completely unsurmountable. In the next 3 slides, I'll highlight a few of the big moves forward we are recommending in respect to affordable space. First, goal 2, expanding planning tools and reducing barriers. Second, I'll talk about community-led partnerships, including a land trust. And finally, our cultural space targets. To reduce barriers, we're recommending expanding the number and scale of arts events licenses that support arts events in unconventional spaces. To expand tools, we require policies and incentives to preserve cultural spaces, including new policy to track and prevent net loss of community spaces through redevelopment. As part of this, integrating cultural spaces into the city's heritage program would immediately leverage existing heritage incentives such as grants and exemptions to preserve spaces. Building on an earlier council motion, we recommend tools to support nonprofit arts and cultural space in commercial and industrial zones, including density bonusing, commercial linkage fees, cultural districts, and potentially limits on stratification. A really critical piece for this work in the arts community is tools to reduce the tax burden, such as the work to develop a new property tax subclass for undeveloped spaces. There's been notable growth in collaboration space sharing with groups such as 901 Artists Collaborative, BC Artscape, C-Space, just to name a few. But there's no operating stream to directly support affordable spaces. We are recommending launching an Affordable Cultural Spaces grant program with funding of $300,000 a year to subsidize these types of affordable spaces. Secondly, security of tenure is critical, and local space ownership is transformative. The Grunt Gallery in Mount Pleasant, for example, have led the way by purchasing their own space, enabling a small artist-run center to have a huge reach and internationally recognized programming. A global leader in this work is the Community Arts Stabilization Trust out of San Francisco that is developing a cultural trust and has been advising cities throughout the world. Work is underway locally by 221A, a local artist-run center, and others to research the development of a community-led Vancouver-based cultural land trust with an aim to keep property costs affordable in perpetuity. Staff recommends supporting this through seed funding and looking at new ways to work together on spaces secured through development, including shared local ownership. A big move forward to enable all of this work and major community-led projects to buy, procure, and develop space and leverage funding from other sources of government is the establishment of a city-held cultural spaces fund with initial funding of $4.5 million and a goal of $10 million over the next 3 years. Finally, ensuring access to appropriate affordable spaces requires progressive approaches, perseverance, and taking a long view, envisioning a Vancouver 10, 20, 50 years from now. With a vision of cohesive, complete communities, we're recommending the first ever 10-year cultural space targets intended to be integrated with other city priorities such as housing, childcare, sustainability, and a healthy city. These targets will inform city plans, land use policy, and investment. The measurable outcomes in this plan aims to achieve are an overall goal of 800,000 square feet with specific targets around no net loss of space, renewal of existing space, 400 units of social housing for artists, and 650,000 square feet of new space. To summarize this, the city is set to position arts and culture at the center of city building. I'll now pass the mic to my colleague, Jared Martineau, the lead planner for the Vancouver Music Strategy. I could promote you too.
Thanks, Alex, and good morning, everyone. I'm really happy to be able to share some of the work around the Vancouver Music Strategy here with you this morning. And also, I just want to echo my gratitude and appreciation for the work of my colleagues. As you can tell, I think from all of the work that's gone into making this tremendous amount of work happen, it's been an incredibly engaged and collaborative effort with many members of our community. And in specific with respect to the Vancouver Music Strategy, I also just want to acknowledge the members of the Music Steering Committee and the Advisory Committee, many of whom are here, as well as many members of the music community. This has been an incredibly interesting and fascinating and unique time to do this work engaging music here in Vancouver. The Vancouver Music Strategy has really come about over the course of the last several years through a long process of community engagement and research and development that's included a broad spectrum of participation from the commercial sector, from the nonprofit sector, as well as community members and members of Vancouver's more DIY community. And really the attempt for this strategy is to address the many kind of gaps and opportunities that exist right now in our city's music ecosystem and to provide a framework for action that can support not only community development, but also industry development. And I think what's unique about this strategy is that it proposes two sets of recommendations, one of which to be implemented by the city and one of which to be implemented by the industry. And it's through that collaborative relationship that you'll hear me speak more about through this presentation that I think will really see this work succeed and really see the whole scope of the community be supported. So broadly, in terms of the music context here in Vancouver, as I've mentioned, this has been a cross-sectoral initiative from the beginning. And notably, Vancouver is a very significant music industry. We generate over $690 million of economic impact from Vancouver's music industry here in Vancouver, supporting over 14,000 jobs. And we're not only the third largest center for music production in Canada. As of this year, we're now the second largest center for live music and concert attendance. So even with a modest improvement or increase in the growth in the sector, we're going to see a significant return to the city of Vancouver. This work has been developed, as I've said, through collaboration and partnership with many different people and many different groups in the city, and really has been guided by many of the priorities and directions that you see reflected through the Culture Plan and through the Making Space for Arts and Culture report. And I think it's that alignment and that complementarity that really lifts up all of the work that we're doing here together. But broadly speaking, the priorities and some of the areas we've really tried to address through this strategy are around supporting accessible, all ages, and non-traditional music spaces, elevating the voices and visibility of Indigenous and underrepresented artists, encouraging collaboration across the sector, really finding space and opportunities where we can bring people together. And that includes both attracting and retaining the talent that we have here, as well as growing the economy and supporting music tourism and education. The recommendations that you can read more about in the Vancouver Music Strategy Report, Appendix E, which I encourage you to read, and I encourage everyone here in the room to read. There's a very comprehensive and very in-depth, I think, look at the big picture here of music in Vancouver. Really are organized around three main areas, and those are first about municipal support, primarily focusing on reducing barriers in terms of how people are accessing and engaging with the city, but also around increasing support for music across the city of Vancouver. And I think then maybe last and also importantly about building trust between the city and the artistic community and the industry. Second, I think as Alex has explained in a lot of detail, and we really reflect this in the music strategy as well, it's about creating and enabling more spaces for music, as well as creating more access and more opportunity to not only access city-owned spaces, but music spaces generally in the city, and to protect what we have. The music infrastructure and the venues and the opportunities to perform and access music here in the city, as we know, many have been lost, and so it's a real priority for us to both protect and to grow those spaces that we have here in Vancouver. And last, which encompasses, I think, quite a wide range of other parts of the industry, is a direction around music ecology, supporting sector development, audience engagement, artist development, music alliances, tourism, and education. I don't have the opportunity to go into too much detail today around all of the actions that we have laid out, but I do want to highlight a few recommendations as they work in harmony between the city and the industry. So first is the creation of a new music staff position here at the city. My position is only a temporary one. I've only been in the role since the end of January. And this recommendation would allow music to have an ongoing voice at the City of Vancouver and really be a voice in policy and planning, as well as acting as an industry and a community liaison supporting sector interests. And that would work in tandem with a complementary position that we're recommending to be supported by the industry, which you'll see in the second point there on the industry side. And that industry-led position would be more of an advocate for the sector and would work in tandem with what we're recommending as the creation of a Metro Vancouver Music Development Office, which would be able to support and bring together many different voices from across the sector in advancing not only those sector-based interests, but also a diverse range of stakeholders from across the region. And we know just in terms of how people attend and experience music in the city that music isn't bounded by only the borders of Vancouver municipality. Music occurs all across the region, and we really see an opportunity through this industry-led work to support that range of activities. I think from a complementary perspective, going back to the city recommendations just for a minute, we're also recommending the creation of a music task force, which would also be an opportunity for the city staff to be present alongside members of the community as well as members of the industry to support and advance the music strategy and its recommendations. Just two last ones that I want to highlight for today, given time. One is to, on the city side, to increase support for the city's music granting activities. And I particularly here want to highlight the renewal of, or the consideration of the renewal of the Vancouver Music Fund, which was a $300,000 music fund that we launched this year. We became the first municipality in North America to provide dedicated music funding to Indigenous and underrepresented artists and communities. We had over 170 applicants, many of whom were applying to this fund for the very first time. We delivered the funds in partnership with Creative BC, or we are going to be delivering the funds in partnership with Creative BC. And we have 59 projects and artists who are on deck to receive this money, who Creative BC will be announcing later in the month. So it's been an incredible uptake on the part of the community, and I think really starts to chart a path forward in terms of both fulfilling a sector need and a community need, but also demonstrating some of the principles that you've seen, I think, articulated so well in the Culture Shift Plan. And then last, I want to just highlight the last point on the industry side on this slide, which is around something that we heard a lot through our community engagement, which was really around the need for people coming together in various ways. And we're recommending the creation of a community music hub, an incubator space, particularly attending to the need for talent development as well as mentorship. We heard over and over again through our engagement that there's so many active and amazing music communities here in the city, and many of them aren't meeting each other. And we really have an opportunity through the city's participation in what would be an industry-led initiative, I think, to really create a place and an ongoing set of places where we can do that work of really advancing and developing the next generation of talent of music here in the city. I think this is a really unique and exciting time for music here. I think the work that we're recommending really supports and will help advance all of the profound and incredibly transformative work that's articulated in Culture Shift. And thank you very much for your time. I'm now going to pass the mic over to Bronislav Henselman, the Managing Director of Cultural Services. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Jared. Thank you, Alex. And thank you, Meta, for all of your work and the presentation. Before I start, I would just like to make a quick note to say that what you have heard today is a short version of some of the highlighted actions and recommendations. And we sincerely thank you for reading through, quite frankly, a massive amount of material. We also know that it's been a feat actually to condense the three strategies into what you see in front of you as one strategy today. So thanks to the staff for that again. So in conclusion, what the Council has heard during this presentation and has in front of them for consideration, Culture Shift, our next culture plan, will underpin our work individually and collectively, keeping us focused for years to come and grounding us in our commitment to iterative community engagement. Yes, this is an ambitious cultural plan, but more importantly, it is necessary, it is responsive, it is very realistic and critical to our shared economic prosperity, social cohesion, and sense of environmental responsibility. Resourcing the plan, thus, will appropriately be key to its success. So we propose for Council consideration a cumulative investment of $3.18 million, phased over the course of 4 years for the operating budget, that will allow us to continue prioritizing funds and investments directly for the community. This slide shows the breakdown by proposed operating annual investment for each of the next 4 years. This next slide shows you the breakdown of new investments by strategic direction, as well as the overall ask of $10.3 million in capital investments from both existing as well as new funds. As we look at the anticipated outcomes of this profound culture shift, we would like to acknowledge that this is an exciting and challenging time for the city. Maintaining a focus on good practices and a distinct collaborative manner will be key as we implement this and continue with the development of other plans, including the citywide plan. The proposed investments will provide support for a thriving continuum of diverse, affordable, accessible, secure spaces, and for stronger networks that will accelerate resource sharing and deepen collective impact. Acknowledging and continuing the leading and bold work of the city, we will be looking at a place where local nations' cultural presence, as well as urban indigenous culture, is visible citywide. Ultimately, Culture Shift aspiration is to provide for a Vancouver that is reflecting the city's diversity with the participation of all its residents, where arts and culture are renowned for a distinctive cultural vitality and sense of place, and where difference is the birthplace of creativity. These past 18 months have been an inspirational and a truly humbling journey, led by the most amazing team and the community who deeply cares about our shared future. I'd like to thank the many thousands of our community members who have shown up on many occasions, including today. Without your input, none of this work would have been possible. My thanks go to Cultural Services team who translated this incredibly important community input into meaningful policy, and our colleagues from across the city. Your dedication to the future of the city is truly inspirational. Special thanks go to our External Advisory Committee for their steadfast dedication and expert guidance, and also to the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee and many other civic committees for their input. And shortly, as a part of the speakers list, you'll be hearing from some of the groups who we've been working with. It is important to note that this journey, though, is far from over. Culture is the lifeblood of our society. The traditional unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples make this place unlike any in the world. Diverse people from across the world have imbued Vancouver's cultural landscape with the qualities, landmarks, and stories that make our city recognizable, distinct, and exciting. As perhaps the most powerful way to imagine ourselves in the life of another, culture reminds us every moment of the importance and the place of the individual we know we can become, offering a glimpse of our limitless potential and hope. As the poet once said, our inheritance was left to us by no testament. I would add that it was left to us as our cultures, enabling us collectively to recognize the limitations of our traditions to deal with new problems, while at the same time appreciating how much our, at times, fragmented and difficult past and its stories, our cultures have still to teach us about the future. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much for the presentations. Just before we get to questions from councillors, and there's a few there, just wanted to give you a sense of timing for the day. We do have, let's see, we've got 19 speakers for the this item. So our collective thinking is that we'll probably be able to finish that this morning. And so if you're here for the special events policy framework, that would probably begin at 2 o'clock, more or less. So just to give you a sense if you're trying to plan your day. So we'll move to the councillors. I have questions for staff, starting with Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Actually, my first question is whether we should be holding questions from council till after we hear from the speakers. I just would like to know if that's an idea that you would entertain.
Sure. If that's what council would like to do,
I would like to make sure we hear the speakers before we break.
Okay. Can we just see a show of hands who's okay with doing that? Any opposed? Okay, so let's do that then. Thank you, Councillor Carr. Let's reset your timer here. Okay, so we have our first speaker is Megan Lau, who's the co-chair of Vancouver Arts, Culture, and Advisory Committee. We have Kimberly Wong and then Megan O'Shea.
Hello, Mr. Mayor.
Hello.
This is Megan. I'm Jessica. We're actually co-speaking today as co-chairs.
Okay, that makes sense.
Lovely.
Okay.
So I can begin. We are Megan Lau and Jessica Wadsworth, co-chairs of the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee.
I'm Megan. I am the child of immigrants born in Hong Kong who immigrated to Toronto in the 1970s. I was born in the 1980s, and in the last year of that decade, our family moved to this city. Today, I'm the manager of communications engagement and equity at TELUS Story Hive. We fund local and independent filmmakers. And I'm the co-founder of The Future Is You and Me, a Vancouver-based mentorship program and leadership training for young women of color in the arts. I feel incredibly grateful to be able to speak here today and to have contributed to Culture Shift since 2017 as part of the External Advisory Committee for the city's culture plan.
I'm the executive director of Cata West, an arts service organization that's now operating in its 20th year in the city of Vancouver. I'm a first-generation settler of mixed European and Caribbean descent. I've been active in the cultural sector for 16 years and as a producer, writer, and cultural manager.
We are here to represent the 18 diverse voices of the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee who unanimously voted to support the directions and strategies proposed by Cultural Services. Our committee exists to provide relevant, poignant, and authentic advice to city staff on arts and culture policy and to engage the public on related initiatives.
We have come to recommend Culture Shift strategy and its associated requests for additional funding. We believe the report to be an accurate assessment of the opportunities and challenges facing the arts and culture community, especially where cost of living and loss of cultural space are having a negative impact, threatening the vibrancy and diversity of Vancouver and narrowing cultural production to those who are privileged enough to engage in it. We know it can be different.
The committee met over the last 4 months on 3 occasions to review the strategy and to vote on a motion to adopt the plans and the associated costs proposed. We see this investment as essential to serving the citizens of Vancouver who value their writers, artists, musicians, dancers, festivals, galleries, and the rights, people, and culture of the local nations.
The numbers don't lie. Vancouverites come out in the thousands every week to participate in the work of the arts and culture sector. Tourists come in the millions. National and international students flock to our schools to learn from the cutting-edge artists that teach in our institutions.
Staff have demonstrated tremendous integrity and intelligence in the consultation and engagement process, with attention to accessibility and with intention to always honor the unceded territories on which we live, work, and create. In one external advisory committee meeting, we discussed the public engagement open houses in such granular detail. The staff and committee debated the start and end time for the events to make sure as many people as possible could attend. At the end of the day, details such as timing are not trivial matters. They demonstrate the thoughtfulness of the engagement and why programs, investments, and initiatives defined in Culture Shift will be impactful for so many of us, some of whom have been previously shut out of city programs for arts and culture. Equity is at the center of this plan. If we articulate land acknowledgements, then we should decolonize arts and culture. If we are committed to anti-racism, then let's listen to what creators of color say they need to participate fully. If we say Vancouver values culture, we have to find a way for artists, designers, and cultural practitioners of every stripe to make a living wage. The record of participation and employment of women, disabled, and racialized and Indigenous people lags far behind Vancouver's reputation as a highly livable and progressive city. With Culture Shift, we can build a future with strong, diverse leaders in the arts, reflective of the current cultural landscape.
I'll just make it quick now because I know we're in the red flash on the screen. Investment in arts and culture is smart for this city. When we can invest in arts and culture in this city, we can attract funding from the provincial and federal government in droves, as well as sponsorship and corporate investment from corporations that now know that creative individuals in cities are an economic driver. So there is a lot of interest there. We can bring in a ton of money from America in the film and television and music industry, and we can improve the socioeconomic outcomes of artists here.
There are initiatives and potential impacts outlined in Culture Shift that will require additional investments, as you've just seen. These are the parts that will truly set Vancouver apart from other cities. It will show that we are willing to make bold moves. We look forward to implementing this plan with you during our term on the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee. We're already following the direction towards reconciliation, equity, community, and creative excellence that Culture Shift leads us toward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks very much for your time. And you're not just here, but you do have a question actually from Councillor Carr, and Councillor Boyle as well. So I'll put Councillor Carr on, and up to 3 minutes, Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. Just 2 quick questions. Well, thank you, first of all, for coming and indicating the unanimous support of the advisory committee. My first question is around the funding, and I noticed that some of the funding pots, like the 300,000 that's been recommended to be allocated for spaces. It seems not like a lot of money to me. I'm wondering if you've had that discussion, if the amounts of money that are being recommended to put into this strategy are sufficient from you and your committee's point of view.
I know that it went back and forth. Should we ask for more? Should we ask for less? And I think this was the sort of middle ground that we found. We wanted to make a reasonable request, but certainly we can ask for more. Let's make a note of that.
Just checking.
Okay.
My second question has to do with the income, the median income of artists. It's pretty shocking to think the median income is $22,000 a year in this city. And I noted that you said in your presentation that you would advocate for a living wage. How can you imagine that being implemented, and how could the city help with that?
I think it's twofold. The organization that I am the executive director of sets wage standards, sort of like how a union would, although my membership are not a unionized membership of artists. But we have recommended minimums for wages. And we certainly work with the arts councils at the provincial and the federal level to advocate for grant applications have to meet that. And in some cases, artist groups have to, and galleries and things like that, have to circle back in final reports and prove that they actually did meet those minimum wages. And they're actually based on LICO's low-income cutoffs, so they're not extravagant. But it is twofold. Like what we're talking about here is also access even to any funding. So there are groups that are totally shut out of any kind of public sector funding, and we're also here to advocate for expanding access to funding anyway. And then, of course, to ensure that in the guidelines for grant applications and things like that, that minimum artist fees are met that are a living wage for artists. So it is about ensuring that at all levels, people can ask for the kind of money that they need to live and work in this city.
That's great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you to you and your committee members for your service to the city.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Another question, too, from Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 3 minutes, please.
Hi, thanks. Good morning. Thanks for all your work on this and to the committee members. I have a question as it relates to making space, because in order to be creative, you have to be practical first, and that's what I hear a lot. And I'm wondering qualitatively what you heard back through the engagement around what artists are really looking for in terms of that space. Like, were there sort of key themes around preference or benefit for having cultural hubs or precincts or this cultural land trust? Did you hear feedback about wanting to have spaces diffused throughout different neighborhoods, such as integration in, the suggestion was community centers, for example? So I'm interested in terms of what practically trying to make it a little bit tangible.
We live it every day, so we do have an answer for you, but certainly the experts are the staff. City staff who have really delved into the numbers. But
do you want to speak to your experience in terms of?
Absolutely. It's loss of space due to real estate speculation. So, you might have a space operate for 1, 2, 3 years, something like that, but it is on month to month. I think the statistic was brought up. Most are operating on month to month. And it's only a matter of time until the notice comes that you're no longer going to be able to stay in that space. So we are looking at there are recommendations in terms of a long-term strategy for no net loss of cultural space in the city through myriad different strategies. Okay. Yeah.
And is the community open? Do they see benefit in sort of the these hubs or shared spaces, shared rehearsal production space? Yeah. Maybe using sort of similar to 312 Main Street, for example, using access to similar services because they don't need a printer or something all the time, or that sort of thing, because I'm trying to envision what is our best bang for our buck and trying to put resources behind the types of spaces that will help the most people.
There are no better people in this city to be able to tell you about bang for a buck than artists. Mm-hmm. They will and they can and they do share resources and collaborate with one another all the time.
Okay, yeah, that's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much. And that's it for questions. Thanks for coming in today. We'll remind speakers that are coming up. We've got Kimberly Wong. Just to remind you, this is it's a 3-minute time limit. So I'll just try to prompt you on the way, but your lights beside you there should help you on your left-hand side, should help you through that. Okay, thanks very much. Please go ahead up to 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Oh,
I'm sorry, Kimberly.
sorry, there was a twofer.
Kimberly Wong, sorry.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, thanks. Sorry about
My
that.
name is Kimberly Wong.
Okay, 3 minutes too.
Great. Okay, so my name is Kimberly Wong. I am the co-chair of the Chinatown Legacy Stewardship Group, but will be speaking for myself and not on behalf of the members today. So cultural shift feels simultaneously like the beginning of a new chapter, but also a result of the tireless work of anti-oppression, decolonial social justice, and intersectional organizing that has happened since the previous Creative City strategy. And I'm in support of the adaptation of this plan and have some recommendations to add specific supports to the communities I work in, including the queer and Chinatown communities. First, a disclaimer, I'll be speaking primarily to point D3G3. It's called Prioritize Intangible Cultural Heritage and Promote Cultural Redress. So I remember learning about the Chinese head text that my ancestors paid, about the anti-Asian riots, and about the history of Chinatown. And I have a hard time thinking through how cultural redress, in the way that it's talked about here, encapsulates all of the intergenerational trauma that communities who've been historically discriminated against are working through, because almost every community has it, intergenerational trauma. Intangible cultural heritage, on the other hand, was first brought to my attention just 3 years ago. In relation to traditional Chinese practices like lion dancing or Cantonese opera that stunned me because they're often the first things when forced to assimilate that become lost. They're thought of as frivolous, as something that holds little to no worth when things like food and shelter are void or at risk. But I find such reprieve in these art forms like Cantonese opera something to me that represents queerness and flamboyance and gender bending and tradition and honoring ancestors and culture together. So learning about Cantonese opera, the touring tropes, the survival of an art form through wars and famines lit up my world. This plan could directly impact the flourishing of Cantonese opera in Chinatown, something that a lot of drag artists and queer Asians, myself included, take refuge in as people who often can't hold both Cantoneseness and queerness together. So ensuring that funding towards teams like the Chinatown Transformation Team is maintained, that directly funnels into the Legacy Stewardship Group, a 35-plus person membership that is comprised of Chinatown leaders who communicate community needs directly to the city through the Chinatown Transformation Team is extremely important. These are the building blocks for the kinds of work we can do as part of the ongoing process of cultural redress, of preserving intangible and tangible cultural heritage to make room for the communities aside from those listed in D3, G3A2, including the Black community of former Hogan's Alley, the Chinatown community, the Punjabi market community, and the Japanese Canadian community, who have relatively more social or economic capital than those not named in this report. The ethnocultural communities listed in this point all have had space taken away from them, or had space that has been disinvested from by the city, or that has harmed, and that has harmed our communities, the way we're able to gather, the way we build community, the micro-communities that we're able to exist. So redress is important, but the steps beyond that are even more so. I understand that my time is up, but I think that there needs to be room at the table to address the communities that the City of Vancouver has, as an entity, has historically discriminated against, yes, and the ones it's currently failing, so that we learn from historical wrongs and build away from them. If I had 2 more minutes, I'd love to talk about queer art spaces, but I don't, so I'll leave it at
Really, thank you very much for coming in today, and you can always, of course, send in written ideas to us to consider too. So thank you. So now we're on to, I'm sorry, didn't see that. Councillor Boyle, please go ahead.
Thanks, Kimberly. I promised that this is not strategic, but I was curious to hear about queer art spaces. I know I hear about the loss of those spaces all the time, so happy to hear from your experience how we can be supporting them.
Certainly. So I think that there have been a lot of queer art spaces. Queer art spaces are really important for the queer community because it's often, for myself, at least in my experience, the only places that we can gather. There are, craft fairs and et cetera for other folks, but queer art spaces we can dance, we can gather, we can be in community with each other and be queer together is really important. And those are, we keep on losing them. And so it's important to, first and foremost, create spaces for us as queer folks and as, with the intersections of that, queer POC folks, but also to understand that, the community that we hold doesn't have the kind of capital or resources that a lot of other communities have. Like, we don't have cultural centers for queerness. We don't have the same kinds of things that, for example, the Chinatown community has, much like the communities that I wanted to mention, like the Vietnamese community or the communities from the African diaspora, like the Somali community or the Somali Kenyan or South Sudanese community or Nigerian community, and so on and so on. So it's important for us to create spaces and to make sure that, you know, we keep them within queer spaces. Yeah, of course.
Thanks very much. No further questions. So thanks for coming in and sharing your perspective. Megan O'Shea now. Thanks. 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Good morning. If I don't get to the numbers, Councillor Kirby-Young, please ask. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm Meg O'Shea, not Megan, and I'm at the Vancouver Economic Commission. I'm the manager of small to medium enterprises there. I'm here today to talk about a program that is relevant, of course, to the Making Space initiative within Culture Shift. But first, it's worth congratulating the entire team on such an ambitious and indeed audacious plan. In many ways, the Vancouver Economic Commission takes a collaborative approach with city departments, and in some certain cases, we develop complementary activities that support and indeed extend the reach of the City of Vancouver initiatives within the private sector. We have that ability as an independent nonprofit. We have been involved, most relevant to today's discussion, we've been involved recently in the music strategy, the poverty reduction strategy, and industrial affordability. And upcoming in the citywide plan, our role in that plan is going to be scoped, I believe, in the next couple of weeks. So mostly I'm here to tell you about Activate Downtown Eastside and the Flats, an initiative that we were contracted for by the Downtown Eastside planning team, and that seeks to activate vacant commercial industrial spaces. We look to increase access to right-sized, affordable spaces for creative commercial and industrial uses. Our mandate area is the Downtown Eastside and the Flats, although we did do a broader survey than that when establishing a spaces inventory. One of the outcomes of the project is to develop mentorship for tenants, property managers, and landowners in space sharing best practices. We also seek to identify policy and regulatory barriers that inhibit use of existing vacant spaces. So some of those market drivers that are actually disincentivizing occupying large existing spaces. Our preliminary findings are that there are approximately 600,000 square feet of vacant commercial industrial spaces across the city. Within the mandate area, that is limited to 260,000 square feet. The existing shared space operators, such as BC Artscape and others, manage 400,000 square feet. However, their vacancy rate is below 4%, and they have a long active wait list of groups seeking space through those organizations. In our research, the majority of potential space users are looking for less than 1,000 square feet of commercial industrial space, and those spaces do not exist in large part. What we are finding in terms of the space inventory is that there are large existing vacant spaces that are disincentivized to use due to property assessment values, and we'd like to make those available with the support of the city. Vancouver Economic Commission's work on the Activate Downtown Eastside and the Flats program, as you can see, I think, shares objectives with Culture Shift. We seek to move our creative culture and innovating makers out of the struggle to survive and into stable, secure circumstances in which they can thrive by taking an innovative approach.
And
we strongly support the Vancouver Culture Plan.
Awesome. Okay, thanks very much. And we have a couple of questions. Councillor Carr and then Councillor Kirby-Young. Up to 3 minutes, please.
Yes, thank you. Thanks very much. I took note when you said with the support of the city, and that is to make space available. What are you looking for from the city in terms of helping make industrial commercial space of the right size available?
I think there are a number of different opportunities that should be explored. We're currently at the end of phase 1, the research segment of our program. Phase 2 begins in October, and that's when we'll really be diving into the funding opportunities available in the city, the properties that may be available, and what models they could adapt in order to create available space. So I don't want to comment extensively on that at the moment, but I will say that there are city properties that are in the mandate area of this program that we thought would be very ripe for minimal redevelopment that would afford access to affordable right-sized space for those seeking small spaces. But the mentorship component in this program is also really, really valuable. We found many, many businesses, artists, and cultural organizations looking to share space and not knowing how. And we also found property owners looking to activate their spaces and not knowing how with multiple users. So mentorship around insurance, lease negotiations and formats, regulations around space for sharing. For example, how many bathrooms are necessary for how many people under different business licenses. So that's a major offering that this program is developing in the next few weeks.
Interesting. Okay, look forward to that. One other question. You did mention the citywide plan, and I'm wondering what role you see for VEC and for the community of artists, those involved in the arts and culture sector, for getting involved. Do you have any ideas or preliminary thoughts about that?
Is Gil still in the room? We're in discussions at the moment. Clearly, with the planning team, we'll be developing an economic vision within the citywide plan and developing strategies within that the VEC can activate on. We're also involved in the nighttime economy work, and so researching who is working where and when, and identifying what services are necessary that are currently undervalued to serve the nighttime economy, which of course relates directly to the entertainment industry. I suspect that we might also be tasked with engaging the business community, the private sector writ large, in a way that has not been accomplished previously, or that builds on previous types of engagement.
Great. Appreciate that, and look forward to the more information.
Thanks very much. On to Councillor Kirby-Yung, followed by Councillor Wiebe.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. You hit on kind of where I wanted to go on a number of points, and I'll loop back to the numbers if you want to expand on those. But is it fair to say, because I see a huge opportunity for arts and culture and planning to really work closely together and have really important linkage there. So I know that Vancouver Economics is familiar with the motion I brought earlier on industrial lands and use. And so couple of the ideas contemplated in there was the notion of affordable, not-for-profit shared space. So similar to what the city does in supporting housing, or what was done at 312 Main, the ability to do that for arts and culture. So that's my question in terms of when you said identified the 600,000 square feet of space in some maybe city. Are you envisioning something like that?
Yeah, absolutely. I also think there's an opportunity before we move to something like offering city property to develop a strategy between ACCS and PDS to really look at the economic potential of filling those spaces operated by nonprofit entities, of which there are many in the city and who are looking to expand because their business model is really working, but need a bit of support, a bit of easement, if you will, to get into new spaces.
Where granting might come, depending on where an arts organization is in its development or incubation. Is that fair to say? So kind of assessing individually and applying the right tool.
Yeah, exactly. So the Cultural Spaces Grant that was mentioned this morning, it might be really fortuitous to have sort of an advisory committee that draws on both planning and Vancouver Economic Commission with the ACCS team to develop those in a way that reflects everybody's needs and integrates the land planning.
Okay, and then maybe kind of characterized as the third prong of that stool or third leg is really incentivizing or sort of the private sector in terms of that land, and how much we emphasize that as a community amenity, just like we do when we look at childcare and how there's references in the report. So do you see that being kind of a fundamental integration?
Yeah, we're already seeing in the private sector their recognition that moving towards a nonprofit model in support of cultural practices is actually good business sense. Where they're where they're struggling is that what the creative makers community can afford to pay and what the market will bear in terms of real estate, the gap is just so large as to be insurmountable. So I do think that there is an opportunity there for the city through granting or through tax easement to look at those properties, and specific properties, because we are a small market and we can actually look at one building at a time, and develop a program that helps to get over that big gap of payment, at least in the short term, with a long-term financial plan for self-sufficiency.
Just quickly for time, does size of space make a difference in that affordability? If we can offer smaller spaces or if we can be flexible in usage, so different occupants, daytime, nighttime, for example?
Yeah,
right?
Hugely. I mean, you're seeing that in the growth of commissary kitchens, for example, where 8 businesses can share space that would otherwise be occupied by 1 to 2 because they're sharing some equipment. They have a number of sinks that are accessed at different times, for example. And it's about it sort of densifies the economic activity on that site, but in a way that reflects the needs of all the users and still meets those needs.
Thanks very much. We're at 3 minutes. And Councillor Wiebe, up to 3 minutes, please.
Yeah, really excited about the report you're working on. How much of that space was unpermitted or unlicensed? Because we know that change of use is a big component of creating arts and cultural spaces, because it seems they're able to find nooks and crannies around the city.
That is a question that we're still aiming to answer. All of the space that we identified is permitted and legal space. So we, I can dig into the methodology with you on a separate time if you like, but we did a scour of all real estate offerings, so those that are actively on the market. We also activated networks and went out to business owners that we knew or didn't know or that were suggested, property owners, to identify spaces where perhaps their business has shrunk and they have excess space that they could look to fill with other economic activity. They were all permitted. The structure of that permitting is different on multiple sites. I would say there are 3 to 4 groupings of how they are permitted. And what we'd like to do in phase 2 is identify the most robust and stable permitting format, and then find a way to put that forward through planning and zoning and DBL, that is a known, valid structure, and that we can potentially fast track some of those new shared space applications through. But all legal and safe spaces. The challenge is when you're putting multiple users into the space, some of those requirements change and the criteria increase. And so we have to address those through renovation.
Well, it's great to see that we're trying to find creative ways to find spaces. The second thing, there's a lot of people talking about upcycled materials and really bringing that into the creative cultural side of it. And how do we keep some of the materials that we're throwing away and reutilizing in Vancouver? Is that something we're looking at in that areas where how do we get materials into the hands of artists, and how do we get it away from us putting into the dump? So I know that some cities are doing really amazing using upcycled centers where people can come in and get free materials for arts and culture. And I'm just wondering if that's something that's being looked at BC.
Yeah, I'm aware of some of those that operate outside of the actual municipal operations, and they need a bit more notoriety. Certainly that happens on an informal basis across the cultural community, and some initiatives have sprung up that are, as a business model, seeking to serve artists and creative production in that way. For example, the Sustainable Lockup that is actually in Coquitlam, but of course many film crews that are filming in and around Vancouver are taking their used set equipment and materials to Sustainable Lockup, which can then be accessed by others who want to use those materials anew. So that's keeping a substantial amount out of the landfill. I'd love to see more spaces like that crop up. And with solid waste and strategic services in the city, there has been quite a bit of discussion around swap sites. They're sort of at the moment falling under transfer stations as a business concept, but they would be distributed across different neighborhoods and places where you could bring materials you were done with, a dresser or a pack of clothes. There would be a repair option on site, and that could be staffed by those who have previously faced barriers to employment. And the materials would then be available either for sell or retail, depending on in what way you'd engaged with the location. And this was brought forward as an option to achieve zero waste goals, but also as a way to provide employment opportunities and access to non-stolen goods for vending. So
okay, I have to stop you there.
We're at coming together.
Thank you very much for your time, and no further questions. Really appreciate you coming in today.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so now we're going to Brenda Leadley, Tara Nayar, and Louis Laprande. Probably got all those names wrong, but I'm with you in spirit. So, okay, so Brenda Leadley.
Thank you, Ledley.
Ledley. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So nice to see you all here again today. I'm here to applaud the city's new cultural plan, 10-year cultural plan. It is bold, it is visionary, and it is puts art and culture at the very heart of civic life, which, as you know, I'm a big proponent of. The plan states that arts and culture are vital to a city's identity, to the quality of life, to economic prosperity, social cohesion, and sustainability. In a city where we have an opioid crisis, an affordable housing crisis, a climate crisis, and more homeless people than anywhere else in the country, we need governments to seriously change their priorities. We need governments at every level to examine their values and start investing in people with strategies that will get to the root of the issues facing this city and our society. The proposed new plan is an absolute necessity to ensure that Vancouver's reputation as a world-class city includes championing creators and elevating arts and culture into the heart of its strategic vision and investments. The city's Making Space plan addresses the affordability crisis for arts and cultural workers, which you've heard many times, that the loss of affordable space for artists is one of the biggest threats facing our sector. Rising property taxes and development, and as stated in the new plan, we believe that the city has a responsibility to address these issues. The report also calls for collaboration between the community and government to build the kind of Vancouver we want: prosperous economically, socially cohesive, and environmentally responsible. The plan is a good one. It's requesting reasonable investments for a very ambitious plan. However, if it hopes to achieve the outcomes it is proposing, you will need to substantially increase your investment over the next 10 years. We will need ongoing support for sustainable Indigenous grant programs. We will need to increase grants to lift artists out of poverty. We will need ongoing support for underserved, marginalized, emerging artists. And we will need to review the role of city staff in all the departments to integrate arts and culture into city building. And we need to make the arts accessible for all the residents of the city, not just those who can afford them. I believe that this council and mayor understand the inherent value of arts and creativity to our well-being. I know that you have many priorities to consider, but I ask that you try and envision art and culture at the very heart of a society so that we can build a caring, equitable, and thriving city that we can be proud of. I urge you to invest in the creative potential of your citizens, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I have a question from Councillor Carr.
Yes, just one question. Thank you for the work you're doing, for being here. You talked about increasing of the grants and the support to arts and culture. Do you have some kind of target in mind? Is there some city that you know of that does it the best and that we should be aiming for?
Well, probably not here in Canada, to be honest, but I think Quebec, the models in Quebec are much better than they are in the rest of Canada. There's a lot more support for culture there.
What kind of percentage of budgets go to arts and culture?
I don't know, but I'm going to find that out for you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, so we've got Tara Nair. Taryn Nair? Okay. You can correct me on the way up.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay, thanks. Up to 3 minutes.
It's Tarun, and nice to be here. Thank you all for spending this time. There is I've been in this room before, and there's a great vibe in here today, so I appreciate you all for making that happen. I'm in a band called Delhi to Dublin, a local band. Yeah. I also run a festival called 5X, and Vancouver gave me my music career. Wild East Vancouver raves in underused warehouses 15 years ago formed my band and colored the lives of a generation of other musicians. These other musicians, promoters, renegades have traveled the world at this point with Vancouver on the tip of their tongues. I think of people like Mother Mother. I think of people like Bob Moses, the Funk Hunters. I think of festivals like Shambhala and Bass Coast, who just got both named the best festivals in North America by a major publication. I think of my own festival, 5X, which is the largest South Asian youth event in Canada. And we are all the products of a vibrant city. And we've gone out there and we've changed the world. And I think Culture Shift represents a recognition of the value in all of this. The hard work of a lot of people in the room has turned this magic that is music and culture and art into dollars and cents, which is the necessary language of creating policy. And I think we can all in this room, I'm feeling the vibes. I think that we all know that music and culture and art is the lifeblood of what a city is. And I think it's time to make a real investment. I think I live you know, it's a beautiful thing. I've been a part of this process for the last few years. I was at the launch of this initiative a few years ago. I've been a number of the different committees that have gotten together in consultations, and I'm also an active member of the music industry. I'm looking forward to doing my part for the music industry side of the bargain. I also feel like I live in the best city in the world. Anyone else feel like they live in the best city in the world? Because everybody else in the world knows that we live in the best city in the world. And times have changed. No longer does Café du Soleil on the Drive pump out reggae music until like 2 a.m. in the morning. You can't get away with those renegade dance parties on Third Beach in the summertime anymore. But there's a whole new generation. Music still runs strong in Vancouver. I think of local Vancouver rapper Baby No Money, whose latest single on Spotify is at 180 million plays. I think of the Snotty Nose Rez Kids. I think of Kim Mortal. I think of Manila Grey. There's a whole new sound. There's a whole new representation of Vancouver. And I think it's time that we double down on this secret sauce that has given us all so much, that has given me my life. And for that reason, I'm here to support this initiative. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for your...
You do have a few questions, though, if you just might say at the mic. Thanks very much for your input and your music, of course, which you've all enjoyed here. Councillor Swanson, please, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, I just have one question. I've heard from other musicians that Vancouver has a rule about dancing in restaurants, that if that rule were changed, it would encourage more music to happen. And there's something like a very small percent of restaurants can have dancing, but it's like 5% or less or something. So do you know anything about this, and is changing that rule something that we should be doing to encourage musicians?
I mean, anything that we can do to increase dancing sounds like a good... But I'm going to defer to Jarrett and Brenislav to answer that question, because I'm not sure of the answer.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. And Councillor Fry.
Thank you for your music, by the way. I've appreciated it. And you did bring up some of the sort of old school underground culture. And I just wanted to, and I mean, I really appreciate the work our staff have done on this report and working with the community and everything that's coming out in this report. But you touched on something that kind of sparked a question for me. Mm-hmm. How do we reconcile? I mean, we talk about reducing regulatory burdens and stuff throughout the report. How do we reconcile underground flavor with the changing, and like we don't have those big Pangea spaces for big, huge East Van raves anymore? Yeah. How do we reconcile that need for the underground in the context of a
That's a great question, and again, I think it's a question that on a lot of these committees, we talked a lot about that. How do we reconcile the need for both the commercial, industry to exist alongside the DIY communities? And I think that overall, the answer is just space and having an advocate on the side of the industry, an advocate on the side of the musicians doing the work, and an advocate within City Hall to make sure that there are still, little moments of magic that can happen. I don't have my head in the sound. I know that this is a different city than it was 15 years ago when my band first emerged. So I don't think that anybody's calling for us to go back to that time. But I think it's a recognition of times are different. We've all grown up a bit, and now what can we do? How can we invest? And it's going to look different than it did.
Well, thank you.
Thanks very much. That's it for questions. Again, thank you for coming in today.
Thank you.
Just before we move to Lewis, just wanted to point out to council again, we've had an adjustment in the time schedule. We think that we may be able to get through these two items today in terms of speakers, but probably won't be able to ask questions to staff until the end. So that's what I'm advising as we try to get through item 1 here, maybe finish it after lunch around 3 o'clock. Then we'd start on item 2 and get through all the speakers by 5 when we have to break. So I'll try to steer us that direction, but just to let you know what's coming up. Okay, so we have Lewis. Great, thanks very much for coming in, and up to 3 minutes.
Good morning, my name is Louis Laprin.
Louis.
He's a tough act to follow. I'm the founder and current president of the Chinatown Today Society. Chinatown Today is a non-profit organization dedicated to sharing stories and information about Chinatown. We've been operating for 4 years. Initially, we were mostly operating online, relaying messages from the community organizations and sharing news articles we found relevant. Since then, we've diversified. We published a book, we worked in parades, we live tweeted many council meetings, we organized public events, we screened movies. We're a bit all over the place, all in the name of sharing our enthusiasm and love for our neighborhood and its culture. What does that make us? I like to think we're a cultural organization. This year, we were looking for funding, and our friends at the Chinatown Transformation team suggested we reach out to cultural services and apply for a community arts grant. The application process was enlightening because the questions were mostly about our new book project and how it would involve local artists. Thankfully, it did involve local artists, and we got the grant. Thank you. But what about the rest of our work, sharing stories about Chinatown's culture? It's not art, is it? What about Chinatown's Kung Fu clubs? Are they athletes or artists? Cultural services, if restricted to arts, would be struggling to integrate varied organizations in its vision. I support the Cultural Shift plan, hoping that it will expand the definition of culture beyond just the arts. It's about time. And since I have some time left, I would like to mention my opposition to the new time limit for speakers. It's unfair to people who need translations, and especially Chinatown elders. It's also very stressful for some of us who are not used to public speaking and who need more time to get to the point. Please make council more accessible. Thank you for listening.
There we go. Thanks. And I don't see any questions. Thanks for coming in today. We have Jackie Hoffert. Thanks very much. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Jackie Hoffert, and I'm a stand-up comedian. So this is normal for me, and I'm not nervous in any way. And I thank you very much for your time, and as well the committee also for their hard work. I'm very excited and proud to support the work that they've done, and I'm in favor of the goals and strategic directions that they've chosen. First, I wanted to say that I was born on Treaty 4 territory, also known as Regina, Saskatchewan, and I came here to Vancouver in 2000 to go to UBC. I left for a period of time and returned to go to film school here, and since then have worked in the film industry as well as in the festival industry, film festivals, performing arts festivals, etc. And I also produce a stand-up comedy show that has happened every week for the last 2 years, which means I've put about 800 comics on stage and had about 3,500 people come through the door of the projection room of the Fox Cabaret, which is a very small space. So I want to speak to the affordable, accessible, secure tenet of the plan, because there are so many people in this community who work very, very hard in stand-up comedy and have no guarantee that any of the shows they produce or run will be able to exist even from week to week. So stand-up comedy is one of the most accessible art forms, despite the fact that the Canada Council doesn't technically recognize it as a field of practice. Stand-up comedy is storytelling where individuals come together from every background to share their wit, their pain, their truth, and their laughter, and to create community and heal. I know comedians from every walk of life. They're baristas and bank tellers, lawyers, sex workers, administrators, journalists, shelter workers, students, and teachers. And many, though not nearly enough, go on to become actors, screenwriters, animators, producers, radio hosts, filmmakers, novelists. We contribute to the creative ecosystem of Vancouver culture, and I'm proud to be a member of it, but our existence is precarious. There is one comedy club in Vancouver at the moment. There is one small artist-run space, and there are a handful of other small venues that are also bars or restaurants. And then beyond that, about a dozen ad hoc producers making tenuous partnerships with bars and restaurants to hold regular events around town. And that's 3 minutes.
Okay, thanks. But you do have a question from Councillor Fry, so hopefully you can put any thoughts into what Councillor Fry's question is.
Indeed.
So, how many Vancouver City Councillors does it take to change a light bulb? No.
Pass a motion, yeah.
So Councillor Swanson had. Councillor Swanson had mentioned earlier that illegal to dance in restaurants and that kind of thing. So I'm wondering if, when we talk about, obviously we have a dearth of space, but there are restaurants that maybe aren't like fully booked all the time. Like, are there regulatory hurdles that we can improve upon that aren't really touched upon in this strategy, or we can look at loosening up the regulations to have a stand-up comedy night in a restaurant, say?
I'm going to go ahead and say yes. Again, I would defer to the research done by staff and committee members. At the same time, I would say one of the biggest barriers I face as a producer is that, especially when you're starting out, a comedy night may or may not be commercially viable. So typically, it takes a while to establish an event or a night or any kind of audience. And the window in which a restaurant or an establishment or a small theater or a bar or even a civic venue would tolerate growth or the lack of revenue is very small, very limited. And so I think there's room to improve in every way with partnerships with restaurants, with partnerships with small seat venues. I'm very excited to see Vancity's new small theater that they've just announced that they're going to build inside of the existing venue. So there's spaces like that. If there's ways we can nudge that along, that would be very helpful.
But you haven't run into specific barriers to throwing a comedy night in a restaurant, other than the economics and.
Well, I mean, if you own a restaurant, you don't typically have a motive to also run a comedy night. So you might want to try to bring people in who have shared interests in comedy and your restaurant, but they're always going to be a little bit at cross purposes. And so it's difficult to do a comedy show when you're competing with a TV and a bar and a bunch of people who didn't plan to be at a comedy show. So restaurants are a not perfect place to do comedy. It's more ideal, I would say, to be in a venue that's more small theater oriented or has audiovisual capabilities that a restaurant or a bar might not have.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Weeb also has some questions, so please go ahead.
And obviously, full disclosure, I am a restaurant owner that does 8.5 inches of comedy, but it has closed down because of technical difficulties, and we'll come back. But is that something you're looking for? I think for myself as a bar owner, it's tough for me to invest in the sound system needed for comedy when it's not something that's generating income. So you're looking for kind of a granting process. So if you were to run a show, the restaurant or establishment would get a little bit of funding to help create the technical capacity to host events, and then for yourself to have a little bit of funding for materials for promotion and marketing and to pay some comedians that are headliners.
That would be an example of something that would be very welcome. I think incentives to make it less risky for existing space owners to share space with cultural producers would be fantastic. I will say that I know hundreds of comedians in Vancouver and none of them who make their living off of comedy. So there's also an accessibility and sustainability element in terms of funding for the continued practice.
Okay, thank you so much, Kim.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that's it for questions. On to Brian McBay, followed by Vanessa Richards and Sani Swanigan. Thanks for coming in. Up to 3 minutes, please.
Hello, thank you. I'm not a comedian, but I am a little bit embarrassed because I'm here to support the city, which usually I find myself better off as a lurker, sort of complaining. But I run an organization called 221A, and it was founded by students during the economic crisis. And we've since then sort of become this forum that's growing in the city. There's 6 properties that we manage. And we've found ourselves sort of leading these sectoral plans, one of which is a values-based approach to blockchain technology in the arts, and secondly, which was mentioned today, is a cultural land trust study, which looks at sort of a collective response to the impact of real estate, and particularly in cities that are experiencing low-income affordability crisis. So alongside that, I've become sort of known to complain across the country. I became a trustee for the National Gallery of Canada most recently, and I've been the president of the Pacific Association of Artist-Run Centres, which has 24 local centres. I've been involved with, these guys got me on the External Advisory Committee, and so I feel behooved somewhat to be here to support the actions that have come forward. What's really interesting is that arts policy in Canada has been focused on a kind of British model of an awards system. We give out these awards for excellence. You've done a great job, you show talent, and with this talent we give you an award. This is very different than, I think, the policy coming forward today, which I consider to be truly different. Usually how it is these awards are sort of also sort of tied to sort of reparations for minority groups who are upset with this kind of dominant class. In this instance, there seems to be an embrace of some of the values of equity and reconciliation that are critical, I think, to our future. So rather than art becoming a kind of subcultural European project that comes from a colonial past, we're looking at art here in the 21st century. And I think this plan moving forward will put Vancouver back on the map now after the Olympics, and particularly some of the ideas that are coming forward about affordability brings away this kind of awards model of excellence to one that's about redistribution. So people who can't afford to be here can take part in art and culture here. And I think the best art we see is in democracy. We don't see, even though the globalizing effects of homogenization and polarization, you see people feeling the critical effects of racism and xenophobia. In this instance, we have an opportunity for the city to embed the transposition of diverse people here in Canada. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for coming in. Do you have a question from Councillor Kirby-Yung? Please go ahead. Nope.
Oh, yes, I do.
Okay.
Sorry, thank you. Thanks for being here. You had mentioned that you found yourself doing a number of studies, and one was the Cultural Land Trust study. And I wonder, since that's kind of one of the proposed or potential strategies in the report, if you can share practically any findings from that study that might be helpful for us to keep in mind as we move forward.
Sure. I mean, so we did a literature review as well as case studies where we actually traveled to the city of San Francisco, spoke with folks in the UK and also other municipalities facing similar low-income affordability crises. A big focus of those have been on community-led sort of ownership, which means a sort of self-governance that allows to leverage different levels of government. In the States, they have a much bigger focus on tax incentives. Here we have a lot more state funding, particularly at the federal level. And we're seeing there's a $300 million fund at Canadian Heritage that hasn't been adequately leveraged. And you see small and medium-sized enterprises here unable to access those funds just due to capacity. So an investment model like a Cultural Land Trust has provided stability in a way that I guess singular organizations that are set to compete against each other often can't. So that, I think, is what what we've really learned from it, is that this land trust model has the potential to stabilize the sector.
Okay, that's super helpful. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much for coming in today. Okay, so we have Vanessa Richards. Great. Thank you very much for coming in, and up to 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Council and guests, friends, and allies. My name is Vanessa Richards, and I am an interdisciplinary artist. I'm born in Vancouver, but I also spent 12 formative years as an artist in London, England, and I've worked in cultural institutes in the United States of America. I make my living, my livelihood as a facilitator in the realm of community engagement and as a community choir leader. I volunteer in the African Canadian Community Development Projects, including the Hogan's Alley Society, and for 7 years sat on the City of Vancouver's Black History Advisory Month Committee. I've sat on arts juries advising the City of Vancouver, the Canada Council, formerly the Arts Council England, and London Arts. I give this to you as a background for my comments to tell you that I support wholeheartedly this program, or the strategy for culture shift, and particularly the music strategy. And I'm here to encourage this elected council as citizens, you, to heed the wise and professional counsel of your staff laid out in this remarkable strategy. I would also ask that the music strategy contained in this overarching strategy be fully adopted because of its relevancy, rigor, and massive positive impact if adhered to. Culture happens by influence, both intentional and accidental. We get to choose today which. Okay, looking. I would like to I'd like to say that there's some financially successful people, business people in town, that have suggested that the arts and culture is only valuable if it meets business model, market-driven capitalist models. Arguably, the nation-state of Canada sits between two models of culture and cultural investment. In our G7 community, the American Empire artistic influence is largely funded by tax incentives, usually called philanthropy and sponsorship, and the British Empire cultural influence is largely funded historically by public taxes distributed through local and national governments. Currently, Canada, therefore Vancouver, does neither fulsomely. We have an opportunity now to choose how we invest in the power of our culture. And furthermore, in April, the World Bank reported that investing in cultural cohesion and preservation helps city rebuild after devastations of war and natural disasters. Okay, we'll leave that part for another time, and I'm going to jump to this. While Director of Community Engagement at 312 Main, I convened musicians of African descent to talk with Jarrett and Sammy Joe regarding the music strategy. Significantly, George Barrett of Co-op Radio, who has volunteered for 40 years, presenting the longest-running reggae show in Canada, alongside Mel Warner, who is the longest-serving Black music promotions company in Western Canada, they were so stirred by the opportunity and the encounter to think about what the city could become with the opportunity to collaborate. When they met their younger generation of Black musicians and promoters such as Newsy and members of Afro Van, there was an immediate desire for an intergenerational collaborations and mentorship. We need secured spaces and sincere investment in more convenings of this nature, in spaces that are deeply committed to and financed for cultural production, and importantly, have appropriate zoning for public access and assembly, something 312 Main does not have, and the cultural community does not have this venue as a flexible and public site. So
we're at the 3 minutes.
Yeah.
I don't see a question from council, so what I would suggest is that if you have additional comments, you should send it in to us via the clerk, and then we can consider that as we go. Oh, look, Councillor Boyle's on the list. So perhaps he can respond to her question.
Certainly can.
Go ahead, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks for coming in and for your huge wealth of experience in the sector. I'd be happy to hear what else you think we could be doing or lifting up in this to support artists of African descent.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. I'd love to speak to that. We're in a unique point in time where everything that we do will influence generations to come. I think there's an opportunity as Vancouver continues to talk about preparing for 2 million new residents, that we prepare in particular ways for communities of distinction. I think the communities of African distinction, communities of African descent have experienced centuries of a particular kind of relationship to Eurocentric culture and whiteness and prejudice. I think that when we invest in anti-Blackness, when we invest in intercultural and think newly about multiculturalism, we benefit the entirety of our cultures. Furthermore, Black artists, one of the gifts of our experience has been the profound and necessary contribution of culture and stories and music and what we bring to the world despite and through the experience of prejudice that we face, is a gift the whole world celebrates. And I think it's time that we make that investment, particularly in artists of color and people of African descent in this way, because everybody benefits when we are flourishing more fulsomely. And it's not to say that we've benefited. If we can benefit through all the BS, imagine what it would be like with an investment that could really maybe narrow the space between star and starving. And when we invest in the artist, we invest in the mental health and well-being of a very large working sector that contributes to everybody's experience of living in a place. Furthermore, it invests in the well-being and mental health of every citizen. So it's just all across the board a good move.
Okay, thank you very much. That's it for questions, and thank you for coming in. We've got Sandy Swanigan. Thank you, and 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Well, everyone who knows me knows that 3 minutes usually won't cut it with me, so I'm going to try not to be mean while I'm being brief. First of all, holy moly, 257 pages of information. I took 2 half-vacation days off to read this report in its entirety, in detail and comprehensively. But part of me, and oh my God, it's amazing. I think so much is good. You've heard words like big, transformative, all that kind of stuff. But I'm really sad. There really should be about 200 speakers here responding to this report, and I just don't think 5 days, that's how long the public had with this report, to read 257 pages is fair, nor does it honor this report. And I also worry that the people who contributed, all those thousands of contributors, never really got a sniff at what the recommendations or direction, especially this huge paradigm shift of bringing marginalized voices to the center. I really feel like consultation needs to be reciprocal, where you put all this energy in and then you need to have a little bit of a kick and some time to absorb and a way to respond to what has come from all that input. So I am hoping council will ask staff, listening for boos, to somehow roll out these recommendations in a structured way through various mechanisms to get people, first of all, aware. I just don't think very many people know that this is out yet. And number 2, get some responses so that you're making an informed decision. My next point that I want to speak to is, oh my God, show me the money. I don't understand why we do this to ourselves, and I'm speaking as an ex-employee and the ex-senior manager for film and special events at the City of Vancouver. When I entered city work, it was with an Olympic business office in Richmond. We had 20 people dedicated with backfilled jobs, a fulsome budget to produce a 2-week event called the Olympics. And I know Vancouver did the same thing because I worked a lot with them. You guys, $0.3 million for staffing over 5 years to push this shift to where you want it to be. You need to put together a big team, multi-organizational, multi-divisional, with all kinds of inputs to launch this rocket off. And that's the only way to do it in a timely, effective way that honors what this report is trying to do. I hope you will show staff that they don't need to shortchange the change that's needed and give them more money. Ask them to give you what they need and back it up. That's the end.
Thank you very much. And you do have a question from Councillor Carr. Thanks very much for your coming in.
I'm passionate about this.
It's good to see you here in Chambers.
Thank you.
Okay, launch the rocket. It seems to me that you're talking about a kind of rollout of different parts of this. With a big rollout happening in terms of the citywide plan, do you see any way that there could be a synchronization between arts and culture, which is right from the beginning
sort of the core of the city, the heart of the city kind of words are talking about. The heart of city building, I think is the phrase. That there can be a link between this rollout and the citywide plan, and even potentially the role of artists in the process of the citywide plan.
I'm not really familiar with how you are going to approach putting forward whatever the city plan puts forward. All I know is I'm going to talk about my experience working here and what happens when these kind of initiatives are under-resourced. What happens is a whole bunch of really busy, talented, brilliant, exhausted people get pulled from their positions to be on a work group or part of a strategic initiative. Those groups are often attended in inconsistent ways because people have other priorities and nobody says, hey, this is your number one priority. This is what you need to be working on. We have your back, your position's backfilled. Just get this done. You get spread out so incredibly in so many different ways that a lot of these things die on the vine a little bit. They don't reach the potential or the dream or the vision that was created. I just think if you do it for the Olympics, you should be able to do it for this. You're weaving the culture of your city. $20 million. I don't know. I don't know, but I just think it's really, I know you want to get a report. I've written reports for you. I know you want to get reports passed, so you try to not ask for too much. I am now in the private sector, but I still care about all these people and the mental health of the staff, and I believe in this report. And so now I can freely say they need to ask for more money.
Okay, I've asked that question. You've already answered it. Great, thanks.
Thanks very much, Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, quickly follow up on that note. The plan, right, you're saying it's bold and beautiful, but it's the implementation side that you're struggling a little bit with. So is that the component you're saying, that the plan is bold and beautiful, yet the implementation side, you don't see it matching the bold and beautifulness plan?
Yeah, I think there's a real disconnect between the kind of glory of the paradigm shift that's embedded in it and the envisioning of how it will get lifted and delivered. I really think that dedicated teams from different departments, other organizations like the Parks Board and the police, all need to be a part of this lift. I keep going back to rockets, right? You have all those people in Houston control, you have all the planners and engineers and specialists and everything like that, getting it ready to be successful to land on the moon. By the time it lands on the moon, there's only 4 people, which is how many staff you've asked for, right? 4 people over 5 years? Are you kidding me? That's what I'm saying. Where's our Houston command? Where's our planners? Where's our specialists? Where's our engineers to get it to the place where 4 people would be adequate?
Okay, thank you.
Did that answer your question?
I mean, there's some really big positions that are equity and accessible positions. Like, there's some really big positions in it, but it is a question I will ask for staff if they think that.
Yeah, I just one person. I was kind of the only subject matter expert in event production and stuff in this city, and I left for another opportunity, but I was seriously burning out. I was on numerous kinds of these work groups, and you just can't do it and do your day job. Can't.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for coming in. We have John Steele next, Yasin Karaga-Misago after that, and Paul Malango. So John Steele. Great. I hope I got it right.
Eric Kennedy, City Councilors. My name is John Steele. I'm an artist. I'm on the board of the Eastside Culture Crawl Society and chair of its Space Committee. We have filed a separate letter which deals with a certain range of other issues, but in support of the plan. Our society was established over 20 years ago. We're well known for our premier event, the Eastside Culture Crawl. Each year, over 500 different artists participate in studios across over 80 buildings in our catchment area. Over the last 10 years, our artists have been operating in over 300 buildings in that area, so you can appreciate our concern with space. I was in Berlin last summer for their equivalent of our Eastside Culture Crawl. The very first studio I went into, the very first artist I talked to was a young artist, a woman from Vancouver, and moved there. I asked her, why'd you come to Berlin? She said, I got evicted twice for redevelopment in Vancouver's east side. So Berlin's gain, our loss. And that's a story that's getting to be fairly typical. We see the loss of artist space escalating in our area in East Vancouver, including Strathcona, False Creek Flats, Railtown, downtown East Side, etc. It's quickly changing, and the low rent, light industrial areas that have been ideal for these visual artists over time are now prime redevelopment sites. I used to be shocked when I'd hear about studio evictions, but it seems to be coming so frequently, I just kind of shrug and go, oh, another one. What is needed is space appropriate for artistic production, space that is affordable, space that has a security of tenure, all within the context of a synergistic art community and arts district. We support the thrust of the culture shift with respect to the city playing a strong role to not only have a no net loss policy, but also to grow production and programming spaces for the visual arts. However, I'd stress that the intent of the culture shift with respect to space has to be embedded, and I'd say with some priority, into the planning policies and development approvals so it can be implemented. We have a whole package of tools that we can use, and we can do it, but we have to come at it with some priority, and it has to be built into this whole development review process. Thank you.
Thanks very much for coming in and your time. We move on now to Yazin Masago. Thanks for coming in. Up to 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you so much, councillors and the mayor, to give me the opportunity just to come again here. I've been here for quite a long time, since 2012, meeting councillors. And Councillor Adrienne Carr, I think now she's one of the oldest councillors in the City Hall. She knows. The topic we are talking about today, culture shift, is, I think, follows in what we call multiculturalism, which I know that is Canadian values and the traditions which we promote outside of this country. But when you look into, take your mental flight into multiculturalism, there are two things that I needed to add here. Is the cultural recognition and the accommodation of culture. And this conflict you hear around the mayor is what the voices that brings us here. That I read into your report. It's quite very broad. The recommendation cannot justify the case that the people of African descent have been claiming the issues of downtown East Side, their heritage. It's not only Hoganizali, that is the heritage site of people of African descent in Vancouver. It isn't at all. But when you walk through from Russian Hall, and then you come to Brady Inlets, whenever you walk down there, there are elements and buildings that I can point out that this was so and so, he was here. But these people, we wonder when we see them being mentioned in the report as the African people of color. People of color. People of color, that definition means Negro. There's no definition behind that. When you say people of color, it was the exchange of a slave. When a slave trade was banned, then the idea came into effect to create, to call a Caucasian didn't know how to call that slave the name, and he said maybe the colored, the Negro. So that definition then shifted, and the word, the phrase fell out of usage in the United States back in the 1950s. I wonder, as a historian, and to see that a committee of planners are still using that language to define the lady you've seen behind here talking about. And you've seen she's African, technically. Let's figure it out. If we can't do, we are talking about the cultural sensitivity issues, and we have people that are not expertise in those fields. Is it possible to have opportunity to invite the subject we are referring to to get involved to help us to come up with effective plan. That is my recommendation that I made that letter. I wrote to you later. That's number one. Two, Mayor, when you look into the services that the black community have contributed, what is in the melting pot, what you received back, it isn't deserves us to see that every year we should come back to reclaim that identity, considering the contribution right from this city was co-incorporated with the support of the black community here. And this should have been a heritage site, a site that does not need negotiation, but a site that is given to us as a means of reconciliation. That I think, councillors, we should agree, all of us here, that if we have a museum and a culture center down there, it is not a negotiation whether we give or not. It is by about thousands of black folks who are down there. The contribution they made here, when the province was not incorporated, the provincial courts, judges, they used it to go to conduct trials in African Hall right at Poro Street.
Thanks very much, and I've given you an extra minute, but you do have a question from Councillor Dominato.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Yasmin, for coming in today. I did want to say, first of all, thank you for your correspondence yesterday, and I think it's important languages, and you acknowledge that in terms of what's reflected in the report, and I know it's been shared with staff as well. I did want to probe a little bit more around what you see as maybe some specific pieces around this strategy. Is there any additions or things that you think we should be looking at in terms of supporting culture and the arts? So I just wondering if you want to expand on that a little bit.
Yes. First of all, Councillor, when I noticed that, I realized that there was a problem. The strategy they should have used there is to arrange a deeply a meaningful consultation. One of the problems of this city, and I don't know if the planners they are here, when you send the planners to go to consult the local communities, they don't reach there. They don't reach there. I say that as empirical fact. It will be very hard for us to come up with a strategy of this city if the subject matter is not being involved. How are we going to get their voices get involved? And how effective the policy itself, this strategy going to address the concern of these subject matters when they are not being themselves being consulted, or they are not being involved in arranging and organizing the strategy. The second part of that is the language which is there, the concept we use. When you say indigenous black people, you don't refer to African contemporary immigrants here, Caribbean and African. You are referring to Vanessa Richard. Those are the people you are referring to. People whose ancestors came here during the time of transatlantic slave trade or free slave trade in the United States of America. And when you say people of color, you are actually violating the same subject, calling them niggers. That it should be, the language should be strategized systematically and get these people. We always refer them in books, we see them in the newspapers, but we don't see them referenced in the report. So a strategy of that nature needs a consolidation of people of African descent. There is also United Nations International Decade for People of African Descent. So many cities, I was in, the mayor of Surrey invited me in February to go to address them on that. The city of Victoria mayor, he did that. The city of London, Ontario, he did that. The Ottawa, Toronto, they have implemented it, including Halifax, Ottawa. Why is Vancouver waiting for when he was actually incorporated by a black folks in the city? No, it's not a subject of having a strategy to negotiate together, but how can we sit together on the table? I met Jarrett in March, in February, and I told him I've been working with the Music BC, I've been working with the Factor Canada and the different music associations here to help to set up a music office. We advocated it even if they hired him.
I'm sorry, we're at the 3 minutes for
So we wanted to ensure that if that strategy is constructed, Mr. Jarrett said, yeah, we're going to meet. We organized the consultation. He was not there. If you look in the report...
I'm going to have to cut you there.
Down here. If you look into the report...
I'm sorry. We're over the time.
Thank you so much again. Yeah.
Thank you very much
Thanks
for coming
again.
in. Please send along any correspondence you might have. Okay, thank you. Paul Malango? Paul Malango. Thanks. Nancy Lee. Thanks very much for coming in. And 3 minutes whenever you feel like starting.
Thanks for having me here. My name is Nancy Lee. I'm an interdisciplinary artist. I'm a curator, music promoter, educator, music video director, and independent cultural producer in underground music communities in Vancouver. I'm a millennial, and I mostly engage with other millennials and other Gen Zs, aka the future of a city. I run a DIY music venue and a studio in Chinatown subsidized by daytime rentals and me and my roommate's own personal income. I've co-founded Current Feminist Electronic Art Symposium and Chapel Sound in Vancouver, both music initiatives working to support women, queer, trans, Black, Indigenous people of color through mentorship, educational, and performance opportunities. We also teach emerging cultural producers entrepreneurial skills like how to apply for grants, start their own small businesses, and build their own infrastructures in their communities. Many of our artists that we've worked with are internationally recognized, touring, putting out records, and running their own cultural initiatives in the city. We wouldn't have been able to run Current Symposium and Chapel Sound Workshop without the support from grants for the past 3 years. More than half of Vancouver's population is non-white, but we are the minority in the music industry. Most of my community music projects engages with this underrepresented majority, I should say. Black, Indigenous people of color who often engage with genres such as rap, R&B, dance music, which is the highest grossing genre in the global music economy. Stats don't lie. However, participation in the largest global economy has many barriers, such as inaccessible grants, venue laws, affordability, and lack of music infrastructures. We need support to continue running our mentorship programs for a more equitable music landscape so more women, queer folks, BIPOC, Vancouverites can participate in this global music economy. We need to support more non-traditional music venues because these are often the only spaces that are accessible for emerging artists, queer folks, and BIPOC artists. This is how we can incubate new Vancouver artists, event organizers, new music community leaders, and new genres that are coming from Vancouver. For the sake of our economic, social, and cultural future in Vancouver, it is crucial for the city to continue investing in our underrepresented majority by continuing low barrier and flexible granting initiatives such as the Vancouver Music Fund, perhaps increasing the current allocated amount of $300K, maybe doubling, tripling, quadrupling it. It is a good investment. And also, we need to implement the music recommendations that Jared and his team has mentioned earlier. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And no questions, but thanks very much for coming in today.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're on to Day Shields. Great. Hi.
My name is Day. I'm the executive director and founder of AfroVan Connect. So I'm here today representing AfroVan Connect. We're a young group, a collective of creatives that formed this summer, and we're here to give visibility to youth of African descent, empower them, create spaces for them to express themselves, and heal our community. So essentially, the program that we're working on is called Black Spaces. And in these Black Spaces, it's a place where they can learn skills, entrepreneurial skills, learn to harness their creativity, and be able to shine. These are a group of very vibrant young individuals, and they aren't given a voice. They aren't given a place to express themselves. It's impossible to find spaces, accessible spaces, for us to come and to be in community with one another. There's so much separation in the city, and so we've reached out to different members of the community, and they've embraced us, like Dee from The Pace. She's given us a space every Tuesday and Friday where we can come and create. And we've reached out to the Carnegie Community Center to do programming and connect with communities in the downtown East Side, the Heart of the City Festival, and just other spaces like that, 8 East. And we're looking for people who can give us mentorship. We've had a lot of approaches by members in the community, like Antonia from the Ethos Lab. She's come to support us. Roger from Calabash, a big supporter. Vanessa Richards, and just these amazing people in the community. And so we think that this cultural shift is super necessary and vital for us to continue to grow. And create a sustainable space where we can come and we can learn and collaborate and build. Yeah, thank you.
Great. Thanks very much. You do have a question from Councillor Wiebe. Please go ahead, Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, you talked about a lot of places giving you maybe a really inexpensive rental to, and that's something we're hearing a lot. So if there was a grant funding that would go to help pay for the rental so that those people that have really been helping create spaces would be able to get paid, because I know some of them, they give away a lot of free space because they're part of this music community. So is that a big cost for your organization, is the rental space? And if there was a grant that would go to the facility host, that would help?
Yeah, that would be huge. Because it's not just the space that they give to us; it's also the time that they invest. Dee calls it the invisible labor, where she is there helping. If we can't find certain things, she has to be in the space, and especially initially. Access to that space. So they have to have a staff that's there that we can't necessarily afford to pay for to open the space or to find like anything, speakers that we need to set up, that kind of thing. And so there's these people investing their time into it, and they're not getting paid for that. And so like some sort of operational grant or funding for that's giving societies like ours support would be super vital.
Thank you very much for coming.
Thanks very much for coming in. On to Kate Armstrong, please. Kate Armstrong, Amjo Hall, and then Rob Calder, and that will complete the speakers list. Great, thanks for coming in. Please go ahead.
Okay, thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Kate Armstrong. I'm an artist and a curator, and I've been living and working in Vancouver for almost 20 years. I'm here as a member of the External Advisory Committee to the Cultural Plan, but I'm also affiliated with other organizations, including my role of as director of Living Labs at Emily Carr University of Art and Design, as vice chair of the board of BC Artscape, and as a trustee of the Vancouver Art Gallery. I've been involved with Artist Run Culture for many years, having also served on the board of directors at the Western Front and on the board of the New Forms Media Art Society that runs the New Form Festival. I just wanted to take a moment today to express my complete support for the staff recommendations regarding the culture plan. I've been involved in the External Advisory Committee for almost 2 years, working alongside a large, diverse, and highly engaged group of others from the cultural sector, a lot of whom we've heard from today. I've been extremely impressed by the staff in cultural services and their ability to capture and synthesize a vast amount of information and feedback from residents of Vancouver and stakeholders in the cultural sector as a whole. I was impressed by the initiative to award $100,000 to individual and community-led groups, particularly those wanting to create further ways to engage underrepresented groups in the cultural planning. So I thought that was a terrific piece of work that the staff did. The amount of consultation, research, and dialogue that's gone into making this plan is itself, I think, a major achievement. The plan includes ambitious interventions, as we've spoken a lot about in terms of the boldness of this vision, a lot of ambitious interventions that are critically important to this vibrant but vulnerable sector at this moment in the city's history. So I'm inspired by the plan's ambitious scope and its potential to enrich our city, and I hope to see this plan implemented as submitted. Thank you so much for giving me the chance to endorse this.
Thank you very much for coming in. Amjo Hall next. Okay, great. So we have Rob Calder.
Okay, I'll try to be really short so I'm going to get some lunch. Thank you, Mayor Stewart and councillors here present for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the music industry here in Vancouver. My name is Rob Calder. I've been on the Vancouver Music City Steering Committee since its inception about 3 years ago. I've also been an entrepreneur in the music industry since starting my career as a musician, then transitioning to owning an indie record label, starting both Secret Study Projects as a creative director and DBC Media, a digital hub that includes Do 604 and Victoria's Do 250, surfacing the best of art, music, and entertainment that our region has to offer. I've also had the amazing opportunity to serve on the board of Music Heals, as well as help produce events and programs for the Vancouver Adapted Music Society. One of the most rewarding and revealing projects of my career has been co-authoring the recent Vancouver Music Ecosystem Study that has formed some of the basis for the report that you have heard here today. I've also firsthand experienced the galvanization of our music community through the buy-in of a variety of different stakeholders that previously have remained disparate and siloed. We've seen the federal government increase the Canada Music Fund by $15 million, as well as the provincial government renewal of the Amplify Fund at $7.5 million. But the most important thing is locally, I've seen a renaissance in collaboration between local industry stakeholders, not-for-profit organizations, and especially musicians as a result of this investment and the work that you now see in this report. This report is not the result of one study or the zany ideas of a bunch of music lovers, but it's a carefully researched and compared document that takes into consideration the unique identity of Vancouver, as well as serious recommendations and practice policies from countless jurisdictions around the globe, including London, Toronto, Austin, Amsterdam, and Sydney. This is also not a report that only serves the economic interests of a few companies. It addresses the economic benefits of close to $700 million a year in industry, but it also addresses the need for intelligent, thoughtful, inclusive social policy to increase the well-being of not just musicians, but of their fans, and ultimately the citizens and visitors to the entire Metro Vancouver region. Music is a headliner in our lives, but it's also an opening act. It sometimes plays loudly in our days, and at other times is in the background of our weeks. But inevitably, it is always on. It's in our schools, it's in the streets, it's in our restaurants, it's on our stages, in our studios, and especially in our memories and our hearts. As you guys tirelessly tackle the challenging issues like reconciliation, the fentanyl crisis, affordability in our communities, we must also fight for the melodies and rhythms that give us the strength and purpose to continue to work hard every day. I urge you to seriously consider the recommendations on all of these reports you have heard today and help Vancouver to become a leader in its approach to a viable, diverse, and progressive cultural ecosystem. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. I have a question from Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks. That was a great report that you authored. My question is, in this report, there's a suggestion that that Vancouver promote music tourism. Mm-hmm. What are your thoughts about how that gets accomplished? Who should be engaged in that?
I mean, I think we have some pretty dynamic tourism boards, and both provincially and locally. We took a little bit of interest in the sports hosting model as well, which actively goes out internationally to look at larger scale, music events and activations. We're also very active. We took 25 local industry delegates down to Seattle about a month ago and worked with the Seattle Film and Music Commission, the King County Cultural Department, Music Portland. So we're looking at a Pacific Northwest ecosystem that we think could not only draw B2B activity, but especially just move audiences and move people around and actively promote between, say, Victoria, Vancouver, Seattle, and Portland. I think we should also not forget the fact that we actually already have a large movement of people from the region and destination music travel. So we have something to build on. We're also an internationally known hub for the beginning of major tours and end of major tours. And we have an amazing, highly professional and production industry here, not just in film, but also in music. So we have the basis for it. I think there's more to be done in music tourism. But it's one thing we'd like to look at is that sort of private-public partnership with the sports hosting model. A music hosting model or a music development office is something that we really want to take a look at.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's it for questions. I do constantly have Girl from Ipanema in my head, so that kind of keeps me calm through the day. So you're right, music is always a background. Okay, thanks. That's it for questions. And so what I'd like to ask council to do now, and speakers, is that we refer this tomorrow to unfinished business, so we can ask questions to staff. And I've kept a list of who kind of signed up to ask questions. We can go back in the right order, and then we'd have decisions. So can I have a motion to refer it till tomorrow? Councillor Kirby-Young, thank you. Councillor Fry, seconded. All in favor of that? Great, thank you very much. So this is referred to tomorrow for unfinished business. When we come back, again, we're going in camera from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. Then we're going to come back at 2 p.m. and then we'll have the staff presentation on the special events policy framework, followed by speakers. And then if we have time before 5, we'd get into the questions to staff and the debate and decision around that policy. So yes, okay, Councillor Carr?
Procedure. My question here is, I have prepared questions in written form. I'm happy to email them to staff.
Awesome.
So they can prepare for tomorrow. Who to? Great.
Up to city manager. Okay, and encourage that, of course, from any councillors who'd like to send in questions. Do you have a question, Councillor Boyle?
Point of procedure. I'm just curious, assuming we're not going to get through the whole agenda today, there are a few motions we're referring to speakers and other motions we need to give notice on for the next meeting. Can you just give us a sense of where that bulky next section of the agenda goes?
Right. Any decisions that have to be made today, we'll make sure we have time that those decisions are made today. Otherwise, we'll just move the rest over to tomorrow. So we're kind of working with the clerks here, and we're trying to adjust as we go along. But so far, we're chugging along pretty well. So okay. But thanks for that. Any other questions? Councillor Dominato?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just with respect to in camera, I gather it's only an hour today. Do we have provisions in the event that we don't have time to carry on? Would that be continued tomorrow
Yes.
or at a reserve date?
In camera will be continued tomorrow if we don't finish it today.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Anybody else? Great. Okay, so we're going to break for lunch now, and we'll see you in camera at 1 o'clock, back here in council chambers at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon. We are back, and we are going to be starting with item 2, Special Events Policy Framework. Our second report reference today is actually I should just go through the plan. And I understand that we are going to be hearing from speakers at 3 p.m. today on other motions. I just one moment to confer with the clerk on that. My apologies. We will be hearing speakers on this motion right after the report and questions to staff, unless there's a motion to waive those questions until after we hear from speakers. So our second report reference today is the Special Events Policy Framework. We have Margaret Witkins, Director of Public Space and Street Use, and Jeff Tioli, Branch Manager, Film and Special Events, here to present. Also, just before you do, I should mention, Council, we're having a major outage, and right now there is an issue with our internet, and the service is being provided. I do want to let you all know that this presentation will be up as soon as that's back up, and the estimate's about an hour for that. But again, that's one of the reasons that it's great that you can always tune in, not only live streaming us, but look at recordings afterwards. So just wanted to let you all know in case there were any questions or concerns about that. Ms. Witkins.
Great, thank you. So just to clarify, Council has, does Council have reference to the slides provided, or just a verbal?
Yes. Okay. The slides will be up for us. They just won't be live streamed for those who are watching from home.
Great. I was wanting to understand how creative I would need to get here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Margaret Witkins, Director of Public Space and Street Use within Engineering Services, and really pleased to be here today to present the Special Event Policy Framework. I'm joined by Jeff Tioli and Kara Fisher from the Film and Special Events branch, as well as a number of other staff who contributed to this work. Ian Upton, Ken Athens from VPD, Octavia Silva is here from the Park Board. We have Bronislav and Meta from Cultural Services, who you heard from this morning, as well as Michelle and Tanya from Sport Hosting. I wanted to thank them for their contribution to this work, as well as a number of other stakeholders who participated as part of this process. So I will quickly touch on some of the background and public engagement findings and then hand it off to Jeff to review the analysis as well as directions and recommendations. The work that we're presenting here today really addresses council direction to staff since December 2016 to look at how the city supports special events. We've long recognized the important role that special events play as part of a vibrant and diverse city. However, we also know that there are practices and procedures that unintentionally may pose barriers to special events in our city. And so the work before us was to present, to develop a special event policy framework, which included looking at the financial supports the city provides for events, really focusing on outdoor free public events on streets, sidewalks, and public plazas. We were quite fortunate that we were able to conduct this work concurrently with the work that we heard this morning on culture shift. And that allowed us to make sure that the findings of this work really aligned with the renewed cultural framework that we heard of this morning. And, you know, at a bottom line, the recommendations today will increase access and affordability of arts and culture. They will move towards a more equitable investment in special events, as well as enhance collaboration and capacity building, all of which align to some of the key directions we heard of already today. We know that special events are essential to supporting the city's diverse populations, cultural vibrancy, as well as overall livability. It contributes towards opportunities for social interaction and connection that are increasingly important as we live in a more dense city. Special events provide opportunities for people to get outside and live actively. And we know that there are millions of people who participate in free events each year. So our stats aren't, our data isn't perfect, but our best understanding is that roughly 10 million people participate in free events annually. We know that they draw locals and visitors to new places within the city. This supports our local economy and also supports tourism. And it also draws out literally the thousands of volunteers that's required to put on events, providing opportunities to build community and solidify a sense of civic pride and identity. Public events happen in many places: streets, lanes, plazas, parks, private property, and just wanted to highlight that the focus of the recommendations today really is on those events that happen on street right-of-way, such as streets, lanes, sidewalks, as well as plazas. For that scope, there are over 600 special events annually spread across the city: festivals, community celebrations, block parties, parades, sport and recreation. The diversity of events that we see in the city is really tremendous. And we've also heard that there is an appetite to both support the events that already exist, as well as to see even more of these types of free activities and events. And this is particularly important to note in light of some of the findings we heard this morning that identified ticket price as one of the largest barriers for cultural audiences in Vancouver. Yet in spite of all of these benefits, we know that there are also challenges. We know that there are elements of the event process that could be improved. For example, unnecessary polling requirements when there is a block party that happens one year after the next. We've historically had more of a one-size-fits-all application process that doesn't necessarily reflect the diversity of events that I showed on the prior slides. And quite importantly, we also know that rising city services costs has had a significant impact on events, particularly large events. So this is something that we've heard from event organizers. It's something that we've certainly seen in the media, and it's also reflected in our own data. Some quotes from the media are shown on screen. So with that as background, we undertook engagement as part of this initiative. We spoke to a number of parties interested in special events in the city. So that included the general public, block party organizers, community groups, nonprofit organizations, event producers, as well as local businesses. And we tried to ensure that there was a kind of a diversity in the formats with which we reached people. So that included surveys, open houses, workshops, direct meetings, etc. And what we heard really solidified the recommendations that you'll hear from us today. The key themes were rising event costs are having a major impact on events, a desire to see increased financial support, a desire to see the event planning and application process made easier, an interest in understanding the opportunities to expand the Green Event Program, a priority around having timelines and cost estimates that are communicated early and accurately. And then also a key theme around the need to plan for large event space in the city. So knowing that the city is developing some opportunities for hosting large events are challenged through that process. And if we want to continue to host large events in the city, we need to plan ahead. And so this is the feedback that really became the foundation that we took forward as part of the recommendations. I'll now hand it over to Jeff Tioli to walk through the analysis and directions.
Thank you, Margaret. Okay, so I have the task of explaining to you the analysis we did on the finance for events. So I'm going to jump right into it. Before we get into the details, just to kind of paint a picture of what goes into planning an event and all the costs that go into that, we wanted to really understand the pressures that are on event organizers. And so events have a number of costs that go into the production of them, whether that's programming or the production, the creative decisions that are made by the event organizers contribute to a large amount of the cost of an event. There's also, of course, the city services costs that go into events, and those are the services that we can provide, and in most cases exclusively provided by the City of Vancouver. Along with those costs, there's also supports available. We wanted to look at those supports. We heard a lot this morning about cultural grants and supports for that towards programming. And so for this policy, we're looking more at the supports through the offsets that are provided to organizers to are related to the city services. To put that in context of a typical multi-block street festival, we put some numbers on the screen here that have an example of a street festival that would have a $300,000 event production budget. And on average, what we've seen is that for the major street festivals, about 15 to 30% of their budget goes towards the event services provided by the City of Vancouver. In this example, about $50,000. And the corresponding financial supports that are available to the event organizers in this scenario would be a cultural grant as well as a city service offset. The current offsets are set at $2,000 for all events. So as Margaret mentioned, the focus of today is really going to be on the public events. It's also going to be on the city services that we provide and how we can help support the event organizers through that and through the offsets we offer. So we took a look at all of the events in 2018, and the events that were invoiced. There was 370 events that received an invoice from the City of Vancouver for our services in 2018 for a total value of $1.66 million in services that were provided. And that's split up roughly about 60-40 between services provided by the Vancouver Police Department and by engineering operations services. There's a wide range of services that we provide to event organizers, and they're generally grouped into two categories. Event operations, these are the things that are related to the site that's selected by the event organizers, the scale and scope of the event, and the attendance of the event. And generally these are things that are the event organizers control and are related to how they want their event to unfold. They're often also from the perimeter of the event inwards. The second category of expenses related to public safety. And in this definition of public safety, what we're talking about here are the category of event expenses that are more related to what happens from the perimeter outwards. The decisions that are often made on by a VPD or risk assessments on potential risk coming into the site. And risks that can happen from the perimeter all the way out to blocks away, even as far away as SkyTrain stations. So those are a number of kind of the public safety expenses that are incurred. And generally speaking, those are related to the major public events. There's about a dozen or so of them. Overall, about 85% of the service we provide to event organizers is towards the operational components of the events, and about 15% of the value of the service we provide is related to the public safety expenses. Okay, so with that kind of understanding of where the event expenses are and what the categories are, we wanted to take a look at the city offset strategy. So we looked at the current state, and the current state for our offsets, as I mentioned earlier, there's a flat rate offset that's available to event organizers of $2,000. That's currently a slight increase from the $1,000 that it was up until a year and a half ago. This temporary offset was increased just to help out event organizers while we worked on this policy. It does expire in March of next year, so we want to have this new policy in place by then. So all event organizers that qualify can get up to $2,000 off of their invoice for city services. In addition to all of those events, there's 3 civic parades that have a different offset strategy. Those civic parades are the Chinatown Spring Festival, the Vaisakhi Parade, and the Pride Parade. Each one of those parades receives up to 75% as an offset towards their city costs, and they're capped at $30,000 for both the Chinatown and the Vaisakhi Parade, and $50,000 for the Pride Parade. As a note, all those parades in 2018 or 19 have hit that or surpassed that cap, so now we're in a situation where anything new in addition to that, they're having to pay 100% of. The total impact of the offsets for the current strategy cost in 2018 about $334,000. So that was costs that were borne by the City of Vancouver, and it roughly equated to about 20% of the services provided. So how's that working out? This strategy for the flat rate offset was something we really did focus on in our engagement process. And we found that it's working out very well for the smaller events, the events that don't incur a lot of city cost. It covers a good majority of what they incur and really helps them out a lot. And so we'll have some recommendations. Basically, we're not trying to change that. However, we also discovered that for a number of other events, it wasn't working as well. And particularly, these are the very large, iconic events. Some of them are referred to as destination events, but they're the big festivals and events that have, for example, we gave earlier, hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of expenses to put on their event. So in those examples, the $2,000 offset was beneficial, but certainly didn't have the impact that it did for the smaller events. We also took a look at what some other cities were doing around North America. This was done in a research project that we collaborated with Cultural Services on. And we discovered that a number of other cities in North America are providing levels of support for special events that was greater than the 20% average that we're at right now. Seattle, Calgary, New York, for example, are all kind of in that range between 80 to 100% of their support for the free public events. So with all of that in mind and all that analysis in mind, we took a look at what are some of the recommendations. So I'm going to go through the recommendations and directions, not only related to finance, but also related to a number of the items that Margaret mentioned before. Starting with what we heard first, which is about process and operations. And a couple of really great things I'm really happy to tell Council today is that one of the concerns we heard about the application process was that event organizers, especially the annual events, were having to repeatedly reapply for events and re-enter all the information into the system. As of between January to February of this year, we're expected to launch a new IT system that will allow event organizers to be able to basically duplicate their event application. That'll be one of many improvements that we'll see through our online portal coming in the new year. We're also working towards creating an event and permitting handbook. This handbook is going to be designed to be a comprehensive look at what it takes to permit an event in the City of Vancouver and demystify that process. And within that handbook, we're going to have a couple really key and important pieces of information to help everybody understand the process. Event planning timelines will be communicated more clearly and transparently in two streams. One is, as we heard from event organizers, is a lot of confusion about what the process is, what type of information the city needs, and when they need to submit it. Corresponding to that is the information that the city would give back to the event organizers. So when they apply, how quickly will we respond? When they give a traffic management plan, how quickly can we estimate the costs? This is really a symbiotic relationship and a kind of a critical path from when an event application goes in to when the event is conducted and ultimately when the invoice comes out. So we really wanted to be clear about that relationship and ensure that we were able to communicate to event organizers what we would need and what they would get back from us in order to be able to successfully put on that event and provide them with the cost estimates. And that, again, is the last bullet point, is this is all kind of working towards what I would see as a success for this, is that essentially event organizers and our staff could come to the same conclusions if they were estimating what an event would cost just by reading this handbook. In the area of financial support, which I think is a big item for this policy, we have two main recommendations. The first recommendation is the City of Vancouver bear 100% of the costs related to major public event safety. So that's that grouping of costs that we talked about earlier. The perimeter out type of costs, the heavy vehicle barriers, the enhanced policing and sanitation measures, all would be borne by the City of Vancouver by 100%. The second piece of that is to switch from the flat rate offset strategy we have right now to a proportional strategy of 75%. This would be the same as what currently the civic parades get and put us more in line with some of the peer cities that we looked at. And that would be over and above a $1,000 baseline, and that would provide support to pretty well all types of events and give them that sense of security and ability to grow their events sustainably, no matter where they were in their life cycle of their event or what type of event they were, from the small community events right up to the large destination events. In relation to working with the stakeholders that expressed desires to learn more about the process and what goes into planning and events for capacity, we are recommending 4 workshops be created and starting to deliver them in 2020 on public safety planning, traffic management planning, on sustainable event planning, and on event permitting 101. We've heard a lot today about public space and the need for public space for events. We have heard that as well through our process, and in particular relation to the ability to have a large event space for free public outdoor events. Our recommendation here is that there's a fantastic opportunity within the city planning project to look at the special events and special event space within the broader context of city plan. And we've heard a lot about the pressures that are on event space now. We do want to acknowledge as well that we have some new event space planned in the future at Northeast Falls Creek, which is wonderful. There's been a lot of thought put into that, and we kind of look forward to that kind of thought being going into other developments and other planning in the city. This next piece is a piece that I'm really excited about, and this is the connection of the new offset strategy to green event power plans. So with our proposal, we are proposing to offer a lot of financial support to event organizers. And in return for that, we're hoping that event organizers can support the city in one of our really important goals around sustainability and the climate emergency report. And what we're going to be asking from event organizers is to qualify for the additional offset, the over $1,000, 75% offset, is that they work with us on reducing the reliance on fossil fuel generators. Over the next 5 years, we'd like to see that reliance drop by 50%. I would say that my observations of the event industry in the short time that I've been with the City of Vancouver have been is that they are doing really well in this area already. There's a couple areas that we can provide some additional support in it, but we are seeing the event sector already moving in this direction, and so by doing this, I think we are just kind of aligning our objectives. So that's a really kind of important piece and exciting piece of this recommendation. The other thing we looked at is new opportunities to increase revenue into the city that can be used towards sponsoring free public events. And we looked at donations and sponsorships and opportunities to raise money that way. We have been able to determine that the city currently is able to accept unsolicited donations. So to help along with that, we're redesigning our website as part of an RT upgrade project this fall. And we will have on that website some guidelines and an ability for anyone that's interested in making a donation or a sponsorship to be able to contact us directly, and we can navigate them through that process. We're also really excited about the opportunity to use the new sponsorship policy in relation to some of the city assets that we have in event spaces. There are a number of city pieces of equipment and vehicles that go into event spaces, and so we want to look at opportunities to use those to possibly create sponsorship opportunities. This next slide is verbatim out of the recommendations that are in the report you received, and I only want to highlight a couple points in here. The financial implications and the timeline for this policy. So the financial implications for the two budget items that we recommended, the public safety and the new offset strategy, is a combined total of $730,000 that we'd be looking for. And the timeline for this is we would like these new offsets to be in place by January 1st of 2020. So we'd be having a rapid process between now and January to fine-tune the policy and get everything in place so we can start offering this to event organizers in the new year. And so what's going to happen after today? As I just mentioned, fine-tuning the policy and getting that in place by the new year will be one of our top priorities. There's also an event pilot and policy project going on that's specifically related to commercial and corporate private events. That's underway right now through a pilot project, and there's an expectation that we'll be able to report back to council in summer of 2020 on recommendations related to those type of events and what the city policy should be. We are and have been working with the Parks Board throughout this process, and we'll continue to work with them to align on their policy, which is a project that they're on as well. Some of the items that were already in progress is to create a single portal for event organizers that can apply for events. That would be a City of Vancouver portal that then would redirect their event applications to the appropriate department within the city. And then in the new year, we would start delivering the workshops that we'd mentioned, those four workshops. And that's it.
Thanks very much. So now we would be on to questions of council, and then we would hear questions from council to staff, and then we would hear from speakers. I see that there are two people on the queue. Councillor Carr. Oh, sorry, just a moment. There you go.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Actually, my question is a procedural one, and I'm just wondering if we can hold questions as councillors till after we hear from speakers, and enabling us to ensure we hear from speakers before we end the day.
You could move a motion.
I will move a motion to that effect.
Is there a seconder? Okay. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. Then we will move directly on to speakers. And the first speaker that we have, thank you to staff, and I know that there are questions for council members on the queue to ask you questions after we hear from speakers. First speaker is from a public body representative, is Susan Tatouche, Chair, Metro Vancouver Aboriginal Executive Council. And just one moment. And you will have 3 minutes to speak. There's a timer just to your right, and I will begin your timer now.
Thank you for this time to speak in favor of the Special Events Policy Framework. As a co-chair for the Metro Vancouver Aboriginal Executive Council, and also in my role as the Executive Director of the Vancouver Aboriginal Friendship Centre Society, we wish to describe the need for adequate support for special events such as the National Indigenous Day, which my agency has hosted for the last 10 years. Special events offer the City of Vancouver many opportunities to reach across different populations and enhance the vibrant community that Vancouver is. These events take significant time and efforts, however. Almost immediately after National Indigenous Day is held, we must begin planning for the next year's event. Fundraising is critical to this event, which draws thousands of people to Trout Lake each year. The Special Events Policy Framework would offer agencies like Metro Vancouver Aboriginal Executive Council, who hope to assume planning for National Indigenous Day, with one source of funds that will make the event successful and pleasurable. There are many steps that go into planning these events: securing the venue, permits, security, rentals for furniture, etc. This cannot be done without human resources. Even with large numbers of volunteers, paid staff are needed to maintain the momentum of hosting this event. The funding opportunities recommended in the policy framework are very much needed and welcomed. As the City of Reconciliation, we encourage you to approve the policy recommendations and begin the process for community groups to submit applications. National Indigenous Day is just one example of how Indigenous and non-Indigenous people come together to celebrate. Events like this one and others, such as Orange Shirt Day, provide many meaningful opportunities to come together, reduce barriers, and increase awareness of the unique histories Indigenous peoples have. These events, while having serious tones to them, can also be fun ways of connecting through music, dance, and food. Our pancake breakfast that starts off National Indigenous Day is a good example of this. Speaking from experience of planning National Indigenous Day for a number of years, I can assure you that while it is important, it does not come at a price. One agency should not be left to carry this financial and human resource burden alone. As we transition this over to Metro Vancouver Aboriginal Executive Council, a new source of funding will ensure the event continues to share the vibrant Indigenous cultures that call Vancouver home.
Thanks.
With our allies and others willing to learn about Indigenous peoples.
Thank
you for the time.
Thank you very much. And I don't see any questions. Oh, now I do. Spoke too soon. Councillor Carr, questions for the speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Tatouche, and for all the work that you do. So I'm just confirming that you are supportive of this, and in the different recommendations that are contained in this report, there are advantages to you as an organization, or the MVAC as an organization to host the events that you do. This is going to be positive for you.
Absolutely. They are made up of 23 urban organizations. That would mean that we would immediately have 23 urban organizations assisting with the day.
Oh, that's fantastic. It is a great day. The Trout Lake events are fantastic, so thank you.
Thanks very much, and that's all the questions for you. The next speaker is Jane McFadden, Executive Director, Kitsilano BIA and Catsilano. Ms. McFadden, you'll have 3 minutes. The timer's just to your right, and I'll start your timer now.
Thank you. And I just first want to thank city staff, Margaret and Kara, and sorry, see, I draw a blank. I'm sorry, Jeff. Thank you for the report. I know I met with you individually 4 times and then within groups, so you did a great job with this report. And thank you for bringing it forward to council. I'm here in support of the report. As you guys know, there's 22 BIAs, and we represent over 150 of the events in the city. And I know that you guys attend them often on the weekends. Many of you came to Catalano this year. I think, Councillor Fry, you did a selfie with the 40,000 people behind you. So thank you for supporting them. We would like to see the City of Vancouver support and aid financially in order for us to sustain these events. Specifically, Catalano is, I was exactly the average slide that Jeff had up there, $300,000 to put on the event, just over. Our city bill runs us around $46,000. I haven't received the bill for this year's event, but I expect it to be slightly more, maybe significantly more. It's one of those bills that we don't get a quote on in advance. It's very hard to budget for. It's not something that my board of directors is comfortable with, but we have moved forward with it every year. I don't know that we will, because as originally it was $20,000, now it's up to $50,000, and we don't know where that's going to go. So this would help significantly if we could reduce the bill from the City of Vancouver, and instead of being our largest bill that we receive of the $300,000 budget, be our biggest supporter is what I would like to see. And I know that the other BIAs would like to see the same. We do have 47 sponsors that we rely on, and the sponsorship work is a large task to go and get the funding for. And of course, we would continue to do that, but it would be nice to know that the city has our back and is supporting our event. So thank you.
And I don't see any questions for you.
Thanks.
Thanks. Next speaker is John Donnelly, Director of MRG Events. Mr. Donnelly, you have 3 minutes to speak to council. The timer's just to your right, and I'll start it now.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, councillors. My name is John Donnelly. I've been an event producer here in Vancouver for 30 years. And this year I'm producing 10 festivals, most of which are large community events taking place in communities throughout the region. I have a street festival coming up this week. I'm also the producer of Catalano, so I work with Jane. But this week coming up, we have the Westward Music Festival, which is a brand new event taking place in Yaletown on Mainland Street. So we're pleased to launch it. I have looked and done a number of reports for the City of Vancouver. I did the 2010 demand analysis, looking at the Northeast Falls Creek. I just completed the Peony Amphitheater report. So in those reports, I looked very closely at all the public spaces, parks and plazas that are available to us. And we have recognized over the last 10 years that we do have a serious shortage of event spaces that will work for large events. We also have just come up with the Parks Board issuing a moratorium and not allowing any new events to take place in parks for the next period. So really what's left to us is these public plazas and streets. So I'm here actually to speak in support of the policy work, and I do want to thank the staff for the work that they've done. I think there's a couple things still missing in that report. One is that it really focuses on free events, but there's so many costs to actually stage an event, and it's very hard to get sponsorship. It's not as easy as it used to be. There's more demand on sponsorship. So occasionally for certain events, you need to actually be able to charge a cover charge. So this event I have coming up this week, the Westward Music Festival, we applied to have a cover charge in the certain area at 900 Block Hamilton, and it was denied. They said the city has a policy that says you can't close a street and charge admission, or you can't close a park and charge admission. And I think that should actually be looked at as you develop the new policy, because this can help cover the costs. It can allow you to present a better talent budget, to have more funding for your programming. So we used to be able to charge it. I was the first producer of the Pride Street Party on Davie Street. And when we did that, we closed parts of Davie Street and then we charged a $15 admission. And people got a wristband and they could flow from zone to zone. Or I also did the Juno Fest Street Party on Granville Street. The same thing. We put up big tents, but we had great stages. And so we charged a $20 cover charge for people to get in the tent and enjoy that. Also, the Plaza of Nations was another great example. I recognize it's private property, but it's still a space where you could enclose it, host an event, and then have a ticket price that could range from free for some events to $10 for community events to higher prices. So I think it's important that you look at this as an exception. I think if you have this hard, firm policy that says, no, you cannot charge an admission for an event to take place on a plaza, it's going to actually make it very difficult for us to actually be able to fund these events. One other example is that I just came to the city. Am I over? Okay.
Hi, thanks for coming. I have a couple questions, and maybe I'll just let you finish your other point, and that was really around the difficulty in doing some of those events and charging nominal fees. So do you have a suggestion for what you would like to see specifically in the report? And I assume you're talking about not large-scale, high-ticket events, but nominal level costs?
I think the suggestion is to not say that it has to be absolutely a free event. I think they need to look at each event individually, and if it makes sense for that event to have a cover charge or have a ticket price, then I think that's an important element to be able to include in the policy as we build the event planning and you're looking at how to fund the different costs. It's important to not just rely on sponsors or rely on the city, but actually have the attendee be able to contribute.
Had you given any thought to something where it's a net neutral event, like it's not a revenue generating event, but it's cost recovery, for example? Like, because the challenge in policies or in not defining them in the city is how if they're applied equally to people, and that can create a bit of a issue for.
Well, cost recovery is sort of the name of the game, trying to build a plan for the event and be able to do it. So you have to be able to recover the cost from multiple sources. It's best if events are run entrepreneurially because you can generate revenue through food and beverage, through vendors, through commissions, through sponsorship. It shouldn't all rely on grants and corporate sponsors.
Okay. Follow-up question. I want to touch on the notion of it was referenced in the report, the need for dedicated event space, and I certainly heard about this all the time when I was on the park board and the increasing demand that we saw in parks because we simply outside of parks don't have those large spaces to host events, and then you see them either not happening or moving to other municipalities or what the case is. So do you see a challenge that we're not prioritizing those? So I use the Northeast Falls Creek example. There's a lot of discussion around the different designs for that park, for example, that it not being large enough or taking advantage of the amphitheater. I know you said you worked on the P&E project, and I don't want to preempt that one. So I guess the question is, does the city need to place more priority on that? And the second part of the question is, if you had something like a redeveloped P&E amphitheater, do you think that would serve the needs, or do we need to have things in different areas of the city?
I think we need to be able to identify 2 or 3 spaces that work. So the P&E Amphitheater is a great example of something that could serve a lot of needs. So I'm, pleased that they've received support so far and hoping that can move to the next level. I think the Art Gallery Plaza is another space that's right there that won't negatively impact neighbors. And but the challenge that we had there, we tried to bring an event there and it was denied because we wanted to charge an admission to bring a Van Gogh Alive art show to that venue, and we were told, sorry, you can't do it if you're going to charge an admission. So I think that we need to be able to find spaces where you can design the event plan that suits the event. So if it needs a cover charge, it should be able to do that and have the flexibility to do that in a public plaza.
Okay, and just quick clarification, were you told that you couldn't charge and have the event there at all, or you couldn't charge and still qualify for some of the city funding support?
No, we were told that if you had the event in the plaza, you can't charge admission.
In the public space,
in a
regardless
public
of whether or not you would
a
apply
street
for...
or a public plaza or a road. Right now, if you close it and charge admission, it's not approvable. So it was denied. So I think that's a piece of the policy that we'd love you to look at more closely and allow each event to be designed properly so that it can have the flexibility to charge a ticket charge if that's the best case for that event. When you're using a public space, people can get around. You're not closing the entire section. So there's ways to design it.
Sorry, that's the time. We have to stay within the time there. But Councillor Dominato has questions for you as well. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Donnelly, for being here. I just wanted to follow up just on the conversation around what's being proposed here is obviously an increase to our budget to offset events, and obviously very valuable to our communities. I suspect many people here will be speaking in support of it today, but just curious, have you looked at other models or worked in other jurisdictions where they do have offsets? Is this reasonable? Is this in line with other jurisdictions? I know our staff did look at that, but I'm just curious from your experience, because we're always getting asked, okay, there's one, we're raising property taxes. How are we covering all these costs? So I'm just curious if you could speak to that a little bit.
I do a lot of work actually in the other jurisdictions, right in Metro Vancouver. So, for example, in the city of North Vancouver, they still provide policing, but they don't bring us the bill. So the city does actually cover a lot of those city costs. So we've been successful, though, in working with the city and designing the event with city support, and then they do cover those costs as part of it. So the city of Surrey as well, I do Fusion Festival, Canada Day, their tree lighting festival. They don't bring the bills to us. The city actually covers the cost of the policing at those events. The other thing too is things like the heavy barriers. We're allowed to actually do those ourselves. They don't force us to take a big dump truck with paid staff that have to sit there. They'll allow us to use our trucks and our barricades. So I think there's a way to even do things like the policing, the heavy barricades, without having to incur big costs for the city. We could just move a concrete barrier in the place and put a welcome to the festival sign on it, and all of a sudden it's a benefit to the event instead of a barrier. So we'd like to be able to look at that as well and see if we can contribute to that conversation and find more effective ways to do some of these things.
Thanks for that, and I know we have our staff in the room, so I'm sure they'll take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have a question myself, and that's regarding sponsors and donors and looking at sponsors. I had actually put forward a motion previous term and understand that it's addressed here, but looking at how I understand there's competition for different donors in the city of Vancouver, but do you think that that's on maybe more of a local level, or would you say that perhaps there are donors that are multinational companies that we see come with sporting events that just don't have time to do that due diligence in Vancouver to say, these are the local events I'd like to support, paid, or whether or not they have a ticket price or they could be further subsidized? Do you think that there's a possibility that we're missing out on that by not sort of looking at having the city of Vancouver consider that?
Well, sponsorship has got to be a two-way street. If a sponsor is going to contribute to the event, you have to be able to give something back to them. So the city's plan of having anonymous donations, that's an interesting approach because there's no requirement to give anything back to that donor. But sponsorship is critical in the event business now as we're moving forward, especially as the costs go up. You want to try, in many cases they have to be free, or we're doing free events, so you're relying completely on sponsorship or on the entrepreneurial acumen of being able to produce an event and generate the revenue by forecasting food and beverage, vendorship, sponsors, donors, grants, putting all these pieces together to make it pay. To answer your question, I think sponsorship is best served by the event organizer who on a direct level can make a promise to a sponsor, say, if you can contribute $25,000 to the event, this is what you get in return, and then following through by delivering value.
I appreciate that. I was wondering if you thought that there was a level of sponsorship that maybe our local event organizers aren't able to tap into, or at least not equally, because they're perhaps multinational companies that come with sporting competitions and otherwise wouldn't have that opportunity to engage with local event sponsors, but then those event organizers, and those event organizers could then draw on a fund from the city of Vancouver.
Yeah. It's such a people thing. It's connecting with the sponsor means you have to get to know them and they have to know you and trust you. It's so you have to get to know people. So the city of Vancouver could perhaps host a sponsorship forum or opportunities where we could bring other businesses in to see the events and create connections like that. But I think it's still all really done on a one-to-one basis where you meet somebody, you're able to make a deal with them and then deliver what you promise. So meeting international brands is it's hard to do when you're a local organizer and you're trying to find out who do I talk to at, American Express in New York City, you know. So it's a tough game, sponsorship.
Thank you. That's my time. And there aren't any other questions for you
Thank you.
at this time. The next speaker is Jane Talbot, Vice President of the Downtown Vancouver BIA. Ms. Talbot, you have 3 minutes. Timer's to your right, and I will start it now.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Jane Talbot, and I'm the Vice President of the Downtown Vancouver Business Improvement Association. At the DVBIA, we support public events through sponsorship funding, and this year, at the end of this year, we will have dispersed $246,000 to over 30 events in the downtown district. We also organize and host our own events, such as summer movie nights at the Shiglanik Hoodlunk Square, also known as the North Plaza of the Vancouver Art Gallery. Over the past few years, we have witnessed how rising operational and safety costs have put immense pressure on event organizers. As the staff report notes, most events experienced a 25 to 30% increase between 2015 and 2018. This has caused some festivals to scale back or cancel altogether, despite their popularity. The Facade Festival and New Year's Eve are two examples of fantastic events that struggled or have struggled to meet costs. As recognized in the staff report, Vancouver currently falls below the benchmark for event subsidies. On behalf of the DVBIA and our festival partners, I would like to express our thanks to Council and City staff for acknowledging and addressing this problem. The recommendations put forth in the Special Events Policy Framework will bring Vancouver's policies more in line with other cities such as Seattle, New York, and Calgary. The recommended funding of $730,000 will significantly help shoulder the burden of public safety and city operational costs for events. This will create opportunities for event organizers to focus their time and funds on enhancing their programs and creating better public experiences. It will also help open the door for new festivals and events. For these reasons, we ask that you approve the budget allocation for special events. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And I don't see any questions for you. Next speaker is Stephen Reagan, Executive Director, West End BIA. Mr. Reagan, you've been here before. You're not a stranger to the timer to your right, and you have 3 minutes to address council.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Carr, for allowing us to go first. Very much appreciated. Staff, excellent job. I know my expectations were exceeded when I saw the formula come down. I know it's a complex file with lots of moving parts. Thank you for carving this one out and advancing it up front. Yes, I'm Stephen Regan. I'm with the West End BIA. We host a number of events in the West End, a Celebration of Light, Pride, there's a Denman Car Free Day. We're also incubating some new events. There's a Lumiere winter lighting event, as a bit more of a placemaking bent to it. We're trying to work with other partners, other BIAs on a Canada Day on Robson Street and kind of drive that forward. We always noticed over the past years, and I've been with the BIA 7 years, it was always like driving a vehicle, the event business, you know, working with the city. You have your gas pedal and your brake, and we were trying to apply the gas with our partners and sponsors to move faster, to get to these great destinations of welcoming, engaging, fun, exciting events. But there was the pumping of the brakes all the time, and we'd see the costs generally hitting our event partners, which we're so thankful for our event partners. Andrea's here with the Pride Society. So many volunteer hours, so much work goes into these events. They work very closely with the city staff who do an excellent job sort of stewarding these things through. But whether it's the financial or the regulatory or the paperwork, the pumping of the brakes, we had seen that headwind coming at our event partners, and we're quite nervous. So thank you very much. We're very much in support of the policy recommendations. We take Jeff's challenge of greening the events and the power, reducing the power needs. I work regularly with electrical design and others in Jerry's department around trying to access power, trying to find different ways to energize our events. So We appreciate the work that's gone into it. We support the motion, and we very much will take on the challenge of putting more gas on these events and getting to the destination of world-class events in a city like Vancouver. So thank you for that. Hello, Mayor.
Great, thanks very much. Hi. It's a cast change here. So Councillor Carr has some questions for you. Please go ahead. 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Regan, and appreciate all the work that you do in the West End. You mentioned two things, Car-Free Days and Pride Parade. Those are two events that I've certainly heard, have had significant challenges in terms of rising costs and in the planning of those events. And so I'm wondering if you've gone through this report and what your conclusions are in terms of how the changes embedded in it will actually really be of great benefit, especially for those, because other Car-Free Days have also complained about some of the costs. So have you looked at it from the perspective of like the Car-Free Days and Pride to assess whether this is truly helpful?
Yeah, well, as John Donnelly said, it's very much we're in the relationship business. We don't want to be event producers. We enjoy working with our event partners. We empathize with their challenges. Did reach out to them, and in fact, we have conversations ongoing every year for the past number of years. And we knew these cost pressures were rising. They were, as James said from the DVBIA, they were jeopardizing the sustainability of these events. We were very concerned. And where we were trying to, apply the gas, put more sponsorship dollars and partner to improve the quality of the event or enhance them in some way, we are finding that as we were doing that, we were almost being matched by, for good reasons, city costs to deal with terrorism threats and other regulatory requirements. And we just seem to be spinning our wheels and in some cases going backwards. So we have reached out. We think this will be a game changer for many of our event producers. Pride was in a good situation. You've made it even better for Pride. Car-Free Day was in a precarious situation, and you've given, I believe, them hope that they can be aggressive in embracing this Car-Free Day culture. Closing commercial streets, we know, has winners and losers in the business community. Not every business does well. It's really hard. But if the quality of the events can showcase these streets and the event organizers aren't so stressed that they've got to, put tents in front of every business, that really pleases us. So we're really looking forward to putting more money into art and talent and performers and less anxiety and worry about, are they going to survive into the next year? Thank you.
Okay, that's helpful information. Thank you.
Thanks so much, and that's it for questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Annette O'Shea. Hi.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Great, thanks. Up to 3 minutes, please.
I'm Annette O'Shea. I'm the Executive Director of the Yaletown BIA. Our BIA produces 28 events a year, 12 days of street permits, and we have roughly 300,000 people attending our events. So we're kind of busy, and we're here in super duper support of Margaret and her team of superheroes for this work. Really nice outreach, really nice work, and some tough slogging. They had some tough meetings. There's a but coming, but there are a few barriers of unintended consequences that are raised in this report, and I just want to raise a few of them. One is, and it's counteracted by, I believe, Councillor Carr's motion from an earlier council meeting, the green events power. Like, wouldn't it be great if we could use less fossil fuel generators? The reality is there's only one supplier in the entire city of solar-powered generators, and the generators don't work when it's dark, when it's windy, when it's rainy, when it's cold. So Christmas events, Lumiere lighting events, Illuminate lighting events, those little generators last about 40 minutes and then they're done. So we have a problem with trying to get capacity of some of our suppliers for green infrastructure. Councillor Carr's recommendation of previous council meeting to have some power drops put onto the streets, that would be the fastest, biggest game changer that this report could bring forwards. Quite frankly, if we can reduce our 7 generators that run for 12 hours to to make hot chocolate and lights and do a North Pole for Santa. That saves us a ton of money, but it also saves our city. It helps our planet. It would really make a difference, and it's something that only the city could provide, which would be those street-level power drops. Very, very useful. Thank you so much for approving that motion some months ago. The other issue I just wanted to bring is the long permit times. We're now applying for permits with the Special Events Department 11 months in advance. Our problem with that is we have an event coming this week on Friday. We don't have our permit yet. So we end up with, I could walk into Crossroads and get a street permit to strip a street of parking. I can get it in 3 days. So that's what's happened is we now have some other construction company coming in this week onto our festival grounds, and they've got a permit to do their construction work on the same day as our festival because we don't have our permit issued yet. So we do have a recommendation that it would be great to get a provisional street permit, which would then block other users in that 11-month gap. That would be extremely useful and helpful for us. But other than that, we love the recommendations. This will go a long way to saving free public events in the city.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Carr has some questions for you. Go ahead, Councillor Carr.
Thank you so much, and I'm really happy to hear you raise the green power issue. So I'm assuming that you've been in conversation with Mr. Tioli, so I think that great.
Absolutely.
Are there film locations that are specific in Yaletown because
yes,
the gist of the power plan is going to be facilitated by where there is filming right now. I think that that's one of the bigger advantages, that they're willing to pay for the power drops and then get credit later for not having to. Well, anyway, there's a plan in place. So I just encourage you to make sure that you're talking with Mr. Tioli and
absolutely. I actually have spoken with Margaret on this matter as well. We host a lot of filming in Yaletown.
Great, awesome. You're lucky.
Yeah, some days.
Thanks very much. That's it for questions.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay. We have now Vincent Schick. Hello. Please go ahead. Up to 3 minutes.
Hi. Good afternoon, Mayor, City Councillor, and City staff. I'm Vincent Schick, the Executive Director of Vancouver Chinatown BIA Society, and also the event organizer for the annual Vancouver China Festival, just took place in August this year. Today, I'm here to support the Special Event Policy SEP framework report to provide additional funding for the event organizer within the City of Vancouver area. Our Vancouver Chinatown Festival was a one-day free community event for 3 blocks this year, which attracted over 50,000 attendees of the whole day in the neighborhood. Other than the equipment rentals, stage activities, and labor costs, traffic control and the VPD service on site are the major costs to many festival organizers. VPD sent us a quote for $5,600 this year for 4 officers on site for 10 hours. And another traffic control company sent us a quote for almost $5,000 for 4 traffic control persons, including a supervisor and 1 lane closure technician. So we spent over $10,000 in these 2 items. So a reply from the City of Vancouver Film and Special Event Officers, they said these services are not mandated by the VPD under the safety plan, and they're optional. So it will need to be paid by Vancouver China BIA. Therefore, we are in full support for this funding to support the new SEP policy starting next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I don't see any questions for you, so thanks for coming in today. Okay, we go into Sandy Schwanigan. I get it wrong again, probably. Sorry about that.
Just don't start my timer. I'm trying to make this come.
You let me know and I'll start it.
Okay.
Ready to go? All right.
Go.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to be reading because I really want to say some very focused stuff. So I was the senior film and special event manager who received this motion in 2016 along with Margaret. And it was a big boil the ocean kind of motion. And a lot of the things in it weren't actually under our jurisdiction, but we did try to work with a whole bunch of other organizations and departments, especially with cultural services. So in that context, I understand why Margaret and Jeff would focus in this report on areas that engineering primarily service, i.e. outdoor events. And while I understand, I am concerned, however, about the overly narrowed scope of this report and the absence of support and inclusion for the broader event ecosystem. I also have a great number of questions about the financial figure the report provides. But I did send a letter to council with a more comprehensive list, and I want to just speak to my primary concern, which is what are we doing and where are we going? The original motion's intention, I believe, was the delivery of an integrated multi-level strategy that provides direction and objectives for the event and non-event community. With this report and some of the actions also identified in the cultural report this morning, we have created some lovely quilt squares, but who is going to sew those into a finished quilt? And is there an actual desire to? Holding an event of any size in this city is far more difficult than it should be. In my previous role, numerous event organizers, small external conventions, concerts, told me they had never experienced anything so confusing, slow, and unsupportive as trying to mount an event in this city. This was voiced often when the organizer wanted to use city, park, and private indoor and outdoor space in combination. Vancouver is, as acknowledged in the report, behind in this area. Many cities our size or smaller have well-developed, well-resourced, integrated, multi-level event facilitation, incentivization, and attraction strategies that provide clear direction and objectives. Is there a political will to address this need? If yes, then we need a commitment backed with action and clarity regarding what the deliverable is and who will deliver it.
Thank you very much. That's just 2 minutes. You got a minute left.
No. Oh, I'd like to sing a little song. I won't do that to you.
Great, thanks. Okay, you have a question from Councillor Dejanova.
It was only 2 minutes. It was 3 minutes in the car.
Well, you said it very concisely, and I understood what you said. And before my question, let me apologize because I know my motion was a part of that. And looking at a sponsorship strategy, we recently passed Council passed some staff recommendations. So we went through definitely a referral back to staff to look at ways to engage sponsors in a citywide policy. That wasn't necessarily just for events. Do you think that having something like that for events would be helpful? And I'll ask you the same question that I asked Mr. Donnelly before, which is, do you think that it more specifically may help events that don't have access to some of those larger sponsors that may decide when they participate in an event in the city of Vancouver that they'd like to leave some money here, but they don't know how to get around to all of the organizations and determine the best need or the need for that and do their due diligence?
Okay, so I don't know if I was still here when you passed that motion. It was the special event motion by Reimer and Deal to redo this event.
I was still there.
I know. You were here.
You were
Was I
still there.
here?
Yes, you were still there.
Okay. I just don't, was I the recipient?
I believe you were.
The sponsorship one? Okay. Let me invent something. No. I think the best way for me to answer that is to have council really consider and answer my question of like all these pieces, that all these questions that you guys have asked the other speakers, these are all things that would be answered by a comprehensive strategy. Why are we so focused on sponsorship? There are commercial events and strategies in other cities where commercial events or for-profit events help subsidize and provide opportunity to smaller grassroots events. I just think we're kind of piecemealing this and not giving the kind of attention that your motion on sponsorship or some of the intentionality behind Reimer and Deal's report seemed to indicate was desired. But this is a whole new group of people, and I think when I talk to stakeholders, and I was someone who was trying to bring an event here from the private sector, and I am an event producer, I think there's just a real desire to have that access of ease and surety that other cities provide via, a comprehensive strategy that's well-resourced with knowledgeable staff. So Sponsorship's super complex. John Donnelly talked about it. There's lots of different models. When I was at the City of Richmond, we had an actual sponsorship officer who worked side by side with my department to try to get sponsorship. So I just think there's a danger in trying to do all these pieces like this without a sort of where are we going.
Thanks very much, Liz.
Thank you.
We're good. Thanks for coming in. We have Yasin Masago. Yasin? Thank you very much. So 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you so much. Councillor, I just came back again. Last time I was talking about the value of the space and how inclusive it should be, working with all different Black Canadian organizations. But this time I wanted to come again as the artistic director of the African Descent Festival, and I've worked with a number of festivals, and myself I've produced, established a number of different festivals in Edmonton, Calgary, Toronto, Regina, and different new festivals that happened within African Descent community that have helped to craft the idea and the master plan of those events. In Vancouver, I work in my capacity as the director of the African Descent Festival and the Music Africa Canada Tour. That's a program sponsored by Canada Council for the Arts and the BC Live Music Concert, which is sponsored by Creative BC. I play just during summertime about 25 events, just only summertime without the festival. And throughout winter, we're just having a number of different live music concerts, discussions, seminars about the music of Africa. So the major event in Vancouver right now we have, as event producers, you will see that there is the issue of the public safety, the expenses that goes to the public safety management. I just completed a training with the United States Embassy on security operations of the festival management. And they are concerned for them is in the United States, many festivals are assisted by the cities, municipalities. Here in Vancouver, the police is quite a very expensive thing to bring into the even the parade or at the festival. For the 2 days, you're most likely to spend thousands of dollars, especially if you have the beer garden, then the price will go more. The city is talking about the green event, which is, I appreciate the Vancouver special event. Normally when they send you the plan, the license, they will definitely encourage you to emphasize the green event. But the dilemma for this, we need to bring the generator, which we call portable electric generators. Those are new generators. And I also wonder why the city of Vancouver doesn't work with them to emphasize them to reduce the price, because to bring a 3,000 watt generator, it will cost about $3,000 to operate for 2 days. And then another thing is the issue of the permit. Permit is very expensive for the city. It does not allow minority and represented organizations, even other festivals, to exist sustainability, work with the city to promote the sustainability, because if a plan, event permit will go over possibly $2,000 that I pay every year. Yeah.
Sorry, we're just at the 3 minutes,
Yeah.
so thank you very much
Thank
for
you so much, sir.
coming in today.
Yeah.
And there's no questions for you, so that's thanks for your comments. We go to Nancy Lee now. See Nancy here. Okay, thanks very much. And Nick Poger. Thanks very much for coming in.
Hi, thanks for having me.
No problem.
Mayor, Council, thank you for this opportunity to speak today to the special event policy. I'm the Executive Director for the Commercial Drive Business Society, and this particular report is very welcome by our society, and it is something that has been needed in the City of Vancouver for a long time, so thanks very much for working on this particular policy. I come to you with approximately 30 years of event experience, or being in and around and involved in events from a production point of view, sound, lighting, and those types of things. So not only with the experience that I come with, I have some great insights into this policy, as do all of the speakers that presented today. So you're getting a well-informed, set of feedback today. So events in the city of Vancouver are extremely expensive to put on. Our particular BIA spends close to $120,000 per year putting on approximately 10 events in our business improvement area. Most of those events take place at Grandview Park, and we continue to try and activate that particular park and other areas of the drive. The other event that is largely tied to the Commercial Drive area is the Italian Day Festival. It is a separate society that puts on that festival, but the cost of putting on that particular event, the one-day event, is over $300,000. So you can imagine the challenges in gaining that type of funding for a one-day event. So when we talk about some assistance with some of the safety and greening related aspects or the city related aspects when it comes to this particular event and even the BIA's events, they are very welcome. Jeff earlier made some really great comments with regards to parks and plaza use, city-owned property, and how those can be used in conjunction with business improvement area events and third-party events. I think that feedback is important and something that you should dig into a little bit. The sponsorship item within the framework is an important component, and I want to thank Melissa DeGenova for bringing that motion forward earlier last year, I think it was. Sponsorship is something that I think should be further explored. The Honda Celebration of Light, it was previously sponsored by a cigarette company, tobacco company, and the city of Vancouver potentially looked at losing that event in the city of Vancouver, the Molson Indy being another one. So I think it's worth exploring that particular sponsorship. Outside of that, we support the renewable energy generator idea. Perhaps a bit cost prohibitive at this moment, but something that we do support. And overall, the support from the Commercial Drive Business Society is in favor of this report, and kudos to the team behind producing this report. Well done.
Thanks very much. You have a question from Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks very much. I'm going to ask you the same question surrounding sponsorship. I understand that there's a lot of competition, especially as I'm sure many local businesses, or even not local businesses, but larger companies and corporations are approached for sponsorship. Do you feel that perhaps there's a level above that that's missing, that local event organizers aren't able to tap into?
I think having the city behind some of that process would be beneficial. I think we're at a bit of a disadvantage in Vancouver, although we're one of the most desired places to live in the world, definitely in Canada. We are not a huge market when it comes to those types of groups. So funding or sponsorship would probably sooner go to a larger city like Toronto, for example. So yeah, I think having the city involved to some degree within that framework, I think it still needs to be developed. But I think there are benefits for sure.
Thank you.
That's all right. So a computer problem here. So, and that's it for questions. Thank you very much for coming in today.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thanks. And okay, Council, I think we're at the end of our speakers list. Sorry, I just had a complete computer crash here, so it's throwing me off a little. But I think that's the end of the speakers list. And so, so my proposal, because we have a number of kind of items that we need to pass, and I'm worried that we're going to run out of time before 5 o'clock, is that we defer this decision and questions to staff until tomorrow. And then we move through, and that we also defer the administrative reports on the UBCM conference that were held by Councillor Hardwick and the remuneration of Council and Park Board until tomorrow, and we move to the bylaws as well as the motions, unless there's a suggestion from the manager. Okay, Council. So just in a small conference there, what we think we'll do is continue on with this item and try to get to the decision point since we have all the staff here. And then I'll just monitor how the time is going to make sure that we get to the motions. So let's move ahead with questions for staff on this item, on the Special Events Policy Framework. So we're at questions now. And then, of course, we'll move to, moving the recommended report with the seconder. So, Councillor Dejanova, do you have questions? Okay, great. So, and we're at, okay, please go ahead.
Does the motion need to be moved before we have questions?
No, this is the initial questions to staff that we switched in order to hear the public. So you just go ahead and ask your.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm happy to move the motion when the time comes, if that would be welcomed. My first question for staff is looking at ongoing work. Would you need some type of direction added to this if you were going to continue to look at ways to offset the costs of this to different events per se, in looking at ways to maybe engage sponsors? I don't, for instance, see a marketing plan in here right now. I don't want to get too specific into that, but my question would be if there was an amendment that talked about that, maybe with an update back to council. I'm just wondering if that would be something that staff would feel would go hand in hand with the work that you were already doing on this.
Certainly, the planned next steps on the sponsorship component were primarily those ones that we identified through the presentation around making sure that there was really visible information on the website, and as the sponsorship policy is implemented, that we would explore opportunities through kind of city assets, explore opportunities for sponsorship. Also being aware of some of the feedback that we heard around not wanting to compete, so trying to really strike that balance and wanting also to kind of test the waters potentially with some pilots on how we approach that. So those are our planned next steps on it, and if there were further work beyond that, then that would be certainly something we would accept input on today.
Okay, so it might offer some comfort if there was some direction from council to say that we would support an approach that didn't compete. For instance, something like looking into a framework where it would be 2 years before someone would donate to our sponsorship fund if we knew their name, because it would be anonymous otherwise, so I guess we couldn't really control that. If they had donated to another local event and that local event would then lose their funding, would that be sort of the type of thing that staff would be considering? Different ways to make sure that we had rules in our framework to make sure that
certainly
didn't compete?
Yes, certainly.
Okay, and I also just wanted to say thank you to staff. Really appreciate it. And when I was in the chair, I didn't take the time to do that because I understand chairing role really supposed to be very neutral, but I do appreciate all of the work that you've done on this and many meetings that Mr. Dobrovoni and all of staff have had with different council members, but especially myself. So just wanted to say thank you for all of your work on this.
Thanks very much. And again, this is just questions to staff now. There'll be we can have another round of statements after it's been moved. Councillor Hardwick.
Hi, thank you. I have 3 questions for you right now. One, I was looking at the summary of public engagement, and I note that you have 405 people that have contributed feedback to this. We live in a city, I'm estimating at 640,000 people, and we're talking about large-scale public events. I'm concerned that that is too small a sample of feedback. Could you comment on that, please?
Thank you for that comment. The bulk of our engagement certainly focused on those with experience organizing events of all sizes. So from block party through to our most major and largest events. And so the 400 number matches up nicely against the 600 events that we have in the city. I would also just want to point out that we did align our process with the culture shift engagement, and so we're able to kind of hear some of the key themes by also participating and hearing some of the feedback that came through that process. And so the engagement that pointed on the 405 was really about that. That's really geared at how we fine-tune our event process and those that are experiencing pain points as a result of our current systems.
Fair enough. And we've talked about the pressure that there is on event organizers, and I'm concerned about the pressure that there is on taxpayers. So what I'm curious in, we've seen an ask here for $730,000 here. How, and this process started, as we've heard, in 2016. How is this ask comparing to what we've seen every year since 2016, please?
So the offset structure for special events has been more or less stable since, I would say, 2004, where we've had a similar offset structure. In 2013 is when the civic parade status was introduced, and that was the kind of the status quo until May of 2018, when there were some temporary measures introduced to address some of the pain pressures that we're discussing today. And so with that, I'm just doing some quick math. Our annual budget is 330 odd for offsets. And do you know what the subscription of the incremental increase from last year has been? How much what the increase was as a result of the offsets? You can. So the shorter answer to your question, thanks as I worked through that mental math, we've typically been at about $250,000, and then with the temporary increases last year, we're in the low 300s.
So we're more than doubling then?
We are more than doubling, correct.
Okay, well, again, I come back to the pressure on the taxpayer and the burden that we're putting on them when we're getting relatively small feedback from the public on this kind of activity. My final question is, you were looking at comparisons with Vancouver and looking at places like New York City and Seattle. You mentioned Calgary, but I'd be more interested in hearing about other Canadian cities of comparable size. Did you look at Ottawa? Did you look at Halifax? Did you look at Winnipeg?
Certainly, we did have to limit the scope as a result of time and just the consultant budget available for the research, and so chose cities that have kind of similar goals around special events, around enabling events, as well as sometimes it's difficult to do an apples to apples comparison depending on how the offsets are structured. And so all that to say, we don't have data for the other Canadian cities that you mentioned.
Well, thanks, but I'd suggest that New York City is not an appropriate comparable. But thank you.
On to Councillor Carr, please.
Yes, thanks. Just a couple of questions. Number one, how many events there's a $75,000 limit. How many events in the city right now have city costs over $75,000?
I believe it's 3.
Okay. Largely, like much higher?
We have several events that have city costs above $100,000.
Like Pride?
Pride.
Okay, just interested to know that. Maybe report back later on that detail would be important. There was a question raised about indoor events, and this is largely outdoor for events focused. I gather because of the city costs being higher. Is that correct, or is there some other reason?
That's correct. So the recommendations really pivot off of what we heard through the engagement process, and the pain points are really around city costs that pertain to street right-of-way and public spaces.
Okay. Regarding the plan for the green events, I love it. What is and I gather really we're looking at a proactive strategy that does engage the film industry. So the costs to the city, I mean, as we move forward with putting in power drops, especially if we can engage the film industry with those, what do we have any kind of sense of what this might be costing for the city?
For the power drops themselves. So that's one where we're looking at opportunities to align it across as many street uses as we possibly can. And so, we know we have film, we've got generators, we've got, potential future expansion of other uses that require power. And so it would be difficult to attribute a specific number just to the event component. I'd want to report back to you with a number that kind of reflects that broader picture.
Broader picture. Okay, that's great. But suffice it to say that with the film industry's generous offer to be involved, the costs will be lower.
That's right. We would certainly look for opportunities to partner for others who would have use of that power.
Excellent. And finally, the posting of opportunities on our city website for donations or sponsorship or that kind of thing. Can we be proactive, or are we being proactive about that? In other words, asking, like having a list of events where people have said, gee, we'd sure like to get sponsorship, or is it just something where somebody from an event sends somebody to the website to do that? I'm not sure how active that is.
We're certainly open to feedback today, and certainly building on Councillor Desjanova's feedback as well around how that is implemented. And it's something that is not yet in place, and so welcome that feedback.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Thanks very much. On to Councillor Wade, please.
I have a few questions. Excited about the online system coming on board as a one-stop shop. Is that going to include the preset event plans so that you can go in and see what it would be like for a 200-person event and have pretty much a template to make it really streamlined moving forward and be able to pick multiple days? Because I know that some of the applications have been very difficult because you submit one, they say that day's booked, then you go back and do it again. So I'm just wondering, what is the capacity that we're going to have on this online service?
I'm going to defer that to Jeff, who understands the functionality of the system better than I do.
To answer that question, the system we're going to, which is a POSSE system, it will not specifically have that ability. There'll still be a requirement for event organizers to work with our officers on navigating things like the schedule and any potentially conflicting projects or events. So there'll still be kind of that one-on-one relationship that'll have to happen for the event organizers.
Okay, and you talked about, I guess, so if someone comes in and tries to book a park, that will just go to their event team? Is that
if it's exclusively a park event, it would be the system would reroute it directly to parks to evaluate.
And they would as well have to not be able to pick a day that's available. They'd have to go through on one-on-one.
Correct, yes.
Are we looking at a long-term solution that will move away from the one-to-one and having more ability to take some of the staff time away by having a better online service?
That's a long-term enhancement opportunity there that is not in the current scope of project for our IT project, but it's something that we would like to see as well.
Okay, because it just seems like that should have been scope for the new online version coming up in February. Just wondering why it's not in that scope.
There's a number of factors that went into the technical services project we have on right now. One of those was actually to get a new system in place by the end of the year for security reasons. So there's actually a two-phase project where we're getting into the new system this year, and then enhancement projects would be evaluated and taking place in kind of a second phase.
Okay, and my second question is on some of the city assets, bleachers and other things that can be utilized for smaller events where they don't have the cost to go rent them. Do we have an ability for the public or event organizers to rent city assets for public outdoor events?
Currently, the assets that can be kind of directly rented are often related to the green events. So there's a number of products related to that, and sorting bins and that type of thing. For the most part, we do rely on the open market to supply a lot of those materials. There are components such as for the traffic management plans, like barricades and signage that are available, and that's kind of all determined through the traffic management plan. But those are kind of the two key areas of equipment. On the side of like staging, bleachers, that type of thing, there currently isn't any, that I'm aware of, any kind of mechanism to rent those.
So we own those assets, but we don't have an ability for small organizations to be able to utilize them.
Yeah, and I can't specifically say I'm aware of any of those assets under control of my department, so I'd have to kind of go back and look into more of what's available. Yeah.
Okay, and some of the green stuff, water fountains, right, the portable washrooms and stuff, does the city own any of those assets or that we could rent out to smaller events, or is that something that we...
The water stations we own.
Yeah.
There's a number of kind of sorting stations for recycling that we own, and we do supply those or rent those out depending on what the requirements are.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for all the work on the policy. I did have a question just around, and it stems from a specific example as it was described to me about recently around Parallel 49 having a special events license, and that they had it in place. The event was going to be 8 days later, and then it was revoked because of zoning and that it wasn't the correct use. But they've done this event a number of years in a row, and I'm just curious how we coordinate when it comes to special events, because I saw in the presentation there's a big focus on streamlining around process operations, and I heard from many people that they really appreciate that in terms of streamlined process, in terms of applications, that sort of thing. But in terms of the regulatory piece, I don't know if that's something you could speak to, but that was a specific example that just came up in the last month where they had a special events license and they were told that they couldn't use it because of the zoning specifically of their location.
So I'm not aware of the case you're speaking to, and I'm not sure if it was a street-based or a public event that would have gone through my branch, so I'd have to kind of find out a little bit more about that.
Okay, so maybe I could forward that one on to staff just to sort of get some background information around that. Just it came to light as we were talking about sort of special events in the city, and again just to that regulatory piece. But that was my only question on that. There's been a number of them asked already, so thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you, and I had to step out, so I apologize if these were asked, just let me know. But related to sort of events with the park board and following up on that question about funneling, I'm just wondering if we see any sort of increase in requests coming to us for street rights of way and plazas, if the park board doesn't have similar funding support policies in place, if that is relevant and a concern, if I've understood the report correctly, because am I now more incentivized if I have a free event to do it on a street right away than I am to do it in a park without having a similar policy? So do we see that having an impact on the demand on those spaces?
Right. So I think there were kind of two questions there. I think in the sense of do we see more demand coming to us, and then also kind of are we incentivizing more demand? So I think naturally the Parks Board decision. We did see a few event organizers come to us looking for alternative options, but it wasn't a massive rush to come to it. And I think I'm not sure if Octavio's here from the Parks Board, but kind of speak to that a little bit more about the policy, but.
Do you want to do it quickly because I have a limited amount of time if you're going to swap it over?
Yeah.
Okay, or not? If not, I'm going to move on because I've got a limited amount of time. If you want to address it, that'd be great.
So my name is Octavio Stoll. I'm the Manager of Business Development with the Park Board, and Special Events and Filming Office and Operations fall under my purview. To answer your question, Councillor Kirby-Young, we haven't seen a rush or a loss of demand on the Park Board side from events transferring over to the city.
Okay, thank you. I'll move on with my next question to staff, and this may have been asked earlier, so if it was, please let me know. But that was really around how does it get administered? Is it a first come, first serve? Is it equitably distributed? Do the applications have to go in by a certain time each year and it's from a pool? Is it new events versus ones that have been funded year after year? So I'm just wondering if it's very popular and we have a nice, exciting, vibrant cultural realm with all these events, how is the sort of the equity piece going to function?
Right. So overall, we do receive applications on a first-come, first-served basis. The financial assumptions that were made through our review did include some contingency for new applications and for growth of events. So we've kind of built into the financial forecast up to a 20% change from 2018 to 2020 in those events. And as I mentioned before, the growth, there are certain constraints on growth that we're also relying on, like for the market and the other costs, and just the physical availability of space that will kind of keep that in check. And then, of course, with any new policy, we will kind of keep council informed as we go along through the process.
And do annual events have to reapply every year? There isn't an expectation if they've had it one year that would keep recurring. So it may be a different group of events each year. Is that true?
Yeah. Overall, we see a lot of events do reoccur and come back. I'd say the large majority of them are, and so we are working towards a model of all those events will continue to come back, and so that we'll continue to be able to provide the financial support, and that there'll be a certain amount of growth every year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova, you've had around questions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now moving the motion.
Okay. So I think, is there any other questions for staff? If not, we can move ahead with moving the motion. Go ahead.
I'd like to move this motion with some amended language, and that's just an addition.
Okay.
And it's to address some of the concerns that I've heard around the table, but also really I'm excited to hear more about this next year. Really, I think that there's been so much work put into this by staff, and I want to recognize that because it hasn't been an easy process. I know that this work reaches beyond even the consultation you did on this, but in using your experience from the very rigorous process we have on events and the continuous correspondence that all of us get as City Council members, as well as our staff get on why the increase of cost. Why do events have to pay more costs, even if they're free, they're age-friendly, and unfortunately, there are global security challenges that I think we have to address. We want people to feel safe and secure at our events, and I think that that's something that maybe because I've been fortunate enough to live in Vancouver all of my life, I take for granted. There are people who have come from other countries that definitely have noticed how safe our events are, our public spaces are. And I really want to thank our staff for the oversight and working through the FEST committee and amongst the staff that are here today with us, as well as the partners from the Vancouver Police Department, Vancouver Fire, and a number of other agencies. I could go on and on. Community services, engineering, especially engineering. And I think that it is important, to Councillor Hardwick's point, that we do consider how do we offset costs at the same time? How do we kind of make this fair, but work towards a way to look at that? So I've just, in the amended language, and I'll read out that portion only, that Council directs staff to explore ways to offset incremental costs associated with this framework, and that Council directs staff to do this in a way that does not compete with sponsorship efforts of local event organizers, and report back to Council in 2020 with an update. So that's a way, I think, of looking for opportunities, but at the same time not competing, and also using the mandate of the sponsorship policy and framework we already have. I just share with Council that I have already sent this into staff, and I understood that this was not work that was currently being done, because we haven't done this work because this framework has just been developed. That being said, I would hope that maybe we could come together and all support this. I think we all receive the same type of emails from the public, from event organizers who are frustrated, from some who believe that protests in fact are events, and it's a way just to relieve themselves of costs. I feel that those who follow the rules should be rewarded, and I appreciate the approach staff has come up with. I'm very happy to support this. Again, this is just an addition. I'd love to hear more about this in 2020, and just continue to to look for different ways as we move forward with this framework. Really appreciate Councillor Carr's initiative that I'm sure will be a big part of this, greening our food trucks, making sure that our events are more green. So thank you for that, Councillor Carr. And with that, I'd hope for support for the amended language, and I certainly will be supporting this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks. And seconded from Councillor Carr. So I'll go on to the, I guess we just stay on the main queue, right? Okay, great. So anybody want to comment on this or debate or ask? I don't see anybody on the list. Nope. Right, on the whole thing. So it's been moved. Yep, let me get my head straight here. So it's been moved and seconded. It's been moved and seconded, so we're good. Okay, so next on the queue. Main queue. Okay. Right. So it's been moved and seconded. Anybody else want to speak to the whole report with this, not amended, with this extra language added? There we go. So Councillor Kirby-Yung, there we go. Sorry about that, a little rusty. Councillor Kirby-Yung, please go ahead.
No worries, thank you. I was in the queue actually. I think I just dropped off.
I had to switch over to from the question queue, which was for staff, to the main queue, which is now on the motion.
Got it. So now I can bring another amendment at this time?
Good, yes.
Great. I sent one into the clerk. And I'm going to, actually sent two, but just in light of the other one we had, I'm going to start with the bottom one first. It's specifically, so I like to do this individually, so I like to do this one on its own, that staff report back to council as to how non-free or partially free events could have access to utilization of City of Vancouver street right-of-way and public plazas for the purpose of holding events that add to the cultural richness and vibrancy of Vancouver. And the rationale behind this is that I think that we want to make sure that events that may charge partially for a component are not all relegated to being inside events. And they have the ability to utilize those in outside spaces when we have the beautiful summer months, not at the expense of free events. And so I don't want to hold up the report today. I'd like to hear back as to how we could be a city that enables using our outdoor space for a number of different purposes. And so for that reason, I've added it in and deliberately kept it open.
Okay, great. Thanks. We need a seconder for this. I've got a seconder, so I'll move us to the amendment queue, but I have a point of information from Councillor... Nope, Councillor Deschanel. No. Okay, Councillor Carr, then on the amendment queue, please go ahead.
Yes, just to clarify, we are dealing with both of those at the same time?
I believe so.
All right. I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
My understanding is I can ask, my understanding is they both were tabled. Oh, you're going to deal with them individually? Okay, sorry, we're just dealing with a new clause G is this one here. Okay.
I'm fine.
Okay, great, thanks. Anybody else? Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I guess through you, Mayor, I'm a little confused. Maybe the city manager can address this. I understood from page 3 of this report that the new special events policy is intended to apply mainly to free public outdoor events. And I'm wondering if, when we start conflating this with not free and partially free, if that confuses the intent of this entire report.
So you're asking me if it's in order?
That is what I'm asking.
Okay. If I need a recess for about 2 minutes, and I will confer and come back to you. So I have a motion to recess for 2 minutes. Thank you. Seconder. Okay, all in favor? Okay, Council, I've got a ruling here, and it is not out of order. So it's It isn't. It doesn't deviate too much or change the nature of the whole. So it's in order to go ahead. Any other points you'd like to make about this, or? Okay, thank you, Councillor Swanson. I don't think it works that way. I don't think we can go. I mean, I know I started. Councillor Swanson, I've got you on the list to comment on this amendment. There we go.
I think we should be using public land for public events. I think it's opposed to the city's plan in the previous report of trying to make events more accessible based on equity. And I know from personal experience that if you're a low-income person and you're confronted with a cost and you look at the event, you think, oh, that's not for me. I don't matter, I'm not included, and it's a bad psychological thing as well as actually being excluded from the event. So I think public land should be used for public events.
Okay, thanks very much. Anybody else? Comments? Okay, then I'll call a vote on this amendment. Sorry, my computer's out, so I can't. Did it pass? Everybody voted? Just voting on this amendment now? I can't. Sorry, I'm just trying to look over your shoulder, clerks, to see what's going on. Councillor DeGenova, we're just voting on this amendment by Councillor Kirby-Yung. Is it passed? There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's passed. Yeah, so that's passed. Okay, great. And sorry, I'm just going to go back to the speaker's queue, and I think did I clear you off the queue? No, back to the main queue. Councillor Kirby-Yung?
Yeah, no, that's it for me. I'll speak to the main motion if we're doing that now.
We are?
Okay, great. I was going to bring the other amendment, and I think Councillor DeGenova's covered it as it related to the potential of incremental costs, particularly on the generator side. But I would also be interested to hear back from staff because I anticipate that'll have an impact on our city budget. So I think that was one thing that was not captured in the other amendment was not just the impact for cost on event producers, but also for the city because we are approaching our budget cycle and we need to understand the cost for green infrastructure, although I'm very supportive of doing that. I'd also like to see us hopefully do it faster than the referenced over a 5-year period, I think staff had said. But in general, I'm really pleased to see this report come forward. I know that speaking to a lot of events when councillors have the opportunity to be out and about the community, that's something that we get our ear bent about a lot was the ongoing and increasing policing costs. And to be really fair to them in the world in which we live and the additional sort of safety considerations and requirements, it's far beyond really the control of event organizers. So I really appreciate the responsiveness to addressing that and to supporting our event community because it is a big part of what makes Vancouver, Vancouver, and there's nothing like getting outside and having summer festivals. And so if we now have an opportunity to hopefully look ahead and have more summer festivals in neighborhoods across the city and indeed at other times of the year as well, as opposed to having headlines where events have had to cancel themselves, such as the Davie Street Party or the Vaisakhi Parade that has really felt the pressure on policing costs and others, then I think that's part of the sort of celebratory community that we want to build. And events also combat social isolation. They bring people together. And so I'm very happy to support this, and I really appreciate all the work done on the report. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Hardwick.
So while I support the efficiencies of the new SEP, I cannot support the increase in budget. And ultimately passing on the costs to subsidize these various events to the taxpayers and indirectly to renters as well. while it may seem a relatively small amount of money, we have, every time we turn around, there's more and more and more pressure being brought to the city to subsidize more and more activities. And I just can't support it on that basis. While I do support the efficiencies that I have seen, for example, in bringing the application process online, but more than doubling the budget and underwriting events and subsidizing this way, I cannot support. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. I actually have got a question that hopefully I can get an answer to, but if not, through
Point of
you.
information?
Yeah, as
Okay.
a point of information. And
your
that
timer.
is just regarding the one section of this set of recommendations that was added to by the mover, Councillor DiGenova. And that's the part that reads that Council directs staff to explore ways to offset incremental costs associated with this framework. And my question is this. If, for example, we were looking to work with local event organizers around installing power drops and in a way charging for that in a way that would be kind of equivalent to the cost that they would be paying for the use of diesel generators as a way to pay for it, could that still happen under this language? I'm worried about, I think it can, that Council directs staff to explore ways to offset incremental costs. So an incremental cost would be a power drop, but the offset would be, I'm hoping that the interpretation is that offset could be the payment of an amount by the user of the power drop that then gets alleviated once the power drop is paid for.
Good question. Turn it over to the city manager and just for the interpretation of that addition to the report.
Thanks. Through the mayor. The way that I would interpret the addition by Councillor Carr, Councillor DiGenova, is that it would give us flexibility to look at sponsorships to offset some of these costs, to look at partnerships, to look at fees. So I think it gives us pretty broad scope to do exactly what you're saying, plus a myriad of other ways that we might address some of the increases that the budget would see from this report.
So we could have a power drop named after a TV show. For example.
Seems like there's many ways to be creative.
Whatever.
Yeah.
I got to turn your timer back on as we're going that direction, but I hope that answers your point of information.
Okay, I'll speak to the motion at this point. Thank you. Oh, I don't know. I like that name. Okay, so knowing that was my hope that was the case, I am speaking as a seconder of the motion in support of the recommendations, and really want to thank staff for the work on this. You know, in all the years I've been on council, I have heard complaints from people who organize public events around the rising cost of those events. And this report addresses those concerns, and I am really happy to see the way in which it's being handled. I think there's fairness in it. There's a recognition in the city taking on those new costs, being, in my mind, an acknowledgement of how important these events are to the social life and the cultural life and the vibrancy of our city. I mean, I love these festivals, and I think by judging by the hundreds of thousands that attend them, so does everyone else. So I'm not just around the costs, but the addressing of things like the application process, the clarity of that, the clarity of projected costs. I mean, you've hit every nail on the head with this, and I really am grateful for that. I'm particularly grateful to see the inclusion of the Green Power plan in this, and I think that ways that Councillor DiGenova, in her addition, ways in which that we can look at how that can get paid for in a creative way, just as my motion did around the film industry. So, well done, everyone.
Thank you. Under Councillor Weep.
I'll also be speaking in support. I think it's great that we found a way and a mechanism to better support the event festivals, and hopefully that allows for more funding to go to the arts and the performers and the rest, and obviously the greening of the festival. So it's great to see. The one component that I'm hoping we can move forward is that second phase of the online application, because I know that it's it's still very tricky to get into it. It's very tough to do. I like that there's different forms now for different size events, but I think there's another phase that we can do that really makes it easier, where it's kind of a click and play, and you can add stuff to your event that you need, and you can really kind of pick the dates and get it to the next stage, working park board and city collectively. So I'm looking forward to if we can continue to grow, but this is a great move forward, and I look forward to seeing how the events can progress, mostly a lot of the smaller ones. So thank you for the work.
Thanks very much. Councillor DiGenova?
Just going to close on the motion. I wanted to also thank those who participated in the public consultation and the input process, especially the event organizers. I know that it definitely is not easy for them. Hopefully, this new streamlined process will bring us forward in making our city more fun, more vibrant, supporting what we'd heard this morning, arts and culture being one of the liaisons to the Arts and Cultural Advisory Committee. Definitely, it's about cutting the red tape. Also would like to see maybe an event handbook. We could even call it In the Event Of. I don't know. We'll see how that goes. But just really wanted to thank everyone involved in this, and I'm hoping that this will move forward. In producing events and having an event production company, can tell you that often there are a number of events that don't move forward. They're great ideas, but they don't become events because of the red tape. So really looking forward to seeing what staff come back to us with in a year for an update, and appreciate all of that work.
Thank you very much. And that's it for speakers. So we can move to vote on this report as amended. Everybody waiting for one. Okay, I think we're done. Thanks. So that's passed with Councillor Hardwick in opposition. Thank you, everybody. Nice work. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so we've just looking at the agenda now. We have two administrative reports that were held, the UBCM conference and the remuneration of council and park board, that we have 40 minutes left before our break. Think we can deal with those? Okay. So Councillor Hardwick, you held the UBCM conference. Did you want to ask a question or something of staff? Councillor Dominato? Okay, Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, no, I didn't have questions to the specific report. I just fundamentally don't agree with the recommendation in the report for doing a sponsorship for UBCM at this time. Given the information that we were provided, I understand that we have been doing this, and I know we have a rep with UBCM here in the room, that we have been providing this funding for a number of years. I gather in the past it was to support the welcome reception. I gather from the reading of the briefing note that staff have been having conversations around it supporting more programming. I fundamentally think if we're going to be providing our staff and resources for workshops, I think we should do that. We are providing expertise, but I don't think to the tune of $20,000. And I'm kind of wondering why this is coming so late to us. UBCM's less than 2 weeks away. And I'm thinking about the conversations we've just had today around the Culture Shift report and all of the different things that we're trying to support and how important it is. And looking at this, and I recognize it gives us sponsorship. It was described that we get guests who get to go to the welcome, or some of our staff get to go to the welcome reception. We get to have our name places. Well, people are coming to Vancouver. They know they're in the city of Vancouver, they're in a major convention center. Perhaps it's something that can be revisited in the future, but I don't support the recommendation, and so that's why I pulled it for today to vote on.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Kirby-Young?
Thank you. I wonder if I can ask a question of staff on the report at this time?
Sure, it's held for questions.
Okay, great. I had one question because it also references, for example, and following up along the lines from Councillor Dominato, received 2 tickets to the welcome reception, luncheon, and banquet. So I'm wondering who those would be attributed to, because I know that councillors have limited budgets and we all pay individually for our registration. So I'm wondering if clarification could be provided on that point.
So the City Clerk is away, and this is a report from her. I'm just trying to get the information for you. If Councillor is okay with that, I will provide that information later.
I wonder if it would be possible to get, sure, it's not particularly germane to the vote, but I'll just note that it does seem a little odd in terms of the fact that I think the council budgets are very tight, and we do have to budget to go to those. And I am wondering too, in terms of the request, just understanding a little bit more, and you may have to answer this later as well, but in terms of what the channel of the request was, it came directly from UBCM themselves, or what was, can you give us a little bit of background on the process?
There would have been a formal request from UBCM to us.
And was it done simply because this was the amount Vancouver had always given, and so because the opening reception is sponsored by someone else, therefore they just chose something else to apply it to? Do we know that?
So that's the amount that's been in the past since 2003 for the same amount. They've never asked for anything more, so that's what we provided. And of course, council has the option to reduce that amount if you wish.
And follow-up question, do you know if it has varied? Has it always been to the reception? Has it gone to different things, sometimes to seminars, sometimes to reception?
It has gone to hospitality and workshops in the past. In this report, it's recommending that it's going to the workshop instead.
Okay, and I'm sorry to throw another one at you, but
go for it.
Does Vancouver bear a particular burden because it's here in Vancouver more often? Like, is the same request made of other, not being as familiar, this will be my first one, but is the same request made of other municipalities when it's in Victoria or Whistler, for example, versus, or does Vancouver shoulder this uniquely?
The request would have gone to the host city. So, as you know, the location alternates from Vancouver with either Whistler or Victoria. So this last year, I believe, was in Whistler. So the host city would have been requested for this funding.
Or a similar amount, as far as we know.
That's correct.
Great, thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Dejanova?
Thanks so much. I had some questions regarding some of the benefits that we may see from this. I understand that Vancouver is one of the municipalities that hosts UBCM simply because of the size and our facilities, what we're able to I understand that hotel rooms have to be blocked off in advance. I'm not sure that Trail and Nelson have quite as many hotel rooms as Vancouver. Not to say that they're not great places to visit. I'm wondering if the city manager might be able to comment on that, and if the VEC sees any benefit in this, Vancouver Economic Commission, City of Vancouver, sort of through our local businesses, or the impact that this also may have on that. I mean, we've definitely looked at that as we've looked at, the tax shift and for small business and other, potential benefits. So I'm just trying to look at and weigh the benefits here to the City of Vancouver, people in the City of Vancouver, business in the City of Vancouver, that UBCM might bring. Has there ever been any kind of calculation on that?
Thanks. Through the mayor, if I might. I'm not aware of an economic analysis that's been conducted on the financial benefit of hosting UBCM in Vancouver. And the scale of UBCM compared to some of the other larger conventions is quite small. So I think the reason to do this is not for the small business benefit. I think the reason for the city to sponsor this and why we'd be prepared to recommend it is that as a host, we do get to bring all of the municipalities here, and it's an opportunity to showcase what we're doing, and it is a great opportunity to demonstrate the leadership of Vancouver and to host other municipalities here. And so I think that's the real benefit of being able to host it here. If Surrey or Burnaby or another place wanted to sponsor it and bring it there, I think that would be a lost opportunity for Vancouver to demonstrate our leadership as the largest municipality in the province. And so I think that's kind of where we benefit from hosting that type of event in our municipality.
Sorry, just understanding I have one more minute for questions here. Would this be similar in line to some of the other receptions that we've hosted? I'm trying to understand this. Like, for instance, council approved some money for Women Deliver, and Staff attended that. Council members attended. I paid out of my own budget ahead of time before I even knew we were involved. So wondering specifically about that. And also, aside from the other municipalities that come, are there other organizations, agencies like CMHC, BC Housing, I'm giving examples, that would also be coming to this, to the City of Vancouver and to a City of Vancouver sponsored event that might be able to showcase our city?
In terms of the scale, through the mayor, if I might, we do contribute funding to larger events like the Junos coming to Vancouver or Women Deliver or FCM when it's here. The scale, obviously, this is much smaller event, and we're also contributing much less than we do to those types of larger, higher profile events. So the scale is much, much lower. And I think there's certainly, this provides an opportunity for many of our partners like BC Housing and other organizations to be here, also seeing the leadership of Vancouver in certain areas and being in our city.
Thanks.
Hey, Councillor Fry, just before we move to you, just I'm conscious of the time at 25 after 4. We're going to break at 5 o'clock, and we do have a whole bunch of stuff to get through before then. So not to curtail your question asking, just to remind folks.
In fact, it wasn't questions. I wanted to just offer a little bit of clarity as the city rep on the UBCM. So this is consistent with the sponsorship that every host pays. It is Vancouver every second year, Whistler and Victoria being the other options, simply because we're the only destinations that are big enough to accommodate the scale of about 2,000 elected representatives and then associated staff. We also charge sponsorship for appearing in the program and having a reception that's affiliated, or for appearing in the trade show. So there's various different tiers. In discussion, one of the things that came out on the convention committee was that the Vancouver hosted event sort of fell a little bit flat when we had a hospitality event, because there's so many opportunities here, and that because the theme of this UBCM conference is resilience, and we have such a thorough resilience platform that we've developed here, that it was an opportunity to do more of a showcase of programming of the kind of work we're doing at the city. So that was the decision to pivot the same amount of money that we would otherwise spend every year or every second year to host the UBCM. So it's not really a big change. It is a pretty significant destination for a lot of folks, and as Councillor DiGenova was suggesting, there are a lot of other players, including all the provincial MLAs, and I guess in an election year, a lot of federal MPs. It's a big opportunity for leveraging a lot of policy and initiatives. So,
thank you very much. Okay, that's it for questions, so we can move to a vote on this one. And how do we do? We need a mover and a seconder. Sorry about that. So you have a mover of the motion, Councillor Carr, Councillor Fry. Okay, now we can vote. And have we completed it? Sorry, I just still don't have a computer. That's okay. That's passed with Councillor Dominato voting in opposition. Thanks. Okay, now we're at 4:30. My thought is that if we try to do the administrative report number 3, as well as the motion number 1, I think we're going to run into trouble, and we won't get to our other motions, and we do have to pass the UBC one for today. So what I'm suggesting is that we move the discussion around the remuneration of Council and Park Board to unfinished business tomorrow, as well as the approval for Cambie Street for unfinished business tomorrow. So that still allows us discussion rather than kind of rushing it. And then, Clerk, we 3, 4, and 5, we haven't passed on administrative motions either, have we? No, we haven't. So we should probably move all administrative motions to tomorrow. Okay, so that we would move. Okay, and then we'd move on to the motions of notice. So just to reiterate, we would be moving the discussion about the remuneration, which is administrative report number 3, and all the administrative motions, A from 1 to 5, over to tomorrow for unfinished business. Okay, thanks. The seconder on that. Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Thank you. All in favor? Okay, great. Thank you. So now we'll move back to the bylaws. So we have 24 bylaws in the agenda. Council members who are not present for the meetings related to the public hearing enactment must confirm they have reviewed the proceedings of the meetings if they wish to vote. Bylaws 5, 7, 9, 13, 17, 18, and 20 were public hearings held prior to November 2018. So bylaw 5 is from public hearing on January 16th, and the decision was referred to regular council meeting on January 30th, 2018. When I call your name, can you please state if you have reviewed the proceedings and if you'll be voting on the enactment? Councillor Bly is not here. Councillor Boyle? Not here. Councillor Dominato? Okay, thanks. Councillor Fry? Councillor Hardwick? Thanks. Councillor Kirby-Yung? No. Councillor Swanson? Councillor Wiebe? I have. Sorry? We're doing all 24. Information? Sure. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, it was noted that I hadn't on 19, and I just wanted to say I have reviewed them and I will be voting.
Okay, sure. No, I'm asking each individual one as we go, but thanks for giving me a heads up.
Apologies. Thank you.
Okay, so great. I'm going to call for a recess, I think, because I don't know what's going on here. So if I can call for a 2-minute recess. Thanks, Councillor Dominato. Seconder?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? Okay, thanks. We're back. Councillor Boyle, did you get the review? Yes, you did. Thanks very much. Okay, we can call a vote for this one. And I'll need a vote assist. In the affirmative for me, thanks. This is 5. I have to go through all of them, so I'll just keep reading out and I'll ask you. No, UBCM, we've...
Through bylaws.
We're into bylaws now. We're on bylaw number 7. Sorry, Council. So now we're on bylaw number 7. Is from public hearing May 22nd at July 23rd regular council meeting. Councillor Bly, Dominato, Boyle, Kirby-Yung, Wiebe, and myself were advised. They had advised they reviewed the proceedings. When I call your name, can you state if you reviewed the proceedings and if you will be voting? Councillor Fry. Bylaw 7. Did you review bylaw 7? Thank you. Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Swanson. Bylaw number 9 is from public hearing on March 13th. Councillor Bly, Boyle, Dominato, Kirby-Yung, Wiebe, and myself advised they'd review the proceedings. When I call your name, can you say if you have reviewed them? Councillor Fry, Councillor Hardwick, Councillor Swanson. Thank you. Bylaw 13 is from a public hearing on May 16th at July 23rd, regular council meeting. Councilors Bly, Boyle, Kirby-Young, Weeb, and myself advised that we had reviewed the proceedings. When I call your name, can you state if you've reviewed the proceedings and if you'll be voting? Councilor Dominato, Councilor Fry, Councilor Hardwick, Councilor Swanson. Bylaw 17 is from public hearing on November 14th. When I call your name, state if you've reviewed the proceeding and if you will be voting. Councilor Boyle, Councilor Dominato, Councilor Fry, Councilor Hardwick, Councilor Kirby-Young, Councilor Swanson, Councilor Weeb, and I have. Bylaw 18 is from public hearing July 31st. When I call your name, please state if you have reviewed the proceedings and you'll be voting. Councilor Boyle, Councilor Dominato, Councilor Fry, Councilor Hardwick, Councilor Kirby-Young, Councilor Swanson, Councilor Weeb. And I have. Bylaw 19 is from public hearing on March 12th. Councilors Bly and Dejanova were absent. When I call your name, please state if you'll be voting and if you've reviewed the proceedings. Councilor Bly, not here. Councilor Dejanova.
I have and I will.
Okay, thanks. Bylaw 20 is from a public hearing on July 10th, and the decision will refer to the regular council meeting following the standing committee meeting on July 11th. When I call your name, please state if you have reviewed the proceedings and if you'll be voting. Councilor Boyle, Councilor Dominato, Councilor Fry, Councilor Hardwick, Councilor Kirby-Young, Councilor Swanson, Councilor Weeb. And I have. Would someone like to move the motion to adopt bylaws 1 to 24?
I moved.
Thank you. All in favor? Okay, right, sorry. And any opposed? Nope, so those have passed. The list of bylaws can be found on the city's website. Okay, so now we are moving to the motions of notice. From this council meeting, we need a motion to suspend Rule 10.6 in the bylaw procedure bylaw. The rule provides a council member introducing a member's motion with 1 minute to move the motion. Suspending the rule will allow a council member 2 minutes to introduce the motion and 1 minute to ask clarifying questions. Somebody like to move the motion to suspend Rule 10.6? Thank you, Councilor Carr. Seconder, Councilor Kirby-Young. Thanks very much. All in favor? Any opposed? Thanks very much. That's passed. So we have 7 motions on notice. Motion 1 on notice are requests for leaves of absences. Councilor Kirby-Young for personal reasons from 6 to 7:30 on September 12th. Councilor Kirby-Young for personal reasons from October 7th to 18th, 2019. Myself for civic business for all meetings on September 11th, and myself for civic business for all meetings on October 2nd. Would someone like to move this motion? Thank you, Councilor Rasa. Councilor Dejanova, seconder. Councilor Hardwick, thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? Nope, that's good. Thanks very much. Motion 2 are changes to business license hearing panels. Someone like to move the motion?
So moved.
Someone like to second? Thank you, Councilor Dominato. All in favor? Any opposed? Nope. Thanks. Motion 3 is every neighborhood for everyone, permitting temporary modular housing and low-income housing as an option, RS and RT zones, which is moved by Councilor Boyle. And there are no speakers to this, I understand? No speakers. Okay. So, Councilor Boyle, you've up to 2 minutes to introduce the motion.
Order.
Point of order? Okay. Go ahead, Councilor Dejanova.
Thank you very much. I very much appreciate the sentiment of the motion. However, I did ask before if some of this work was being done, and considering the new policy that we've adopted under the procedure bylaw to look at things that might not be properly defined as frivolous, but under our procedural bylaws are. I understand that our staff have a mandate already to explore all of the City of Vancouver for temporary modular housing. So I'm wondering if, in saying all of the City of Vancouver, if that already includes RS and RT zones. So I just had some concern regarding that.
Are you asking if it's in order?
I am asking if it's
Okay.
in order, and specifically those portions.
Okay, thank you. And I just need 90 seconds to figure that out. So if I can have a motion for the 90 seconds. Thank you. Seconder, thanks. All in favor? Thank you very much. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. And just after a brief discussion, it's not frivolous because talking with the city manager, staff was not directed to explore, under my understanding, RS and RT zoning for modular housing in the past. Okay. So that it's not out of order, and you can proceed with your 2 minutes. Councillor Boyle, please go ahead.
Thank you. So you have heard me introduce this before, so I'll be brief, but we know that we have a need for more housing for homeless people, both temporary and permanent, and that we will down the road likely need to relocate some of our existing TMH sites as that land becomes developed for permanent housing. TMH is residential already and already exists in residential areas. But as I said, we likely will need more and new sites down the road. And so this motion asks staff to do a scan to see if there are enough potential RS and RT sites to make this expansion of the policy make sense. It would still consider the types of considerations that go into the process right now, including accessibility to transit and services. I just want to say I'm not naive. I know that this change would make some people nervous and would have some opponents. And so this motion asks for that preliminary scan so we can have the information we need to have an informed discussion with us and with the public about what this would look like. We know we're in a housing crisis. We've been hearing about it particularly lately as it relates to homeless and low-income people. We've been asking senior levels of government for financial partnerships for more temporary and permanent housing. And one of our big tools is land use and zoning. So I'm hoping that we will make sure we're doing all we can on that front to be welcoming our homeless neighbors and residents into homes. And as I said by email, I have a couple small changes in response to staff comments that I will table when I table the motion.
Thanks very much. So ordinarily, that's 2 minutes. Ordinarily, we would now have a round of questions for a minute. However, just looking at the time, and the one thing is there is one motion that's on the floor that has to be passed today in order to get the UBCM. So what I'm asking for is right at this moment, we table what we're doing right now until we've dealt with the UBCM motion and then come back to this. Okay, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Boyle. Great. Ooh, tabling. Neat. So we've got the motion, thank you very much, on the late resolution to the UBCM, which is motion 5, implementation and recommendations from the National Inquiry into Missing, Murdered, and Indigenous Women, which is moved by Councillor Fry. And Councillor Fry, can I give you your 2 minutes?
Yes, this was a late resolution. Of course, the National Inquiry into Murdered, Missing Indigenous Women and Girls came rather late in the year, and it was too late for a fulsome response to get this on the table at the UBCM. So with the indulgence of the Mayor's Office and with the help of the Union of BC Indian Chiefs and staff at UBCM, we've put together this motion just really calling for all the members of UBCM when we're at convention to recognize the calls to action and to implement them in their respective communities, and further to call upon senior governments to do the same. So it's just really an opportunity to air that conversation and get buy-in at UBCM. And we have lined it up to get it as a late resolution, and it can get in the book if we can pass this today.
Okay, great. We still have a round of questions first. So does anybody, if anybody has, thank you, Councillor Fry, if anybody has questions on this, let me know. Okay, so then we can move. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Dejanova. If anybody has wants to debate this, please put yourself on the list. I don't see anybody, so we can move to a vote. I'll need a vote assist on this. I'm just can't quite see. Got a couple of not voted. Councillor Swanson. Councillor Boyle. I got my glasses on. Okay. That's passed unanimously. Thank you very much. And now we're...
To a whereas in that?
In which?
To a whereas?
In which motion?
The one that just passed? I just sent it, my motion in.
Oh, it's too late now. We've passed it as it is.
Motions had to pass before you could amend the whereas.
Oh, the whereas previous. Okay, good. I'm sorry. Yes, I thought you were adding something, but you're totally right. Okay, thank you. So we've got a whereas amendment. Ooh, left field. That's a good one. Caught that one. There we go. I'm getting all the procedures today. So thank you, Councillor Swanson. And what have we got as amendment?
So, yeah, my assistant checked on the wording for that from the inquiry, and in number 2, in the second whereas, it should say that the National Inquiry found that Indigenous women are 12 times more likely to be murdered or go missing than women of any other demographic group. So we thought it was important that
Women be added?
that it be changed from members to women. But I really thank Councillor Fry for bringing forward the motion, and I think it's a really good motion, and I'm glad we're doing it.
Okay.
Sorry for all my typos in there.
Okay, so we've got, it's just changing one word or adding women, okay, or changing people to women. Councillor Fry, I have you on the list.
Yeah, and I do appreciate that edit, and I'm just trying to pull up the original document, but I did work on this with the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, and their wording was members. And I believe that may be out of trying to include two-spirited people. I'm not sure exactly why that was the wording that they chose, but that was the wording that they had given me. And, you know, we did do a lot of back and forth to get this kind of done, and I totally appreciate what you're saying, but at the same time, I'm just the messenger.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fry. Anybody else want to say anything to this? Point of information, Councillor DeGenova?
I'm trying not to have too many amendments. Could it say women and other people? Or and people?
I think you can amend the amendment to a whereas, I guess, but it's up to you.
Thanks.
Anybody else want to speak to this? We need a seconder for the change. Going once. Going twice. 3 times, no seconder, so that's done. And if anybody else has anything else on this motion, if not, we are back to the motion on RS and RT zoning, which has been ruled in order. So I need a motion to bring the motion on notice number 3 back onto the table. Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Seconded, Councillor Fry. Everybody in favor? Thanks. Anybody opposed? No. So it's back on the table. Thank you. Right. And we've got a speakers queue starting with Councillor Fry. So we'll get you going here. Whoops, sorry. We're battling. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thank you. You know, at first glance, I thought this motion, it was never going to happen because we all know that the temporarily modular housing is supportive housing and it needs, you know, a minimum of 50 units, and we would never be able to shoehorn that into an RS or an RT lot in a single family neighborhood. And then I was struck, you know, by the huge swaths of land assemblies. Oak Street, there's blocks upon blocks of boarded up bungalows just sitting there doing nothing. And I thought, you know, maybe there's something to this. And maybe while we're waiting on these land assemblies and we have these huge swaths, I mean, Oak Street's appalling when you go down it as a major arterial coming out of the airport. It was kind of depressing looking. And I thought, well, you know, maybe there's something to this. And maybe there is an opportunity. As we have it now, the temporary modular housing can only really qualify on a C lot, on a C-zoned lot. And I think this is an opportunity to...
Sorry, he's in the middle of a speech, but unless it's a point of order.
Point of order.
Okay, if a point of order, I'll stop your timer. Councillor DeGenova, have I got your mic on there? Sorry, was it you first, Councillor?
I just...
I'm sorry.
questions to the mover of the motion. That's what I had understood that we do.
Did I miss that? Sorry.
Oh, I was speaking in favor of the motion. I'm sorry then.
No, it's my fault as chair.
That
So
was my reason. It was
is
just the
that what we I'll just check with the clerk. Thank you. Keeping all that good stuff in mind, Councillor Fry, do you have a question for Councillor Boyle?
Councillor Boyle, when you were putting this motion together, were you thinking about some of these large swaths of land assemblies that are sitting there?
Yeah, I think there's lots of interesting options for us to have staff report back on, and that's certainly one of them.
Thank you.
Great. I think I have Councillor Swanson next. Councillor Swanson, do you have a question for? You don't. Okay. I have a Councillor Dominato.
Oh, it was me, actually.
I'm sorry, I got my cue mixed up here.
I'll put myself back on there.
There we go. I got you. Okay, Councillor Dejanova, then Councillor Dominato.
Thanks so much. Councillor Boyle, in the potential for pre-approving social and non-market housing projects, are you suggesting that we pre-approve these without rezoning so we don't actually hear from the public on their consultation on this? And I have another question.
Okay, so I circulated some rewording of that. I am looking at asking staff to let us know how we could speed up and make less risky those types of proposals.
So right now, as pre-approved stands, that's how the motion was moved. That's how I see it being moved. Also wondered if you'd had consultation with BC Housing, considering they own all of the temporary modular housing, to see if this was something that they would want to move forward with.
I have not personally consulted with BC Housing, but that could be something we ask staff to do as part of collecting information and reporting back if someone wanted to add that to the motion.
And then are you talking, when you talk about using and utilizing the homes that aren't currently being used, are you looking at something that Councillor Carr brought forward last term, which is maybe using some of those empty homes and those sites to have them cleared earlier and have that housing there?
We're at the 1 minute, actually. So.
All right. Thanks.
So on to Councillor Dominato. There we go. Okay, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Boyle for bringing the motion forward. I was actually just curious if you, in light of the motion, if you had a perspective on the recent story that Mike Howell presented around the cost of temporary modular housing and how it's actually increased significantly from what the province anticipated it would look like. And I just wonder if you had any views on that in light of bringing the motion forward.
Yeah, my understanding is some of it is about scale and some of it is about site specific. I think it's certainly part of how we balance. We need permanent housing. We need something urgently. Where are our priorities and resources going, and what's the appropriate balance of that? And that's for us and BC Housing and others to make with all the information that we can have at hand.
Thanks very much. And that's the minute. On to Councillor Hardwick.
Yes, thank you. So my questions really are derived from the staff report on this, or the staff comments and concerns. The staff resources to implement are indicated as high. Do you have concerns about that in light of all of the other considerations that are before staff now, including the citywide planning process?
Sure. So my understanding is staff resources would be high if we go through with all of the steps of this, and the first piece will give us more information as to whether, as I said, I'm not naive. It would be a challenging public hearing, I think, to make these changes, and so we should have information about whether there are enough sites and possibilities around land assemblies or whatever that makes that worthwhile. And then I do think that would be worth it if it creates homes for people who need them most.
And we just have 8 seconds.
My second question was, I'm out of time.
I think we're going to get there. Sorry. Councillor Kirby-Young, it's usually just one longer question in the minute.
Yeah, thank you. I was curious in your perspective around the citywide plan. I'm speaking to A2 specifically, and that if pervasive changes are required, that we're putting a lot of policies in place before we're actually trying to build coalescence and kind of goodwill across the city, as opposed to us merely handing things down to people when we've actually said that the citywide plan is going to be a bottom-up approach, and hopefully we get that social license actually from the communities as opposed to telling them they need to do it.
Sure, I think that's, again, a balance of how we get at the urgency while doing what I agree is important work. I think I have heard us say that we're not putting everything on hold for the citywide plan, and so I think this is worth continuing to explore. And of course,
I also wonder, and second quick question, if we might be best served to focus, given that there is people now saying that the cost per square foot can be very similar to build TMH, as well as some other more permanent housing, if we're better off focusing on the permanent housing.
And we're just at the 1 minute, so.
Yeah, still a timeline issue, I think, but a conversation to have.
Thank you.
That's why I think these should be 2 minutes. You get lots of good questions. Okay, thanks. So that's it for questions. So
point of
information.
order, do we need a motion to extend slightly past 5 o'clock to finish this item?
What? I think, actually, I'm sorry, my clock's out. I don't know where we're. I don't trust that. So we just need a motion to extend to finish, because we actually have to pass a motion to move all this stuff over to unfinished business tomorrow. A motion to extend? Okay, I was just going to finish up. Councillor Boyle, so you were going to move a motion to extend, is that?
Yes, to finish this motion and complete the necessary business.
Okay, so that motion's on the floor. Okay, we need a seconder first. Councillor Fry. Okay, Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks very much. I, in principle, support it. However, I would...
Wait, we have a point of order?
No.
Mover and seconder, and we don't need a vote where people are talking to the motion at this point. Then we get a vote.
I would be happy to support that if we were able to start a little bit later. I do think that in endeavoring to be a more family-friendly council, and I would like the opportunity to at least see my child once today. I might try and actually do that. I'd made plans. I'm happy to stay. I would just hope that we could start maybe 5 or 10 minutes later, depending on the amount of time. I just don't want this to continue to be something that we do here. If we schedule an hour-long break and that's what we think we're having, I understand that this is a circumstance that maybe we can't do that, but I was wondering if there's a possibility we start 5, 10 minutes later. Happy to try and roll through this as quickly as possible.
Oh, okay, thanks. So we have a motion on the floor. Councillor Kirby-Young, you wanted to speak to this? No. Okay. So can we have a vote to extend until we finish this business, which will literally be like 1 minute, I think, because we won't finish the motion. We will be finishing the vote to move it to unfinished business for tomorrow. That would be my proposal.
It's been moved. I'll support it.
No, we're voting on to. I guess that would be yes. What we're voting on. If I think about it. To finish this, and in my mind, of finishing it, because the debate is going to be a long time, is that it would be, from my feeling, is that how we finish it is by moving it to tomorrow after 3 o'clock. Okay, so that's good. Right. Well, we need the extension. Okay. So can I get the extension? All in favor? Okay, it's seconded on the floor. Everybody, all in favor? Great. Okay, thanks. So we got the extension. So now my proposal is that we have a motion to move all the rest of the motions, starting with Councillor Boyle's motion, to tomorrow after 3 o'clock.
Point of information.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Dejanova.
It's either a point of information, or maybe I should ask you if it's a point of parliamentary procedure. I am going to be asking under new business for a leave of absence. That may have to be retroactive. Tomorrow at the beginning of the committee meeting, I'm wondering how I should announce that I would be looking to move the motion that I have on notice. It's referred to the committee meeting for tomorrow to a 6 o'clock start time, because I'm at Metro Vancouver at the Housing Committee meeting. So it was my understanding that I would make my intentions known at the time of new business, but I just wanted to make my intentions known now. So perhaps that's a point of personal privilege.
That's what it is.
There we go.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much.
Sold. Okay, how are people on? Okay, point of information,
Or
Councillor
and that
Hardwick.
is just to clarify that in addition to moving the motions on notice till after 3 o'clock to tomorrow, that would include new business and inquiries and other matters.
It would.
Thank you.
Nobody's shaking their head, so it wouldn't. Okay, I'm wrong. That it wouldn't move it all to tomorrow because it's a standing committee meeting. It's not a regular council meeting, and the only time we can bring up new business is through a regular council meeting, and not the one that follows the standing committee meeting. So we shave up. We don't get to do new business, and that's why Councillor Dejanova said her intention, because it may have to be retroactive. So that's kind of what's happened with our log jammed schedule today.
Just a point of information then, when would new business and inquiries and other matters then be entertained?
Next council meeting, I imagine.
October 1st?
We have to start a public hearing. It's scheduled for 6, so that's where we're at, right? That's charter based. So anyway, we have another point. We got a whole bunch of point of information. I'm going to go around this way, and I'll come right back. So we got Councillor Carr first. Point of information. Okay. You have a point of. Sorry, I was just taking them by hand, but. Okay, if you don't mind, Councillor Carr, I'll go to Councillor Kirby-Yung first. Point of information then.
My clarification in addition to Councillor Hardwick's was when would we be able to give notices of motion then? Because she didn't specifically reference
It would be at the next council meeting.
on October 1st. So then my follow-up point of information is what is our mechanism to be able to provide notices of motion in this council session? As opposed without having to wait until the beginning of October.
There isn't. We could vary the motion. You could all give notice now.
So I'd like to propose varying the agenda so that any members that have notices of motion could do so now, because I have 2 that I'd like to read in.
Okay, I mean, maybe we could just do it as a, we could just amend the motion to flip everything. So what we'll do is we'll flip all the administrative motion, the administrative motions have already moved. The motions on notice that we haven't dealt with in this meeting would all be flipped to past 3 o'clock tomorrow. However, we would extend until we've done the new business. Does that sound? Is that okay? So that's the proposal. Are you finished, Councillor Kirby-Yung?
Yeah, but with a note for the record that if we have the ability to read notices of motion now, I'd like to do that. So I'll wait for guidance from the mayor. But
okay, so we can. I think we can do that. We'll just have to have a different motion. Just 1 second.
We've done the notices of motion, and that's usually laid at the end. So no, this appears to be a variance.
Okay, so just before I get to all the other points of information, so the proposal is we just have a motion to move those amendments, to move those motions that we're discussing, including Councillor Boyle's, to tomorrow at 3, and then we can just roll right into new business without changing anything. So is that good?
I'll make a motion to move them to.
Okay, so we have a motion to move the motions on notice, the remainder of them to tomorrow at 3 o'clock, and that's all we need. So we have a seconder for that? Second? All in favor? Okay, great. So that's moved. Now we're on to new business.
If I can make a motion now to.
Notice. Sorry, on to notices of motion.
So, Mr. Mayor, I can read those in the record now? That was my follow-up question. Thank you.
And I'll just leave the speaking order that I have now, although if people want to take themselves off, but notices of motion, please go ahead.
Okay, I have 2, and one is titled Back to Basics, Prioritizing Public Realm Maintenance and Cleanliness in Vancouver. And the second one is titled Public Participation and Experience at Vancouver City Hall.
Okay, thank you very much. Notice of motion, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just before I do my notice of motion, are we also going to be able to do new business and inquiries at this time? And should I do them all now, or?
No, just do the notices of motion now, and we'll just continue on through the list.
Yes, so my notice of motion is expediting an elementary school for the Olympic Village community, the city's role.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I also have a notice of motion entitled Improving Transportation Safety Around Vancouver Schools.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Swanson.
I have one called Emergency Action to support Vancouver's homeless people, including those in Oppenheimer Park.
Okay, thank you. Councillor DeGenova.
I have one titled Reimbursement of Council Members' Legal Costs for Code of Conduct Complaints where Vancouver City Council member is not at fault.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hardwick.
I have two that I will be bringing forward. One is establishing an independent Auditor General office for the City of Vancouver. And the second is addressing the continuing demolition of character and heritage houses in RS zones.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wiebe.
And I've got one called Oppenheimer Parks Plan.
Okay, Oppenheimer Parks Plan. Okay, thank you. So that's notices of motion. One item of new business, so we can probably deal with that now, Councillor DeGenova, is that you've got a leave of absence requested for meetings on September 11th from 12 to 6 p.m. You don't really, I mean, I think we can just...
6 p.m. The 6 p.m. start time, or for my motion that would be coming forward to committee, I'll be asking council to consider that tomorrow, so I will be here for that. I was advised...
Does this item stand, though? This one, the request for leave of absence?
It goes along with my leave of absence, which is for civic business, to attend the Metro Vancouver Housing Committee meeting.
Okay, great. Somebody like to move that then? Thanks, Councillor Fry, seconder. Councillor Boyle, thanks. All in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay, that's passed. So any new business inquiries or other matters? I just ask you to keep these short so we can get something to, and I'll put you on the list. Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you. Making this quick, though, I'm asking the City of Vancouver Council to send official condolences to the Davis family in this council meeting. It was just in July, I believe, that Pat Davis died, and the Davis family have had a profound impact on heritage in this city. I am the city-appointed person on the Heritage Commission. We put forward a motion yesterday that we would consider having Davis Family Day in honor of Pat Davis during Heritage Week in February 2020. And so I'll be seeking support of council, both for expressing condolences to the family and supporting this Heritage Week in February 2020.
Okay, thank you very much. I have Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And I have some inquiries, and I'll list them off, and then perhaps staff can get back to me after. The first one is just whether we have an update from the province with respect to our call for a new commercial subclass. Have we heard anything? I did have an opportunity to speak with Minister Simpson the other day. He didn't have any indication of whether there had been any movement. Perhaps you do, but also through to our staff. Curious about that, given that we were looking for something in October. And then I have one more question after that as well.
Go ahead, City Manager.
Through the Mayor, we've been very actively working with the Deputy Ministers on that, and are still working on whether we'll be able to achieve it by 2020. So I'll keep you posted by email. It's definitely something we're actively working on still, and there still is a chance that it might come together.
Okay, thank you for that. The second question I had was actually with respect to Crosstown Elementary, and a couple of months ago, we'd had parents approaching us about looking at the speed around Kiefer and Taylor, and staff did commit to reducing the speed to 30 kilometers an hour, removing a parking spot and some additional signage. I understand that one parking spot has been removed to improve visibility, but I know that the mayor was asked at a media scrum last week about this. Yeah. And I met with some parents last week, and they're just seeking confirmation that that 30K reduction is actually going to take place, and if the signage is coming as well. So don't need the answer now, but I did commit to following up on that as well on their behalf. And That's it for now. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kirby-Yan.
Thank you. I have two inquiries. The first one related to recent media reports regarding the City of Vancouver's agreement with JC Deco and Street Furniture. And there was some concern that some of the electronic advertising had included cameras, and then the media had referenced that those cameras had been covered up. But I know that there was concern about privacy laws and the fact that cameras were installed in the first place. So I did want to note on the record, and I've sent in a request to staff for a briefing, just so the public can be assured around what our policies are. And which laws that our partners are subject to in terms of privacy in the public realm. So if we could get information back on that, that would be really helpful. And then my second inquiry relates to the slated site for the Olympic Village School, and Council are receiving a number of concerns from area residents who have become accustomed to the extra space and green space in the Olympic Village. And I wonder if there's opportunity to release some clarifying information about the fact that was designated for school, or to put some signage up there. I think that perhaps would have been very helpful, that people have now become accustomed and have a perception that that is a public or a permanent park space, and perhaps signage could go some way towards alleviating the fact that it was designated, or the release of information would be helpful. So those are my two inquiries.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. I don't see anybody on the list, left on the list. So Council I'll ask somebody for a motion to adjourn. Councillor Wiebe, seconded by Councillor Dejanova. All in favor? Great. Any opposed? Great. This meeting's adjourned. So we're supposed to start the public hearing at 6 o'clock, but we do have a little bit of leeway. So if I'm right, Clerk, that we could start at 1:15. So we'll see you back here at 6:15. So you have the full hour for just to recuperate. Thank you very much.